nagbabago. Ikaw ang laging hanap-hanap sa gabi araw. Ikaw ang nais ko sabihin na ay natatanaw. Ikaw ang buhay at pag-ibig, wala nang iba. Sa aking pusong tunay kang mag-isa. Di ko nais na mawalay ka kahit sandali sa aking piling. Kahit buksan pa ang dibdib ko.
Muốn giết một con rồng má phải chạy thành sông. Có đài bắt ở đây không? 458 đài bắt rồi.
Viendo, chiquitos.
Giết một con rồng má phải chạy thành sông.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Radiant's structures looking so fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Muốn giết một con rồng máu chảy thành sông.
Lively now. Your admiral is on board.
458 có đài bắt ở đây không? 458 đài bắt rồi.
Roll for my death.
Có đài bắt ở đây không? 458 đài bắt rồi.
Regeneration.
Strange to
Muốn giết
say,
một con
Radiant's
rồng
middle
máu
tower
chảy
is
thành
under
sông.
attack.
458 có đài bắt ở đây không? 458 đài bắt rồi.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Someone must be very pleased with themselves. Or himself. Singular entity, singular pronoun.
You fought well and true.
Excellent idea.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration?
for my test. You set sail for fail.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Could still go either way, though. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Surely that was intentional? It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Your admiral is on board.
Radiant team ban.
One draft. I am joined once again by ET, and ET, a matchup here between two of the best teams in the event so far.
Yeah, and we both eyed up this matchup very early on. This is sort of maybe this is your upper bracket grand final, maybe this is your grand final. We'll have to see where it sort of ends up, but I'm excited to see what these teams may or may not reveal here. I'm sure if you're Undying, you've been sort of the front runner for the entire tournament, even though I think 4 Zoomers are ahead right now. And really, does the seeding matter too much? Not really, but this is all for pride's sake. I'm sure 4 Zoomers would love to 2-0 sort of their matchup or their NADPC rivals here. And it's just good practice. But yeah, draft-wise, I do want to see 4 Zoomers sort of pull that strength, those deep hero pulls that we keep seeing them sort of rely on. At the same time, Undying, they're just going to do Undying things. Yeah, these two teams to this point in the event have been incredibly consistent. They have a combined, I believe, 3 match losses. So obviously that loss count's going to have to increase here as they are going up against each other, but they have been just sort of head and shoulders above all the other teams in the field. So very interesting to see who sort of comes out ahead in this regional rivalry. Before we get too deep into the draft though, do want to point out one thing for Undying. They've got 4 matches that they're going to be playing today in total. As of right now, they've got 8 wins, and I believe, based on strength of schedule, they should still be getting in no matter what. But if they can take at least one of these games, bump that win count up to 9, I do believe that that gets them free and clear of any tiebreakers in the first place. So go one way or another, but securing themselves at least 1 point here against 4 Zoomers would really just sort of put them over the top and guarantee them that upper bracket spot. So they've got a little bit, maybe more than just pride to deal with here. Get that sort of out of the way, lock in your playoff spot right now, and then the rest of the day can just be kind of maybe just whatever for them. Not that they won't take it seriously, but they'll sort of get that weight off their shoulders right away. Yeah, and even though D2 Hustlers are sort of on the outside looking in, a lot of people, myself included, will probably think that Undying are going to 2-0 that. Worst case scenario, 1-1. If D2 Hustlers 2-0 Undying and we see 4 Zoomers 2-0 them here, that'd be a crazy situation, because then I think we'll have 3 or 4 teams that are all coming in at 8 and 6, and D2 Hustlers would just sit at the way top of them, so that'd be kind of a hilarious outcome. But yeah, Undying, really good team. Don't think they're going to give up too much. I like that 4 Zoomers have banned out the Razor. We see when a lot of these really good first pick heroes aren't falling to Undying, they like to rely on that Razor because there's that flexibility. Brow can play it, Saberlight can play it. It automatically lets you win one of those lanes. It dissuades so many heroes. But I also like what Undying are doing here, taking a page from some of those South American teams, immediately picking up the Invoker, especially versus this Leshrac. It causes quite a few problems when you do eventually want to get in on those towers. And we'll have to see if 4 Zoomers are able to pull this one through, because this Leshrac, this has been their sort of tried and true method throughout really DPC through most of this tournament. This is why most teams ban the Leshrac versus them when they have first pick, but it falls to their hands because Undying, they think they've got a better idea with this Invoker Tiny. Yeah, it does seem like a pretty solid combo here. The Invoker in Bryle's hands, never really something that you want to have to mess with, and 4 Zoomers are going to have to find a way to deal with it. Meanwhile, for that Tiny, you put him in that sort of position for a role in which he's going to be able to make a lot of rotations, play pretty aggressively, sort of be that maybe pace-setting hero for the Undying side. And between Invoker and Tiny, there is going to be a lot of opportunities for them to potentially get in onto the Leshrac early, try to hit him up for as much damage as possible. So feels like a strong response here so far, and as you mentioned, a page out of sort of the South American playbook. A lot of the NA teams were a little bit hesitant before to go for the Invoker this early in the draft, but Undying, again, showing off that degree of sort of flexibility and willingness to adapt on the fly that's really been serving them so well to this point. And at the same time, I like 4 Zoomers not picking up that Elder Titan. Elder Titan or Tree, both are incredibly good versus the Tiny and the Invoker, where you're not the most mobile, you blink in, you're kind of stuck. We keep seeing this ET picked up versus Tiny, and it just feels so sad, because you go for that Avatos combo, if the target you're going on doesn't die absolutely immediately. You get stomped, you get earth splittered, you're stuck, you're kited, and there's not much you can do about it. So I'm glad they picked up that hero, because we are continuing to see ET sort of valued along the top of the bracket and not really seen or played at all at those lower teams. So I'm glad to see the hero get played, to be honest.
ET's glad ET gets picked. Shocking news, but yeah, the Elder Titan getting a little bit more attention in this one. And as you mentioned, it's that perfect hero. If your execution is not basically perfect the first time around, you get punished so heavily with that play. So it is a nice pickup for the Zoomers side. Going to be able to maybe not fully dissuade Undying from trying to push in onto their heroes, but as we said, if they don't get the kill, if you swing and you miss, that ET is going to be there to really shut you down afterwards. So solid pickup as we move into phase 2 of the bans for Zoomers. Very much focusing in on Saberlight right now. Enigma banned away. We see the Timbersaw being removed as well. And those two, in addition to the Razor ban that we saw back in phase 1, it really does seem like they're now focusing in on trying to make sure Saberlight is not that sort of big leading playmaking kind of hero that he likes to be put on most of the time.
Yeah, and even though you have a player like Sammy Boy, he loves to play as Luna, he loves to play as Ursa, you don't want to have to deal with Saberlight on one of those sort of ultimately strong heroes, especially now that you most likely are going to have Husky on that ET. It feels like there are a lot of those heroes that Saberlight plays that would wholeheartedly punish having a melee support sort of stuck down in that lane that isn't that Tree. In that respect, Tree is just a little bit stronger just because you get those boots up, you do so much damage, and while ET, he does a lot of damage, you do not have that leech seed, you're not able to subsist nearly as long, you sort of get kited out and run out of regen, especially if you do end up on that Enigma or that Timbersaw. So perfect bans, especially seeing the Invoker targeted, just picked up so early. You get to pick out those bans. I would love to see Zoomers not take out the Luna. Don't want to see Tomato get it on the Undying side. We saw yesterday with the Invoker, the Alacrity, you just push down the towers. Sometimes the game just randomly ends. And it's one of those heroes where you have that vision advantage now versus heroes like Snapfire, like Elder Titan, where you immediately find him, you get on top of him, you kill him, and then you don't have that hero waiting in the wings ready to save you. So perfect bans from Zoomers so far.
Yeah, they do take that Luna away. So very smart for them. And as you mentioned, that's always one of the things about that Luna. It's not just the damage, the farming rate, it's that vision advantage as well. So for Zoomers, not even remotely interested in letting Tomato play that hero, they do ban it away. Undying, meanwhile, complete the trifecta of carry bans in phase 2, TATB, and Phantom Lancer, before they grab the Venom for themselves with that third pick.
Yeah, and with teams like Undying, this is the sort of metagame where you pick up the Venom, they don't ban it out on the Zoomer side, and their bans are good, but this completely dissuades the Sammy Boy Ursa. I said a little bit earlier, Sammy Boy loves his Ursa, loves his Luna, so now you pick up the Venom, you say, hey, are you going to pick this hero? Are you going to pick this hero? We're Undying, we know what you're doing, we know your players, we've got this sort of strategy in our heads now, and while Saberlight is going to be sort of put towards that sideshow, and we'll have to see if he's able to pull it out last time when he was on Dazzle, he wasn't on that initiator. His team did struggle slightly, but you've got a Tiny instead of a Clockwork this time around, so hopefully Moon Meander will be able to get them through that hump, because this Venom hero is pretty terrifying, especially when you're playing versus heroes like the Leshrac. It feels like walking up to those towers is going to be just that little bit harder, and that might be time that Zoomers sort of need to get going. They need that early rotation, they need the early gold to get their heroes sort of on the board. But Mars, 4 Brax, classic hero combination, hero player combination, gonna give them a little bit of that early team fight. We always see the Mars picked up versus the Invoker if it is still in the pool. Just nothing he can do about it up until he gets that BKB. It's one of those guaranteed plays that you can always make on the immobile Invoker.
Dire team ban.
Solid pick there with the Mars, and now the Naga Siren coming out for Zoomers. But to be honest, I kind of love that Warlock pick out from Undying. Obviously, it's useful in the lane, but we talked about this a little bit, I think, yesterday when we saw the Disruptor picked up against the Mars. It's a situation where, in certain circumstances, you can almost use the Mars as initiation against them. The Mars will go in, drop the arena, hit the spear, and if Zoomers aren't careful, if they try to rush in to sort of take advantage of that initiation and pick off that hero, then the Warlock, as long as he was sort of maintaining separation and he's on the outside, just drops down the rock, and all of a sudden, 4 Zoomers have grouped up into the middle of an ult and the fight can turn. So it's always something that I think 4 Zoomers will have to be careful of. Not necessarily a move that Undying will be able to make consistently, but the threat of it is going to prevent 4 Zoomers from necessarily grouping up to the degree that they may want to off the back of their own initiations. But on the sort of flip side of that, you now have the Naga Siren, always going to be a hero that can farm up incredibly well and do some substantial damage, but even more importantly than that, you've got that Song of the Siren against some big sort of team fight ult plays from Undying. So if that song's deployed in the right spot, then heroes like the Veno and the Warlock may not have such a fun time after all.
Yeah, and counter picks the Veno in lane. That's why we saw the PL banned out, because PL just feels a little bit nicer. And we've seen Naga twice in this tournament already where it hasn't been the most successful. It does get sort of pursued in those side lanes. And versus Invoker, Sammy Boy is going to need to be careful. It's one of the few heroes that can sort of disable you long enough where you might not be able to get that Song TP nearly as easily as you otherwise would like to. Same with Warlock, to be honest, where that rock is just slightly just out of range of your song, so you are going to have to worry about your TP getting canceled. But if you're using your rock to cancel the Naga's TP, you're going to be pretty happy on the side of 4 Zoomers with the amount of team fight they've picked up. They're saying, or at least Undying are thinking, that they're gonna need a gunner hero on the 4 Zoomer side. We won't really know until they pick up, or whatever they pick up now, because it does feel like an Ocean hero is missing from that 4 Zoomers lineup. They could maybe push it around, put that Leshrac 4. We've seen the sort of stun into stun with Lesh, with Mars. You would be a little bit annoying, and Lesh, while it's not Lina, it is a hero that Ocean has sort of played before. So we'll see if Undying are on the mark here, but Void Spirit would be pretty annoying. It's just those heroes where you have the Venom, you have the Warlock, you don't have the most consistent lockdown, and that's where we might see 4 Zoomers go for a hero like the Storm Spirit if they did want to shift their lineup pretty much down one. And Undying really think that Gunner doesn't have his hero yet, so it's interesting stuff coming out from Undying, because I would say this is going to be a Gunner Leshrac. We're going to see an Ocean hero here. Maybe we see the Wind, which we see so popular nowadays. We've seen it picked in 6 out of the 8 games yesterday. It just feels like that hero is really gone and taken its stride. Yep. Okay, Rubik.
Yeah, not quite the Wind, but still an Ocean hero. So, as you were saying, I don't know. Undying sort of were convinced otherwise, but I suppose in this instance you're better safe than sorry. The Rubik could give you some issues depending on what he steals, but letting in one of those spirits could have been maybe equally, if not more, sort of concerning for them. So if you're Undying, you're barking up the wrong tree just a little bit, but I don't think...
Wraith King? Ben. Okay.
Well, it still gives you the damage. You don't have that sort of fallback plan to work with the reincarnation, but it is a hero that Tomato is at least assumingly going to be sort of comfortable with. High damage, high farming rate, and going to be hard to sort of bring down in the middle of these engagements. So it should work out at least relatively well for that Undying side.
Yeah, and it's another hero that's just gonna go in. It's something that their lineup sort of lacked up until that point, and it's actually going to be shifted down one, I guess, after seeing the Sammy Boy Naga Siren. Now we're going to have a 4 Venom, now we're going to have a 3 Tiny. It's a little bit more of that farming priority, now going to get shifted to that Tiny. I'm feeling pretty good with what Undying have. The Sven really does sort of pull it all together, where now you do have that hero that is going to be able to walk down pretty much everyone. And we see the Sven picked up versus heroes like the Invoker, like the Viper, like the Leshrac, where you hit that BKB timing, and if you're ever out of position, you're going to get your BKB faster on the Sven unless Gunner really rushes for it. And you always need to be incredibly cautious, because if that Stormhammer hits, you're just going to die. You're going to get bursted down, you're going to get chained up. And I'm really interested to see what Saberlight's going to be able to get done, because we don't see this offlane Tiny pretty much ever anymore, just because it doesn't feel the best. You lose a lot of the lanes that you do end up playing, but we'll have to see with the Veno. I'm sure Moonmeander is going to be incredibly annoying for Sammy, but honestly, I'd say pretty even draft. There are a lot of things going for both teams this time around.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's what we'd expect, right, from these two squads. They're sitting at the top of those group stage standings for a reason. They have played incredibly well, and they have drafted well as well. I'm saying the word well too many times, it's lost its meaning, but we're going to be moving on. But as you said, that offlane Tiny, even when it was being run, which I use that phrase kind of in air quotes, even at the height of the offlane Tiny's popularity, it still wasn't all that popular. So I think across both of these lineups, that is the single biggest question mark right now. Just what will Saberlight do? And as you were sort of alluding to, how much can Moonmeander sort of help out for his teammate on that Veno in terms of trying to just get in that early harassment? So we'll have to wait and see. I don't really know how much they're going to be able to rely on Saberlight, but he's a skilled player. He should know what he's doing here. He's laning up with the Venomancer, so I have high hopes, but I don't know where the expectations sit right now for a Pause 3 Tiny. But I suppose we'll have to find out in just a few more moments here as the teams are getting themselves in. Undying already maneuvering their way across the map right now, getting several heroes into that south side jungle. And Brax, okay, he's not going to go that far forward. He'll drop down the obs ward, so if Undying push down the ramp, he should see them coming, and that is pretty much going to make it impossible for this to actually get caught out. So he will be just fine for now. Meanwhile, Sammy Boy sending out those illusions, just trying to do a little bit of scouting, but none of those illusions spot a hero, so they should now have a pretty solid idea of exactly where Undying are.
Hello. Yeah, and they just want to see if they could maybe get that high ground ward, tell which side that either mid laner are going to place it. I don't think Brown has his. Yeah, Doobie's just going to go for it. They're sitting here protecting it to see if maybe there's a 4 Zoomers here that's going to get a little bit greedy, walk up that hill, try to stand in this little nook in the trees. It'd be cool if Sammy Boy actually did it with an illusion. That'd be a little bit sick, but he has one in position, but guess it's just going to be scouting out. But as we've seen with these NA teams, nothing really expended early on. They don't want to give away anything. They just want to have a pretty decent time here, start with all of the region that they buy. And this top lane's a little bit wild. I understand Husky started boots, but still have Moonmeander and Saberlight, so they're playing the movement game up here.
We'll see how much that allows them to sort of get in onto their opponents early, as right now Moonmeander and Husky doing a little dance here in the west side jungle. Moon would very much like to go to lane. Husky is sort of gatekeeping at the moment, but actually I was going to say he's sort of backing off, but he's going back in. He's just not going to let the Venom go. He's basically going to force Moonmeander to either TP or go the long way under the protection of the tower, and it looks like it is going to be the latter for the Venom. He finally gives up on this. They're just trading a little bit of right-click damage, but in most circumstances, that feels like a fight that the Venom is going to lose, especially considering he didn't skill anything up. So Moon will back off, concedes defeat there, and will simply try to get himself back up to the lane. But we do have a DC here, as apparently a Tomato has dropped out. So going to be waiting for that Sven to get back in.
And something that will be something to watch out for is, well, you have to worry about your Tiny initiating in when there is this ET on the field. Now, Tomato will also need to be a little bit careful. And we've seen Svens in these in this tournament specifically, where if that BKB does tick a little bit too low, if you do overstay your welcome just a little bit, that's when the Naga will swoop in, net you up, ensnare you, maybe cut you around a little bit more than you'd like. And that's really the only time that we've seen this Sven fall. And we haven't seen this matchup specifically, I think, the Naga versus the Sven just yet. Usually we'll see the Wraith King slotted in just because you have that second life, you have that little bit more damage. But what we have seen a lot is the Sven versus Faceless Void. And if you can kite out, if you can save that Song, of course, Song is not going to stop your BKB. Tomato will be able to get something done during that protection. If it does end, if you are going to get kited, 4 Zoomers do have the tools to sort of pull this Sven apart. So it really is just going to be on to that quick and fast execution coming out from the Undying side, where Zoomers, they want to take this slow and steady.
And, you know, to that sort of extent as well, that same thought process, the Sven likely going to build a BKB. We're probably going to see something like it from the Invoker as well. So could be a situation here where Sammy Boy on that Naga Siren considers the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, so would have the ability to ensnare up those targets even through some of that magic immunity. It's an item that I would hardly call standard on the Naga Siren. Most of the time, it seems like these Naga players do tend to kind of forego it, as a lot of the times you don't really need it. But considering the fact that Undying may be going for 2 to 3 BKBs in this scenario, we'll see. Sammy Boy could consider it. It probably won't come around until after his first 2 or even 3 sort of major items, but something for him to bear in mind in terms of itemization there, as Husky tried to get a little bit forward. He was hoping for the courier snipe, but not quite going to go all the way in for that, especially with Moon Meander having that point up in the Venomous Scale. If Husky gets too far forward, that slow is going to come through, and he is likely not getting back to his original position.
Well, with this double boot start, of course, you will quell some of the aggression coming in from the ET, and you see that Husky has 2 sentries, but there has been no effort to block these camps, and he could scope the Ava.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, they'll go for it. He's got the toss here as well, so they might get the... Okay, no, Moon Meander just does it himself. Although, actually, he did throw the tree. But either way, first blood goes to Undying, able to pick off Husky, and yeah, that's exactly the scenario we were just describing with the double boots. They're able to get in there, and obviously the ET, he had boots of his own, but with that much slow coming out from that Venomous Gale, with the Avalanche on top of him to really keep him locked in place, he just wasn't able to get himself out.
Yeah, and striking whenever Sammy Boy doesn't have that mirror image up, so his damage is a lot lessened. You're not able to help your boy out nearly as much, and there are a lot fewer options for Husky. However, he was able to stack that small camp. He's going to get this pull off, but Saberlight's got a full wave that he has to sort of get his creep slow and deny, and bottom lane, looks like Dubu did get picked off, pulled back by the Rubik. Strong lane.
That's just a, yeah, straight up easy combo, right? Telekinesis into the spear stun. It is maybe not impossible to miss, but it's pretty damn hard. So a quick and easy kill there in onto the Warlock. Tomato, I mean, he tried to help out with the Warcry, but it's not going to be quite enough to save the day. So when Dubu gets taken down, he's quick to return to the lane though, and honestly I think that's going to be just fine for Undying. It's an unfortunate death, but they had already secured first blood, and the Warlock is just back in. He's got level 2 up in the Shadow Word, so the Tomato's going to be able to sustain in this lane just fine, and Brax and Ocean can't really get onto the Sven. Maybe they can pick off the Warlock once or twice more, but getting Tomato out here is going to be increasingly difficult as this lane goes on.
Yeah, and maybe once we see possibly the boots, could be the Orb of Corrosion. It really is hard to kill this Sven unless he gets incredibly greedy, just always having that Shadow Word, now level 2, so it's just a little bit too much healing coming out. They really don't have that burst damage unless you do have those items, so Tomato's fine. He's just gonna farm.
Meanwhile, mid, Gunner able to secure one of those water runes, as he did get his bottle a little bit early. No such bottle play coming out here for the Invoker. He looked for that urn early on. He does already have it, so that is a nice bit of progress for him early. We'll see if he goes straight into the Spirit Vessel upgrade right now. We see a lot of Invokers just sort of leave it at a casual urn and then look for something along the lines of the Hand of Midas instead, but Bryle, as of right now, nothing queued up, so he is going to sort of keep his cards close to the chest here and not give anything away, as he'll push it onto Gunner, hit him up with the Cold Snap into the EMP, taking away about half the Leshrax's mana there, but in terms of actual damage, it's not quite as impressive, and now Gunner is pushing forward with the Edict, and Bryle could be in trouble, as we do have a pause coming out here again from that 4-zoomer side. It was Tomato who DC'd earlier on, but now it appears we may have some connection issues on both sides of the matchup.
Yeah, and Bryle, he's got Tornado, he's going to be fine, but Gunner is just trying to make him use it. He's just trying to have that forcing play, and that's where Bryle just needs to continue being annoying. Once he has another point up in Wex, that EMP is going to steal just that little bit more mana, and then Gunner, we'll see if he is going to have to continue to buy out that region. You sort of have to when you're playing this, and then Bryle just has to keep hitting him with the EMP. If you can force this Leshrac to waste his money, and it doesn't feel like a waste, but getting those clarities, walking back to base, having his teammates fill up his bottle, you're just sort of pushing down this Leshrac while you're forcing 4-zoomers to maybe over-rotate to that lane. But yeah, Gunner's just gonna try and go for the stomp. If he doesn't stomp him, or if he does stomp him, he's gonna get a little bit more damage and maybe force out another tango. It really feels like Bryle isn't under too much threat here, and he is gonna actually queue up that Spirit Vessel. We see when you do get the Spirit Vessel, you are going to be able to play a lot more aggressive, specifically in those side lanes. That's one of the ways that Brax would die very easily. Same with Gunner, even though he does have that Eul Scepter queued up, where you would come down from it, you have another Vessel charge. You have to be careful being out in front. You are supposedly the tanky hero on your team up there with the Mars, and he really needs to become that sort of secondary frontliner where Brax is going to look for those initiations, so you're going to need the Lesh to stand out in front of your team, and that's where the Spirit Vessel could really cause some problems for them.
And Gunnar actually not even going to push all the way in, so won't be able to force that that tornado. He does land the splitter stun though, but
Nice deny.
now the tornado comes through, and Moonmeander's here as well. They get the cold snap down into the Gale, and Gunnar, he might just go down. He's not going to survive that much DOT. Water Rune will be deployed, but he's still dead. So Bryle, I mean, you were saying before he was going to be fine. He's better than fine. He knows Moonmeander's sort of rotating in, and they just jump all over that Leshrac, and Gunnar, I mean, I like the play he makes there. He backs off initially. He may have suspected something, but it's not quite fast enough, and the rotation will net Undying a kill.
And I believe Moon did have to TP, but that's just how fast the play was. They really didn't see it coming. It comes at the perfect time as well because the wave is pushed into Saberlight. Now you're going to give Tiny a little bit of that soul XP, which does give a little bit of a break over to Sammy Boy. Sammy Boy can't really last it up versus that Naga incredibly easily. Ooh, and they're trying to get a toss onto Sammy. They want to throw him at the tower, but man, this is awkward.
Plague our enemies.
This is a very rough time for this, as Moonmeander, I don't know, he doesn't have a whole lot of health. He could pop the Mango here maybe, but the Gale is still on cooldown for quite a while, and he has no Plague Ward, so he's just going to sit here and try and do it with right-click damage. And at this point, even if you get this Avalanche Toss combo off, Sammy might just be able to bring one or both of these heroes down. I think their window may have passed. If they couldn't get off that sort of toss initially because of the illusions, I think now it might just be time for them to try to back away, but we'll see how it plays out as Brax says they're ready to go, apologizing for a couple of delays here, but we're back into it, and we'll see if Sammy can survive this or maybe even turn it around. As the Avalanche comes through, the toss will be there. Ryle, okay, nice TP in. Now they've got the Tornado into the EMP, into the Cold Snap, and Sammy will be taken down. So Moonmeander TP's in to help Bryle out in the middle lane. Bryle returns the favor up top, and Undying have a very big kill onto that Naga Siren.
Yeah, and Undying, it just feels so clean, so measured, and while both these heroes will make the long walk back to base, Saberlight will probably just TP back in. They're really playing well around this Invoker, and Bryle is the one that needs to get active on his team. He needs to be making these rotations, and as long as they're working out, you aren't going to see him fall too far behind that Leshrac, because he did sort of pull ahead in the lane just a bit, and while you were able to get an Arcane Rune up on Gunnar, think farm a few stacks that Husky was making for you, we're really not going to see him get too involved up until he gets a few more points and maybe that Split Earth and that Lightning Storm. He just doesn't have enough gas in the tank right now.
They're trying to hunt for him though, both Saberlight and Bryle moving into that north side jungle. Gunnar, however, very wisely backs off. The wards sort of spot out that rotation, so he is going to be able to back himself away, and that would have been absolutely brutal for him. That's the point where he's just trying to sort of fall back into the jungle and farm, as you were saying. If he'd have gotten caught out there, he would have been set back to sort of a frightening degree. So able to back himself away, but now Sammy might be in some trouble up top. They go in with the Avalanche into the toss. Moon is holding that Gale for as long as he can, and by that I mean he's not actually going to use it at all. So I don't know, if they dropped the Gale, maybe they could have tried for it. The mirror image though was there, so Sammy likely would have just been able to sort of get himself out of that anyway, but at least it's damage, and it forces Sammy out of the lane. He's now rotating into the jungle as well.
Yeah, and it just spawns those illusions at half HP, so he's not going to be able to farm up nearly as easily. But again, you're Naga Siren. You don't really care about this too much. This is par for the course. Maybe try and stack for yourself a little bit. Sammy Boy is not really going to be too bothered, but Moon is trying to become that bother. He is trying to be really annoying. Messes up his stack, and he's just going to TP to the tower, but this might be Undying rotating more heroes up here after they see that TP. This is a little bit risky for Sammy.
Right, TP directly within that sort of sightline of Saberlight, so they are very much aware of the fact that the Naga has no way out here. Everyone just getting out on foot, as they are going to go in with the Avalanche into the toss, into the Gale. Sammy, well, he might be in some trouble here. Do they have enough damage with just the two of them to actually find the kill? As of right now, not entirely sure. Meanwhile, down bot, well, there's no reinforcements coming for the Naga because they were looking for a fight down in that bottom lane. They've taken down both Tomato and Dubu, and now they're in onto Bryle. They hit him up with a Split Earth, then this Invoker,
perfect.
He's going to try to get away, but that Ghost Walk is immediately broken up. Ocean with the dust gets them the vision, and they will find the kill. All the while, Sammy Boy lived. They weren't able to lock him down. They couldn't dive the tower for him, so you keep the Naga Siren alive and farming while you pick up 3 kills in the 3-for-1 down bot, and I believe they got the credit for the tower kill as well.
Yeah, and I think Sammy would just give him a little ring around the rosy, give him a nice little juke. Saber was still certain that the Naga was up there, and that is the issue with this Quasplex Invoker teeping 2 lanes. You use your bolt 4 spells, and then you're done. You have to wait for those pretty long cooldowns. They're 20-30 seconds, and if you get caught out like that, you're just 100% gonna get punished. If you don't land that EMP onto the Leshrac, he has enough mana to sort of take you out, and Gunnar syncing up with Brax, it's the perfect play. It's exactly what Zoomers needed to do.
Yeah, tying up the kill count and pushing out to about 1,000 net worth lead here early, largest lead we've seen so far. So the momentum shifts really off the back of that singular play, which pre 10 minutes isn't really all that shocking. That kind of fight is certainly going to put the winning team ahead of their opponents, but Undying still looking for benefits elsewhere on the map. You see Saberlight and Moonmander weren't able to get the Naga Siren a few moments ago, but they are still pushing onto this tier 1 tower, and they've already dropped it relatively low. So if they could get that tier 1 for themselves, that would go a long way towards sort of cutting into this early deficit and would give them a bit more access to this north side jungle as well. It's an area that they're already starting to sort of ward up a little bit too, recognizing that both Sammy and Gunnar are going to be trying to sort of farm up in that area. So they would very much like to take control of this north side, really just sort of put the squeeze on some of those 4 Zoomers cores, and taking the tower will at least help them towards that goal. But if they really do want to have easy access to that north side jungle, they're going to need the tier 1 mid as well, and I don't know if they're in a great position to do that at the moment. They do have the card here mid, but I don't know if Bryle's really going to consider it too much, and yes, he's already backing away.
Yeah, there's no real reason for him to commit, and that's where Brax does need to be very careful when and where he shows, because as soon as they see that Mars, they can make the call that, oh, he's here, let's not be here. We know he has Arena, we know that we should force him to make plays, maybe use a smoke on the 4 Zoomer side, maybe force that 3-4 man rotation, and they're going to get aggressive on this tier 2 tower with the cart. They do have the Edict, they do have this Leshrac, so we'll have to see how Undying decide to take this, because they can't get away with this. 4 Zoomers can't just push down a tier 2 11 minutes into the game.
But Undying are kind of massively out of position. We do see 1 TP coming in though, but it's only Dubu here. He does have the rock though, so maybe they could do something, but not alone. He needs backup, but looks like 4 Zoomers are not exactly going to test him at the moment. They back off with 3, which is honestly a little bit strange. They know Dubu's there because they got hit up by those fatal bonds, but they see 3 heroes hanging out mid, so...
But now they know he can't be mid, so even though he has rock, it's just Brax looking for the initiation. So they're just on the edge. Don't pop their smokes.
12 minutes. Only 12 minutes in, no blink dagger at this point, but he was hoping for it. They're hanging out now on the ramp, and Saberlight dangerously close. He does get, I believe, close enough to actually pop that. So 4 Zoomers know he's there, but now with this many heroes in the area, they're actually going to be the ones forced to back away. Ocean, though, yeah, he was getting a little bit close. So he'll use that telekinesis just to make sure Saberlight won't be catching him, and looks like everyone's just going to back away in this outside jungle.
Yep, and it's as soon as they see Dubu rotating over that they know our window has sort of been lost. We couldn't get in on the mid. We don't want to throw away our weed. We can maybe do another smoke now that we have this Yule Scepter up on the Leshrac. We don't need to throw away anything right now. We don't want to play into Undying's hand too hard here, especially still building that blink, still building that vessel. Or actually, you have the vessel now, but you need sort of that initiation now on the Undying side. It's something that their team truly lacks. It's really just counter initiation coming out from the majority of their heroes.
We'll see just how quickly Saberlight's going to be able to get up that Blink Dagger. He's only about 400 or 500 away from it now, so if he takes a few moments to farm up in the jungle, especially with the pace, pace of the game slowing down is what I was going to say, but Ocean's under attack in the middle lane. That feels a little unnecessary with the Golem, but it is going to act as a sort of battering ram for them to get in onto the tier 1 tower, so Duba was sort of thinking beyond just the pickoff there, as they are now going to be able to push onto that tier 1 tower and should take it down with the Golem taking up the shots.
Yeah, and we'll see how they decide to defend now their bottom side jungle. We see Bryle TPing in. He does need to be careful. The arena is up. He could go for the tornado onto Gunnar if he can guess correctly where it is, but if he whiffs it, this is going to feel pretty bad.
Ooh, he's not going to move in time to save the tower, but he does hit up Gunnar with the tornado as well as the cold snap, but there's going to be that Yule's offering the protection. The EMP, though, does still come through, so Gunnar not going to be really doing any damage here. There's going to be the arena from Brax, but it's not enough. Gunner still goes down. The stomp from the ET is going to sort of prevent Saberlight and Moonmeander from chasing any further, but at that point, kill that they wanted. Gunner gets taken down. It's unfortunate that they couldn't move in before the tier 2 tower falls, but that is still going to be a nice pickoff for them.
And I was wondering sort of why he was sticking around as long as he was, and just perfectly played from Bryle. Only has 1 point up in that Exhort, but the 4 levels in Quas, that Ice Wall really just completely slows you down, and you have to be careful when you use your Yule Scepters because you are just going to go get punished immediately by that. And it felt like he was a little bit disconnected from his ET. There wasn't any stomp save. There was sort of the arena coming out a little bit too late, and it did stop Saberlight from getting onto him, but still the avalanche was there. It was just that supplemental magic damage. And now for Zoomers, they shouldn't have to check themselves too hard, but they're going to continue to play in this bot lane. And without the arena, they definitely need to be a little bit careful. And this is all time that, while your Sammy Boy Naga is farming, this is also time that Tomato is farming on that Sven. And that Sven is definitely going to start showing up to these fights a little bit sooner.
Yeah, I think he just finished off his SNY here. Courier, yeah, bringing it out. So Sanjin Yasha picked up for Tomato, going to give him a nice bit of extra durability and damage to go along with the sort of Mask of Madness play. So Tomato could afford to get involved here a little bit early on compared to the Naga Siren, who still keep feeling kind of iffy. The Manta is going to be useful, but I don't know if that's the item that's enough for Sammy Boy to really push in. Maybe if his teammates set him up for an opportunity first, and then he can sort of come in later with the song, then he could be more involved. But feels like the Sven is hitting a bit of an earlier timing, as this is a very interesting TP from Ryle directly onto Gunner. Gunner does get the tower once again, but just like last time, he may end up losing his life here as he does get hit up by the Fatal Bonds into the Shadow Word, but no one's actually able to catch up to him. Ryle, no, not fast enough. Saberlight has the blink, but he can't quite cross that kind of distance in the time that they would need. So it's a nice play from 4 Zoomers. Last time, Gunner sticks around a little bit too long. Thought maybe he could get caught out again in that mid tower, but gets the tower, he backs off. Everything's going to be just fine for 4 Zoomers, although Undying are still sort of looking for this one. Tomato's got a DD rune, so he's either looking for a fight or potentially for an early Roche play here. I don't know.
Yeah, that's where he's heading.
Can they really sneak this, though? 4 Zoomers, if they catch wind of it, they could rotate into position, and it looks like Tomato's actually going to back off of it, at least for now.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to play into the hands of the Naga Siren. He knows that Sammy Boy is in this top side, and actually he sneaks his illusions over. They caught wind of that DD possibly, so see that he's not going to be doing anything like that. And Sammy Boy has been splitting up his farm a little bit to try and get into that top side of the jungle, maybe deny a little bit of the triangle to Tomato. But again, once you get this BKB on this Fen, you're going to start seeing him get way more aggressive, way more involved, try to really punish really everyone on the 4 Zoomer side. As Saberlight, he's been getting pretty farmed here, but he hasn't been able to find those very, very easy pickoffs. 4 Zoomers have been really syncing up nicely with their cores.
Yeah, that is sort of the interesting thing. Saberlight did get that Blink Dagger, I think maybe a minute or two ago, but we haven't really seen him take advantage of it just yet, as up in the top lane.
Yeah,
Moonmeander is just going to die here. He does throw down the ult, so Sammy is going to take a little bit of extra DOT afterwards, but it's not really enough to do him any harm, and there's no one on the side of Undying who is really going to get there in time. Tomato and Brawl sort of made their way up, but by the time they arrived, it was already sort of too late. Moon was dead, and Sammy Boy was already backing off, but all 3 cores now pushing their way into this north side jungle, so I mean, with this many heroes in the area, maybe they could look for something, but they don't have any guaranteed vision right now. They've sort of lost their eyes in this north side jungle, so I don't think Sammy's going to be in any real danger unless he's the one who sort of moves out of position. But you see Saberlight charging his way forward. He is going to drop the avalanche down onto an illusion, and at that point, I don't really think there's anything more they can do here. Undying are just going to back away. Dubu, well, he throws down a sentry, but I think that's in range of the sentry that 4 Zoomers already have, and nobody set up a actual obs ward up there.
Yeah, and with Rock, they do want to get a little bit more aggressive than they previously have been, and Bryle is the key hero that should be looking for Sammy Boy, but it feels like he's necessary in the team fight that has sort of been brewing bottom, where you show the Leshrac, you show the Mars, and something's got to happen. Something needs to be responded to, even though there isn't a tier 2 down here. And while 4 Zoomers haven't been able to really breach anywhere in the last few minutes, you do see items coming out. There isn't a Blink Dagger on this Mars Mars. He did decide to go for that Yule Scepter instead, but really neither team wants to engage, really risk losing the team fight as of yet. They want to wait for that double BKB timing on Undying, or for Zoomers, they just want to farm up, maybe make a smoke play here and there. They also want to just play a little bit slower. And here we go.
Yeah, pace of
This
play.
is the Orchid on Naga. It's a straight, it's feels a little bit atypical, but this could definitely work, especially versus the Invoker.
4 Zoomers pushing their way forward.
They got him. Dubu.
Not quite there in time. Dubu's going to drop the rock onto 3. There's going to be the jump in as well from Saberlight, but it's actually onto the back line. He was looking for Brax first, and they are going to do a pretty substantial amount of damage to him, but here comes Sammy in with the song. That's not actually going to affect further to the south, where Gunner was able to take down Moon Meander, so 4 Zoomers find the kill. The stomp comes in onto 2 as well, and it looks like they should be able to disengage here, yeah, relatively easily. So it does cost them the song, but I don't know. On the other side of things, you threw down that Chaotic Offering, and you really don't get a whole lot out of it if you're Undying.
Yeah, and really good song coming in from Sammy Boy. You retreat onto the high ground, you go back to that fortress that you were sort of able to make with that high ground vision, and while you do lose that vision pretty much instantly, you defended yourself, so you didn't throw away anything. That was your play. You tried to make it back to farming, back to business. You don't feel tanky enough, and really just Brax getting almost blown up there. Him only having 400 or 500 HP, it definitely felt a little bit scary, and that's where Undying, they might decide to now play near this Roche pit. They do have a Solar Crest on the Veno, and Tomato didn't use his God Strength before, so this Roche is now going to be the next contestant.
Alright, they're going in for it. Do 4 Zoomers suspect it? They certainly do now, as those illusions will march their way forward. So they know what's down, but the song is still down for about 50 seconds. That would have been really the biggest tool to just push in there, try and steal it for yourself. So now they've got to be a little bit more careful about how they approach this one. The illusions will continue to sort of push forward, looking for an opening.
Yeah, looking for the fight.
He doesn't want to wait, pushing in. Bryle is going to try to get some follow-up with the Tornado, as Brax did throw down the arena into the Spear Stump, and now here comes Tomato onto the back line. Yule Scepter, though, will lock him down, so he's not going to be able to push in just yet. But, well, this fight's really breaking apart, and Sammy, that's the wrong side. He is going to get stuck in the river. They're going to just jump, oh my god, directly onto him. They've got him. Sammy, I don't know what happened there. He gets so far out of position. Maybe it was the toss-back play, or it was just his own sort of positional mistake, but Sammy does get taken down. Bryle does end up falling in exchange, though, so 4 Zoomers will find that kill, and at this point, the God Strength is gone from Tomato, so I think if you're 4 Zoomers, you do successfully prevent the Roche attempt, but that's pretty costly to have to sacrifice the Naga Siren in that one.
Yeah, and it's just Sammy Boy caught on the low ground, pretty much in the exact same position as Bryle ended up getting caught. He just tried to get back to his team, sync up, gets punished for it pretty hard, but now you have that song, you have that ET still, so Tomato's actually going to waltz back into the pit, but they have to be incredibly careful, because 4 Zoomers, they can definitely take the fight. Even though they don't have the arena, that's up in 10 seconds. They just need to get over here.
But they're not in position. Yeah, that's going to be the downside. Sammy, though, is going to be respawning. We see the TPs coming in onto the outpost. They want to contest this. They're not willing to give it up without a fight. And back to the point you were sort of making, without the God Strength, they're not getting this fast enough.
They're going to try and song and kill it. They're going to try to steal it, but
it's got a lot of health still. I don't think they can get it in time, but Brax setting up with the arena, into the spear, into the Split Earth as well, and this is going pretty well for them. Dubu's already dropping low, Saberlight dropping as well, Roshan will go down, Sammy's going to be able to get the Aegis as well, and 4 Zoomers, they're in a pretty fantastic spot here as they're going to lock down Tomato as well. Can actually finish him off though, not just yet. Sammy though, starting to drop a little bit low on HP. He will be stunned up and taken down, but that Aegis is going to get him right back into the fight as Brax tries for the spear, does get the push back onto Tomato, but to a certain extent that actually kind of saves him. He is going to be able to fall back and get away as Sammy will turn his attention on to Moon Meander. They do bring the Venomancer down, and that is going to be a teamfight win for 4 Zoomers. That, I don't know, we were sort of talking about it. Undying, didn't really think it was a smart move to go back into the pit at that point, but they try to sneak it anyway. Sammy Boy respawns in time, and that song is absolutely perfect for 4 Zoomers.
And really key steals. He had the Tornado up from that Rubik. He was trying to be a little bit chaotic, almost got the Storm Hammer, but it was really just the incredibly clutch Yules coming in from Gunner, securing that Aegis onto Sammy Boy. If Sammy Boy doesn't get that Aegis, he dies in the pit, just flat out there. Then the fight probably turns onto Brax and Gunner, and that's where everything would go sour. But instead, now you use their cooldowns. Really, if Dubu gets that rock off, we're looking at a much different game. Unfortunately, it's just on the low ground, and he's got a Midas of him for his own, so that's a little bit into the Warlock, but really Ocean has been able to get sort of these key small plays. You see now he's got Plague Wards, so he's just going to be able to farm that little bit more. He's being really annoying on this Rubik, and if Undying's lineup isn't able to get objectives, they're not able to get things done, then 4Zoomers are going to be very happy to pick and choose their fights and just keep farming up.
Right, if they can just farm on the cores, wait for the song to be up every once in a while, then go in for a fight, that's exactly the pace of play that they want. And Undying recognizing now we can't really afford to let that happen. The 4-man smoke will come through. They're going to try and make some waves here as they are maneuvering their way towards that north side jungle. Moonmeander's already in position here near the top lane, so they're going to link up with him and look for the fight. And Sammy, that is a very questionable team. He's going to get directly in, and they're going to try and lock him down. The song is available, but can they actually find the kill in time? Sammy, he's not actually going to pop the song. He just walks away under the cover of his own BKB, and now they might turn. Does he want it though? Song would have to be used here, or maybe not. They're going to get down the arena into the spear stun. They've got the Sven. They've already picked up Moonmeander. Meanwhile, further to the north, and this fight is going absolutely horribly for Undying. This Sven not doing any damage. Tomato is just trying to run, but the song is going to lock them all down. All three heroes just sort of sitting here. There's no rock to bail them out, so Tomato gets locked down first. Ryle going to get hit up by the ensnare, rooted in place, finished off. Saberlight at least able to find the avalanche toss kill onto Ocean there, but this is not going to be enough, especially if he still gets caught out. He's trying to find a spot to get himself away, but he doesn't have TP for 15, and Brax is able to lock him down. Yule's into Spear. He will get the Tiny. Just completely locked in place. Husky even coming in with a stomp there at the end to make sure Saberlight wasn't going to pull any funny business. So 4 kills going their way. They have to sacrifice Ocean and Gunner, but still a clear-cut teamfight win for 4Zoomers as they begin to pull even further away here. An 8K lead for them at that 25-minute mark.
Yeah, and it felt like that initiation was already a little bit scuffed. They tornado the Stormhammer, so Sammy Boy just immediately falls down, doesn't have to worry about it, but beautiful bait from him. He has that BKB, he has this build that really you don't see coming, and they're keeping the feed train coming.
Oh man.
Both Dubu, they're both dead.
Taken down, and now, yeah, Dubu's going to get hit up as well. That silence comes out from Sammy with the Orchid, so I don't really think that the Warlock was going to be able to save himself anyway, but don't take any chances. Hit him up with that burn and secure 2 more kills as 4Zoomers. I mean, before it was just sort of teamfight wins going their way. Now they're going to start taking further control of the map. They could even, at least theoretically, try for the high ground push. And okay, they are going to go for it. This, actually, I was going to say feels a little bit risky, but really it doesn't. Saberlight, though, is going to push in. Maybe they can punish, but Gunner, no, he's not dead just yet. He's trying to get himself away. Multiple Yules is being used onto him, and I think Saberlight may get him. No, Slayer stun comes through. Tomato's not going to be able to catch up in time, so instead they'll turn their attention on Sammy. Can they bring the Naga down? They need to be able to lock him in place, and they do manage to do so. So Sammy Boy is dead. Saberlight does have to push far enough forward where he'll get taken down as well, but biggest kill on the map they could have possibly found there for Undying, and it prevents that push onto their tier 3 tower.
Yeah, he just got a little bit greedy. He really should have just had the song going, so that way the Sven didn't get his BKB off. He would have had to TP in and then start mashing it, and he didn't immediately BKB from Tomato, so there definitely would have been an easier play. Got a little bit greedy. His teammates were probably telling him, let's kill Tiny, and then you song, and then we get out, but no, Bryle. You know he doesn't have BKB.
Yeah, can they actually bring him down? Yeah, okay, wow. That was not nearly as sort of up in the air as I thought it was. They just burned through him. Gunner in there with the damage, and well, Bryle, I mean, I don't know. He just assumed that everyone from 4Zoomers had already cleared out, which I suppose is a fair assumption to make based on sort of how that last fight ended, but it just takes 2. Ocean and Gunner get back in there. Bryle was alone, and as you said, they knew he didn't have BKB back up, so when they push in, they find a quick and easy pickoff, and making maybe a minor mistake there, but the rest of the lineup are trying to push out that tier 2 top, so they're still trying for objectives here, hoping to make up for the death of their teammate, but they need to be careful as well. Sammy is TPing in, Brax has moved into position. You even see the Rubik sort of coming up through that north side jungle, so not a situation where they want to overstay their welcome as they're already backing away.
That's something where Bryle really needs to be careful. We might see slightly more defensive itemization. He's got the bots queued up because he does sort of need a farming item. He needs something that's going to let him get out on the map. Skipping that Midas does just mean you have less farm on this Invoker, and he'll definitely start to sort of sag behind. But with his teammates, it really is just rock, maybe toss. You don't have those defensive tools that we've seen some other lineups pick up. With that Abaddon, with the tree, with the Enchantress, those heals aren't there on the Undying side, so it just means that margin for error is that much higher, whereas for Zoomers, they are the damage, they are the danger, they are just going to push onto you, try to kill you as fast as they can, and really, it feels like now Undying have sort of missed their timing where they had that double BKB smoke that didn't end up working solely because of the bait from Sammy Boy, and this atypical Naga Siren build is really working out for him.
Yeah, you normally would sort of, I don't know, kind of just raise your eyebrows here if you see a Naga Siren pick up that Orchid, but it's worked pretty well, giving him the extra bit of sort of burn and lockdown to work with. But now,
they're
Sammy,
breaking on him.
He's got the BKB though. He's going to dodge out the stun. Actually, didn't quite dodge the stun with the Manta, excuse me, but he's going to be okay for now. Holding the BKB, teammates trying to sort of rush in as they get the stomp in onto the Invoker, but there's going to be that counter offering into the Poison Nova, but Bryle, he's still dropping low. He's got to try and get himself out of here, and Brax doesn't want to let him go, but now Brax doesn't have HP. He's going to be taken down. His TP will not complete, and 4 Zoomers.
Tomato.
Oh, they're going in onto Tomato. They will be able to bring him down. Saberlight tried to save the day there with the Avalanche Toss combo, but not only does he fail to sort of get those kills, he fails to save his teammate. Now he's dead as well. Gunner picks up the double, and Sammy says, okay, let's reset. Song of the Siren will be deployed to get eyes on Bryle, and they're going to go in onto that Invoker, quickly able to lock him down. And now if you're Undying, it's just the supports alive. They need to get as far away from this as they can, but the Yules will cancel the TP, and this Veno's dead. Moonmeander with nowhere to go.
And just caught without your BKB on the low ground. Tomato, he's working towards that AC, but it feels like now you have fallen behind so far from this Naga Siren, and all of the pressure is on Undying. If they're not able to kill those heroes in that 4 or 5 second timing, the fight just immediately turns on you, and they've really tanked up on the 4 Zoomer side where you have to be worried about getting kited. You have the Eternal Shroud, you have the Kaya Sanj on the Sledge Rack. Now he's going to go for, I suppose, an Octarine Core. And once you have these sort of supplemental items, you have a full Butterfly and Sammy Boy. You're really playing 1 or 2 steps behind the 4 Zoomer squads now if you're Undying, and this is where their lineup is really going to feel pretty awful. And that was with Brax going down in a pretty terrible position. And to his credit, Ocean has been finding all of these incredible steals. They've been the small annoying ones, but they've also just been, I stole Poison Nova, I got that onto 3 or 4 heroes. Now you have to worry about that once your BKBs tick down. And with these BKBs itemized so early, they just get another free top. But okay,
taken down, but Tomato, okay, he wants in. Sammy is dropping here, but he does still have the Song, and Tomato, he's running out of HP at this point already, so I don't know how much further he wants to take that, and now he may have gone too far. Husky's going to try to set up, but Bryle's able to sort of cut him off there before he can actually go in, so Tomato is going to be able to back off for now, and now Gunner is actually the one who's a bit too far forward, with Brax pushing in, dropping the arena into the Spear Stun. They've locked down Saberlight. Earth Splitter comes in to finish the job as Saberlight will fall, and now Bryle running out of time on the BKB. Yules will lock him in place. Gunner comes in for the Splitter Stun, and this Invoker, he's not going anywhere. The Ensnare even coming in from Sammy as he does drop the net, and Undying at this point, they just gotta stop these sorts of plays. They're trying to get in there, but every time they initiate, it seems like they're just digging that hole a little bit deeper for themselves, and you don't want to back off entirely, but what they're trying right now, these initiations, it's all just sort of backfiring on them massively.
And now immediately into the pit, Sammy Boy, he might need a little bit of help. He isn't the highest HP Naga Siren, but yeah, as soon as those BKBs tick out, you have to be cautious. You have to run away. You really don't have any options, and they're continuously finding these initiations. That was a perfect go from Bryle onto Husky. He had the tornado. He was going to be very obnoxious, but the big issue is Tomato does not have the Blink Dagger. He doesn't have the farm. He's not able to help that secondary jump, and now just going to be able to do a full reset. This is going to be a very hard game going forward. 20k gold lead now for 4 Zoomers. Undying, they need to sit back, farm. They need BKB on Tiny. They need an AC and a Blink Dagger on the Sven. They need so much farm now to keep their head above water, whereas I don't know if 4 Zoomers are going to give them that much time.
Well, they are going to jump in onto Brax, though, but a little bit missed time there. The Yules will be able to dodge out the Sunstrike, but they should still get the kill. Dubu, okay. He's going to throw down the ult for that one. They are going to be able to get in onto Ocean, so this should be 2 for them. The Rubik, he really doesn't have too many plays to make here, but he's still not dead yet, and the Song actually comes through, so he may not have the plays, but Sammy certainly does, as the Rubik
Gunner
just gets himself away from that fight. But now Gunner, well, he's kind of alone. He does pick Saberlight off, though, but now can he survive? He's got the cheese. There's no Song, but the reinforcements are coming, so they're going to try and turn this one into a fight as Tomato going to get snared up. He does have the BKB, though, but now Brax is in. Tomato forced to pop that BKB, trying to get onto Gunner. Needs 1 or 2 more right clicks. Not going to be able to get the job done, though. Sunstrike off the mark as well. And now that BKB, it's wearing off. The Sven's in trouble. He's trapped up by the Spear Stun, and he's just straight up dead here. There's so much damage and control from 4 Zoomers. Once the BKB is gone, the fight is over. There's nothing more for Tomato to do there, and they just fail to recognize that fact over and over again. Once the BKBs were off, they're still sort of stuck in the middle of it, and they don't have a way to extract themselves once 4Zoomers turn it around.
And for Zoomers, they're really just playing their hearts out. They're being so well with their cover. Now you have, wow, Gunner went 30% magic resistance. That's kind of wild, but yeah, I think Moon dead into the meat grinder. Nothing he can do. And now you just push high ground. You don't have to spend for 40 seconds. He wouldn't have God Strength even if he was alive. It is a little bit obnoxious with that upheaval, but at the same time, you have this Aegis still. Just what a good bait from Gunner, and those baiting plays, and yeah, okay, GG. They don't even want to play with it. They really just fell behind in every single aspect of their lineup. They weren't able to get those aggressive plays. They missed their double BKB timing. Man, 4Zoomers, there's a little bit of luck involved, I think, but the heads-up plays from Sammy Boy item-wise pretty much the entire game really spelled disaster for him. And I said a little bit earlier, we've seen this
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. To the Dire. Radiant's top tower is under attack. There appears to be some sort of magic at work. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. things. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is being attacked. Nobody's business.
My patience is ruined.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Pay very close attention. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. And yet, all is not. Dire's top tower is under attack. Team pick.
I'd say their biggest rival in the field right now. So we are going to be getting into that Game 2 draft. I am joined once again by ET, and ET for Zoomers taking the first match of this 2-game series. What can Undying do to try and bounce back and salvage the 1-1 draw here?
Ten seconds remaining.
Uh-oh. ET?
5 seconds remaining.
All right, hold on just a moment, folks. Some technical difficulties. Try and get ET back on.
Hello? You hear me?
All right, let's see if we've got him now. ET, you there?
Hello?
There
You got me?
it is. All right, sorry, folks. Some issues on that one, but we got ET back in. So, ET, we are hopping into that Game 2 draft. Already a couple picks in here so far.
Really, we're now seeing Undying, the team that really started us all off with this Viper meta, the first pick, feeling good. So hopefully we're going to be able to see them flex their muscles a little bit, see what's going to happen. At the same time, for Zoomers, now being on that Radiant side, having that second pick, we've got the Morph Willow, we've got it on the board, something that a lot of teams beforehand weren't letting them really get ever. They were always banning out this Gunner Morphling first phase, and then immediately after they see the AA picked up on the Undying side, trying to counter it out, puck ban. They're not going to deal with both of them. We've seen 4Zoomers really have that, they just won't deal with the puck. They will not play Morphling into puck, and that's pretty much the only place they draw the line. The last time we saw this matchup, we did see iAnnihilate absolutely work him. Whenever he was on the Viper, it was like 27-12, and then into 32-22, something crazy like that. Gunner had an absolutely terrible time, but you get that Aghanim Scepter, it feels like nothing happened, nothing mattered, because you become that Dark Willow, you do so much damage, everything turns on its head, and that's where Undying, you have to sort of have the tools now to deal with that, because Viper, while perfect versus it in lane, once you end up in that situation, you're just another hero for that Morphling to mow or lawnmower down. So we'll have to see something coming out from Saberlight, something coming out from Bryle that are really going to be able to match up versus this Morphling a little bit better, because if either of those players end up on that Viper and one of them sort of has to tank it at this point, the other has to be incredibly adept at dealing with it.
In the meantime, well, we move into
10 seconds
the second phase of the bans. As you said, 4Zoomers taking away that puck, Undying focusing in on Beastmaster and Juggernaut. So kind of spreading the bans out a little bit here. They're assuming that it's probably going to be Gunner on that Morphling, which seems fair enough. And we even see now the Visage being banned away. That's a hero Sammy Boy pulled out. I think it was just the one time in this event, but it was unbelievably strong in that game. So Undying really sort of reaching, well, maybe not reaching too far here, but looking for some of those alternate picks, some of those sort of differing strats that we've seen from 4Zoomers in the past. They don't necessarily want to get caught off guard by anything too, I guess cheesy would be the word to use here. So the Visage will be taken away.
And you just don't want to give him that opportunity with last pick. Last time we saw him synced up as well, it was the Morphling and the Visage where he got that very early Orchid. And again, it was versus a Viper where Visage plays pretty well versus the Viper. You're not really too mobile. As soon as you get Grave Chilled, you're way too slow to run away from that Visage. You get stunned up by the birds. He has a little bit too much damage, and at the same time, you're all DOT. You have to deal with that Gravekeeper's Cloak. Nothing feels good if you end up being that Viper. So we'll have to see what position it ends up going in, because they do have that AA already, so slotting in Dubu's hero. So really, to match the sort of aggressive opening that 4Zoomers are running with in this game, Undying have had to give up that flexibility that usually we like to see them have, as well as getting just their comfort heroes banned out, Enchantress, Nyx Assassin, both heroes that they had done previously incredibly well. And now picking up the Mars, we're seeing again a very textbook draft coming in from the 4Zoomers.
Yeah, the Mars, something that Brax is just going to be straight up sort of comfortable using in this context, gets them that sort of initiating power, and just generally speaking, one of the sort of stronger heroes right now for them to work with. So 4Zoomers trying to keep it simple, trying to get something that they know is going to be reliable for them, for sure.
Yeah, and with that Mars, it's assured, especially versus the Viper. We saw it last time versus the Invoker, where you get that level 6, you play versus the immobile hero, it's just free. You get the Spear, you get the Rebuke, there's not much you can do about it. We'll see if he gets that Orb of Corrosion like we saw in that last game, and there aren't that many safe laners that feel fantastic versus it, especially with this combo. Maybe we see the Ursa, maybe we see something else come out. So we're going to see the Earthshaker now coming out from Undying. This feels a little bit like a deny pick, even though we've previously seen Ocean more or less always end up on that Dark Willow. You don't want to give him 2 morph targets, even though now you sort of did give him a morph target because you are playing against that Shaker. So Gunner, really all the options are available to them. However, in the scant games we have seen this Earthshaker picked up, we've seen it picked versus heroes like the Morphling, like the Puck, where you do have to be very cautious, especially with the AA. You can definitely die during that Fissure incredibly quickly.
Now, always something that they're going to have to be a little bit concerned about, and we've seen it, as you said, in the past. The Earthshaker is really just good at sort of catching you off guard, being that hero that's perfect for, I guess, almost a sort of ambushing-like strategy. So Undying could look to get a little bit sneaky in terms of how they approach dealing with this Morphling for now, with that Earthshaker pickup. Meanwhile, for 4 Zoomers, looking at the 4th pick here, do they risk taking something along the lines of Sandboy's hero right now? No,
ET
they'll
again.
go for the ET instead. All right. So locking down that second support, Husky did a pretty solid job with it in game 1, so why not run it back with the same hero?
Yeah, he had those 3 4-man stomps that really felt crucial. Of course, now you're not going to have that setup with the Song of the Siren, which was just beautiful team play in that previous game, but the value of that ET is definitely still there, especially versus Viper. It feels like as the picks go on for Zoomers, this Viper's game gets worse and worse and worse, and it's something that you'll always need to be careful of. You're gonna need to get 4 staffs, you're gonna need to get an early BKB. If you get hit up by that stomp, we just kept on seeing the stomp into spear combo where you catch these heroes that do have BKBs off guard. They don't press it because they know, or maybe they don't even see it. The stomp just comes through, it lands, it feels awful, and now with that Earth Splitter, you might be able to kill sort of before you hit that Ags timing on the Morph. And okay, we're seeing the Lycer. We saw this before picked up versus the Mars. It's really annoying, but it's another Morph target. It's another thing that this Morphling can sort of turn into. So really, Undying, it feels like they're sort of all-inning on these lanes. They need to dumpster for Zoomers and get a huge lead there. Otherwise, it feels like for Zoomers might just hit that 20-minute timing. And we saw last time with the Morph World, they hit that 20-minute timing and turned it into a 27-minute victory. So I'm a little bit scared for really both teams here, especially Undying.
Yeah, a little bit strange to a certain extent to see Undying sort of going so heavily, I suppose, into this kind of strat. It does have some serious drawbacks, but on the other side, you know, if it works, they're going to be looking pretty good, and they're going to have 4 Zoomers on the back foot. So Undying maybe taking more of a risk this time around compared to game number 1, which to a certain extent, I suppose, is sort of understandable. In game 1, their lineup wasn't really able to get the sort of milestones that they wanted. So they feel like the risk could be worth the reward here, and we'll have to wait and see whether or not they're correct as we get into that final phase of the bans. Undying removing both the Faceless Void and the Razor, so at this point they well and truly are convinced the Morphling is going into Gunner's hands, which, as we said before, does seem like the fairest assumption to make. Meanwhile, for 4 Zoomers, banning away the Enigma first, then the Storm Spirit, so splitting the bans a little bit in that final phase. They weren't 100% sure where the Viper was going to go in that instance.
Yeah, and Storm would have been a perfect pick. Again, it's that hero that lets you get onto the Elder Titan, onto the Dark Willow, burst them off at the beginning of the fights. Paired with the AA as well, it gives you a little bit of kill potential onto that Morphling. And they split the bans mainly because A, Saberlight Enigma, but B, even though this lane isn't going to be great for Gunner if the Viper does end up going there, you don't want to allow that flexibility to Undying. And now they have to sort of make the call. They only have 20 seconds left. They need to either get Saberlight on that Blink Stunner, on that secondary initiator, but can't be too greedy because you do have that Shaker in the game where he's gonna need a lane to fall back on. He's going to need to find somewhere to find that blink, so it's a hard hero to kind of pull out of thin air. We'll have to see what they end up going for. Oh, the Night Stalker. Okay,
we have seen absolutely zero of this hero to this point in the event, and Undying will bust it out here in that offlane position, which I will say I've been hearing, you know, through the grapevine, through some Twitter posts, etc., that offlane Night Stalker is sort of maybe picking up a little bit of momentum and popularity, but this is going to be the first time for quite a while where we're actually going to see it deployed. So we'll see what Saberlight can do here, but that feels like they're going even further down the road of sort of all-inning in the early stages of this game. That Night Stalker, very much a hero that is sort of momentum based. If you don't get too much done in those first couple of sort of nighttime rounds, then this hero doesn't do fantastically sort of playing from behind.
Yeah, and once you get that Blink Dagger, then you can really start to get aggressive and I was gonna say the only issue with showing this Night Stalker is it isn't that mic drop hero. You don't get to maybe bait them into a sort of poor matchup where Sammy Boy, it's a freebie. And now you have that Naga again, you have that ET setup. It feels like they're just running it back, except this time, instead of having that Leshrac, you've got this Gunner Morphling. And while that does mean you have a little bit of a more difficult time playing onto those towers, you don't have that edict, you won't, maybe aren't going to see the Force Zoomers get that much more aggressive in the off lane, as we saw that 11-12 minute T2 in the previous one. It feels like they are exactly happy with what they have. Sammy Boy is going to have a very free time. There isn't much that Moon Meander and Saberlight can do. That lane really doesn't hold a candle to the Naga Siren. At the same time, the mid lane is going to be rough for Gunner. We're going to have to see how much he gets shut down this time around. Hopefully he'll be able to start maybe with a little bit more regen, doesn't get sort of locked out of that bottle timing that we saw in that last game. So I think we're probably going to see a better game from him as well. And Undying, if they miss their timings, they get those blink daggers 5 minutes a little bit later than they otherwise would, this game is going to just devolve into a much rougher one. And for Zoomers, again, they have to pick and choose their fights. They have to get something done with this Brax Mars. We've definitely seen them get shut out. But if they accomplish anything, if they win those few early team fights where Undying should, and Undying are the ones taking risks whenever they do take those team fights, then for Zoomers, they don't need to win a lot of battles to sort of win the war here. And they might just farm it up. They might just go AFK in lanes.
Yeah, and a similar strategy sort of played out in their favor in game one. So feels like a similar blueprint for them here in this second match, but we'll see if Undying can sort of disrupt that plan, shake things up enough to get the edge on their opponents. It's going to be very much a scenario in which they've got to sort of get themselves going fairly quickly. So with that in mind, we do load into the second match here, and we'll see how the early aggression works out. As we sort of said before, they really do need it for Undying. It just feels so risky for them to go for this strategy, but you got to go for it, right? High risk, high reward. They're looking to salvage that 1-1 draw here, and if it works out, they're going to be feeling pretty good, and they're going to be looking pretty smart. So with that, we get this underway, taking a look at some of the sort of early maneuvers here. Nobody's getting too far forward. The Earthshaker really the only one pressing in is Moon. Ooh, that's a bit unfortunate. Drops down the Obs Ward in clear vision of the earlier Obs put down by 4 Zoomers. So they know that's there. They should be able to take it down fairly quickly, and that is going to be eyes taken away and a little bit of extra money to the 4 Zoomer side once they actually pick it off.
And we'll see if they decide to give it to Gunner. Yeah, they are going to give it to Gunner. Sentry gets flown out. Now it's going to be up to them to sort of deny the ward. If Gunner or anyone walking over with that Sentry make it a little bit too obvious, then we have seen sort of the deny come out. But looks like now Gunner just going to have a little bit more of an advantage, making his way towards that bottle a little bit faster. And I'm very glad this time around he started with the salve. Last time we saw him play this Morph mid versus the Viper, it was just the tangos, and while you do have that little bit much more gold towards that bottle, if you get zoned off that wave a little bit too hard, do the walk of shame, walk back to base, don't have enough gold for bottles still, it can definitely feel awful. So getting himself a little bit more ready for the matchup this time.
Yeah, doesn't want to get sort of completely annihilated the way that he did before, although I don't know. Beyond that point, the recovery was still okay for him, but you don't want to have to put yourself in that position in the first place. So with that in mind, we get the laning stage underway. We'll see just how aggressively Bryle wants to play here right now. Early point up in the corrosive skin, so not exactly going to be walking his way forward with the poison attacks, but he and Gunner are looking to sort of trade some damage early, but I don't really think this is going to matter too much, especially once Gunner sort of gets that bottle out to him.
Yeah, and we've seen Bryle do this before, especially versus the Wind, where you just don't want to take trades, you don't want to hit him. Of course, Gunner can decide not to hit him, but you can't really do that. It's the other strategy, of course, is you just get the Nether Toxin, you try to double wave them, so then you have creeps hitting them, and you have that first level up in poison attack. But Bryle's valuing his mana. We really won't see him go ham up until he gets that second point in the poison attack. That's when this lane really becomes pretty horrid for Gunner, and then he's going to need to rely on that bottle regen, on the bounty rune and water runes. Otherwise, there really isn't enough HP for this morph.
Yeah, so the lane is still going to suck for the Morphling. There's really no getting around that, but at least for now, he's going to be not quite as far behind until the Viper sort of gets those levels up, as Tomato should be reconnecting here, and it looks like we are quickly ready to get back underway. So we had some similar problems back in game 1, but none of those pauses really took more than probably 30 seconds at the most. So once again, we're back into it, and looking down to this sort of bottom lane here, Samuel Boy once again on the Naga Siren. He was so just incredibly sort of solid for them in game 1, and well, this time around he may have to be maybe a little bit more careful. Moon Meander and Saberlight are obviously going to try to put in some early pressure onto him, but as long as he can sort of stay safe, stay back, and have Husky just sort of run interference for him, it feels like it's going to be more of the same for him farm-wise.
Yeah, and his lane is a lot safer, to be honest, just because you don't have to worry about that Gale, you don't need to worry about the magic burst. It's that 5-minute timing where how many levels were they able to amass on these two? Is Saberlight going to be level 5? Is Moon Meander going to be level 3? And so small tick-ups that are going to end up mattering. And something that they were lacking in that previous game was sort of the vision, the ability to find that Naga in the jungle. While you did have Bryle on that Invoker, it never felt like he was able to get aggressive up in Sammy Boy's jungle and sort of make his life a little bit harder. But now you have the Night Stalker, you literally have the vision, you've got fantastic sight, so hopefully they're going to give this Naga a little bit of a run for her money.
Yeah, we'll have to sort of see how much Saberlight can do here. He is holding a skill point at the moment, so not really sure if he wants to go in for that Crippling Fear, or if it's just going to be sort of building up the Hunter in the Night passives for when that nighttime rolls around. His middle lane, Gunner, gonna get sort of stunned up there initially. It's a decent attempt from Moon Meander, but not actually going to be enough. The Morphling simply TP'd himself back, but now he has to sort of manage his health a little bit here. Goes Max Agi to pop the bottle charges, and he should be okay here. Bryle's sort of pushing forward, but not really in a position to immediately sort of threaten his laning opponent. But up in the top lane, Rax ends up getting taken down. Ocean wants in for the final last hit onto Dubu, but he's not going to be able to get it. Dubu draws first blood, and now Ocean, well, no, okay, he's not going to be in trouble. Tomato wasn't actually going to chase after him that far, but that's still first blood to Undying. Very nicely done, taking down the Mars as well. Kind of one of the harder heroes to track down this early on in the game.
Yeah, and you don't even have the Orb of Corrosion, you don't have too many aggressive abilities, you don't even have the level 2 Cold Feet or Chilling Touch. It just felt like he got a little bit too low there. You see him buying up a new set of tangos, and he wasn't able to finish off that Orb of Corrosion in as fast as a manner as he otherwise would have liked to, so he doesn't have that extra HP coming in from the fluffy hat. So honestly, he doesn't have that much armor either, so it makes sense why he went down. Just a little bit too greedy.
A bit too far forward, and that's all it's going to take right now is Dubu. Okay, walking into the bramble there, taking a little bit of damage, but Brax wasn't exactly in a position to follow it up. He did have the spear, but I don't think he would have had the angle for any sort of actual latch unless he pushed relatively far forward there. So it's a nice play from the Dark Willow. It's not going to be enough to set up for a kill though, but over in the middle lane, Gunner might be in some trouble here. He gets stunned up by Moon Meander, a couple poison attack stacks in onto him, but not enough for the kill, and now Husky just sort of coming in to bully Moon Meander away. Not going to let him sort of set up entirely in that lane, and really in all of that, Gunner was still able to get the water rune for himself. So it's another nice attempt from Moon Meander, but it still hasn't been enough. He's gone at it like, what, twice I think now in this lane, and hasn't been able to really secure it, but now he's going to give it a third go, wrapping his way around. But yeah, Husky's going to spot him out again here, so this really is not going to work the way he wants it to.
And all the way back then when they did place that ward, Moon Meander at least will get that, but they have been aware of these Earthshaker rotations pretty much the entire time. And actually Gunner, he's fine. Getting a little bit aggressive, but yeah, this is just sort of the lane. Brow is trying to be incredibly efficient. We've seen him drag the wave over to his small camp a few times now. He's been farming Gunner's small camp as well, but at the end of the day, this Morphling is not getting shut down nearly as much as we saw before. They're really just able to get their levels, and Brow does need to be cautious whenever Gunner does hit level 6. That's when the Morphling can really turn the matchup on its head. You put the Nether Toxin onto the Viper, and then he says, uh-oh, what's going on here? I don't like this, and you're not really mobile enough to run away from that Morphling just because you don't really itemize too heavily into boots, to be honest, either. We'll probably see a wand coming out for him in a sec here in top. Yeah,
able to make it happen there. Brax gets away with about 30 HP after the Cold Feet was put onto him, but He's able to walk out of the radius, doesn't get hit up. Meanwhile, Ocean, with that Shadow Realm, was able to get the last little bit of damage in onto Dubu. So they will keep Brax safe. They find themselves a kill. It does push that Mars, though, all the way out of lane. He's got to go all the way back to base to heal up, but he is still holding on to that P scroll, so he could return to the lane fairly quickly as his teammate was able to sort of clean things up for him.
Yeah, and now Husky rotates mid. Bryle, he's trying to be aggressive. He's got the level 6 advantage. He's still 2 more creeps away on Gunner. He's probably going to get it here in just a moment, but the Invis rune, oh, it's going to scout out Moon. Okay, this play's dead now.
Sentry spots him, and yeah, Moon's got to leave. He does still have the stun, though, so he should be able to get out of here as we see another pause. This one comes at an awkward time as Dubu, well, he's just kind of pushing forward. Might be part of the reason why. Okay, no, says it's a Discord issue, but Dubu is now here in the lane. So there's 3 heroes from Undying grouping up here onto a very, very low HP Morphling, but you do see the TP coming in now from that Dark Willow. They're bringing reinforcements. We've got about 3 heroes from each side now just chilling in that middle lane, and they're going to look for the fight. Curse Crown coming through, going to lock Dubu down. Does Gunner really want to do this, though? If he goes in, he still doesn't have a lot of HP, so he's got to be incredibly careful. Moon, though, comes in with the Fissure, blocking off Husky's escape, so they may not be able to get the Morph, but they should be able to run down the ET here, although with the boots, just that little bit faster, he's going to go for the TP away, and Undying can't cancel it.
Yeah, and really nothing ventured, nothing gained for the Undying side. Unfortunately, Bryle, he had that salve going. He wasn't able to tank enough for that cart to stay alive. If that cart stays alive, maybe this mid tower takes another 500 or 600 damage, but at least you force Gunner back to the base. At the same time, though, it's nighttime for Saberlight, and he was not able to rotate. He had to walk all the way back home, and leaving the Night Stalker versus the Naga Siren just means Sammy Boy gets these free levels. He gets this free time. And this is where this is going to be sort of problematic, because we saw in that previous game just how well he was able to play around his team, and you can't come back to this lane. You see Moon trying, but just already level 4 in the mirror image, he takes so much damage.
Sammy, he's honestly going to be just fine at this point. You take a look at the net worth for him, he's sitting at the top, so more of the same based on what we saw from game 1. He is going to be doing fantastically for himself, and Undying, they've still got time, but we haven't really seen that pressure that we were sort of anticipating from them with the lineup that they've gone for. So this is where things are going to get a little bit dicey for them. They need to sort of take advantage of upcoming opportunities. Otherwise, this lineup's not going to do fantastically playing from behind. Is Bryle going to be able to dodge out the stomp? Here comes Gunner, morphing himself in. Gunner, though, is losing that fight.
Yeah, he got greedy. Now, Husky, Saberlight's here. Got the Void. Also has the Dark Ascension.
Should just be able to push his way in. The stomp comes through, though, and Husky, well, he's not dead yet, but there's going to be the Ascension. Saberlight wants it, but the Curse Crown's going to lock him down, so Husky's actually presumably going to get away. He's all the way back into the base already, so Undying not quite able to pick that one up. They do still get the kill onto the Morph, though, so in that case, things are still going to be relatively solid for them as they were able to win that 1v1 with the Viper, but a bit of a missed opportunity there to find that secondary kill.
Yeah, and Gunner immediately just going to TP back mid. It feels a little bit sad. We do see him going now for that Hood of Defiance, just making sure he has that little bit of magic resistance, a little bit of a buffer, so he doesn't go down again. But really, a solo kill from Bryle. He had nobody in the vicinity, so this is going to propel that Viper even further ahead, and he's going to go for that Boots of Travel build first. So this is going to be a very farmed Viper, and I'm hoping that we're not going to see him go for that BKB too early. Ooh, going down top. Brax has been alone for a while. Even though Dubu was mid, you're in a 1v1 situation versus the Nakes, so Tomato just has that few more levels, and this is definitely not a good matchup for the Mars.
Yeah, he's been sort of struggling to this point. Second death here in the sort of laning stage, but he's going to be able to return to the lane relatively soon, and Ocean is here to sort of back him up. So I think the next time around, he's going to have enough backup where Tomato won't just be able to sort of push directly and onto him. So that could get the Mars into a slightly better position, as they're actually going to drop the Curse Crown onto him. But Tomato's so far back now that that's really not going to matter. He doesn't even pop the Rage to dodge it, just going to eat that stun, and knows that Brax and Ocean won't be sort of charging in after him. But speaking of charging, we do see a bit of a group up down on the bottom lane. They want in onto Sammy Boy. Bryle wasn't able to get off the Viper Strike, though. I think he started that channel but lost the vision, and now he's in some trouble. Those illusions are going to do a fair bit of damage to him, and yeah, that Viper is going to back himself away. So it's about a 3-man rotation down to the bottom lane, and they really don't get much of anything. Sammy Boy does have to sort of chill out under his tower for a little bit, but I think he's going to be okay with that overall if it means that he survives this. But Undying are going in again. They want to go for a second attempt.
But it's daytime. You don't have the Dark Ascension for 15 seconds. It
While
doesn't
mid
really matter.
Dubu is getting run down here. Shadow Realm proc comes in. It's not enough damage though, and the stomp actually misses as well. So Dubu is going to be able to get himself away, but Gunner, he wants in for the fight. He's trying to push onto Brile, not able to get the kill initially, and now this is not a great situation. The Morph is going to have to back himself off. He's already starting to shift towards strength a little bit, trying to heal up. While Saberlight, well,
nice.
TP's in. They get the nice stun down there. That is going to cancel Ocean's TP, and they should be able to take him down as the Willow will fall. So overall, that one gets a little bit weird. Dubu very nearly taken down. Gunner then pushes on to Brile, can't get the kill. And at the end of the day, it's only going to be the Dark Willow who's taken down, but now Gunner, I want to be careful here. The Ice Blast is coming in. It's off the mark, but they're still going to go for it. They hit him up with the Void into the poison attacks. Gunner has the wave for him, but Saberlight will continue to chase, but now the Adaptive Strike will push him back. So they knew they only had a little bit of time left before the sort of daybreak came in again, so they try to make a move. It's not going to work, and now Husky wants to punish. He goes in with the stop, connecting onto two. Brax needs it, but he's not going to get it just yet. That stun from Moonmeander locks him down, so Saberlight is trying to get away, but I don't think he makes it out. Gunner waveforms forward, goes in for that Agi adaptive, and Brax is able to sort of throw out the spear there to do the last little bit of damage, although actually no, it's Husky who got in a right click for the kill. But big pickoff for the side of Four Zoomers. Saberlight tries to rotate in. He even committed the ult earlier on in that fight and doesn't really get what he wants and gets taken down as well.
And it is mildly unfortunate. Saberlight just barely got the crippling fear up, but oh boy.
Ocean.
Just Echo Slam. Ocean is gone.
Moonmeander able to set that one up. I mean, yeah, it's maybe not the biggest echo in the world, but it will net them the kill, and this early on, 12 minutes, there's not going to be a blink or anything even close to it, so you're not really saving that for any sort of massive team fight play. So better to commit it there, get the kill that you know you can get. 5-2 in Undying's favor as they're trying to sort of maybe build up a little bit of momentum here. But while all this is going on, Sammy just keeps on farming. He's in the jungle. He's already got himself the Yasha, looking for the SNY as his first major pickup.
Yeah, and that's something that really the Lifestealer is never going to be able to contest with. He's making his way towards a Maelstrom. Once he has it, it'll sort of fix the matchup just a little bit, but there's never a situation where this Lifestealer is going to feel too confident. It's very similar to this Fen where you need that armor item, you need some supplemental really just items to make the matchup feel a little bit better. And as soon as you've seen Sammy Boy TP up here, he's already claimed the enemy offlane tower just because of how early on Saberlight had to sort of rotate out. And now I feel like the rest of Four Zoomers are just going to rally around him, and there's not much you can do if you're on the Undying side. And not even mentioning this sort of ticking time bomb that is going to be this Aghanim Scepter coming out on the Morphling. So really, Undying, and looking at Moonmeander specifically, you are not getting that Blink Dagger, you're not rushing it, you have this Soul Ring, so they're sort of all in on making the next maybe 5 minutes work out for them. The next nighttime is going to be huge, and if they aren't able to get really sort of these objectives finished out, claim this claim Sammy Boy's tower, maybe try and get some team fight going top, then the game is just going to stall out into, I think, a Four Zoomers victory.
Yeah, and this is what we were worried about looking at this draft for Undying. They were going to be so dependent on needing to sort of get these early victories that if they don't get them, they're really just sort of, well, optioning away their future here, as we do see Gunner pushing in, looking for the kill on the Saberlight. Dark Ascension, though, will be used to get him out of the fight. Meanwhile, Brax trying to track down Dubu here. He needs maybe a little bit more damage, but not going to be able to get it just yet. Husky, though, look at him just go. He's pushing in. Dubu will be taken down, and Brile ends up falling as well back towards the middle lane, as Gunner does finally sort of win that man fight, but he is dangerously low on HP. The shifting is not actually getting him any further HP now, but he is going to be able to back away, and Four Zoomers, they're just going to clean this one up. Moonmeander dead, Saberlight gone, 4 heroes down, and no one dead for Four Zoomers themselves. They just completely clean sweep that one, excuse me, and that was the play. That was what Undying needed. That was their moment, and it all sort of falls apart on them.
And it was another Dark Ascension wasted. It is Dubu. Maybe if he hits on the Gunner, he still is going to be fine, I think. Doesn't shift over towards those strength treads. But it really feels like now, okay, if you mess up your next nighttime, you're going to be on the back foot for the next 10 minutes, because during all that time, that was a 4v5. Or really, I guess it did end up being a 4v4. Tomato didn't make a rotation, which I'm a little bit sad to see. Yeah, okay.
This was a little greedy for
song.
him. Yeah, okay. There we go. The song is going to be the sort of get out of jail free card, but he's not leaving. His teammates are coming in. They're looking for this. They get the stomp down. Oh, no, they don't. The timing is a little bit off. That is very unfortunate. Husky really
now
very rarely makes those
punished.
sorts of mistakes. And now, yeah, Sammy's in trouble. There's no more song, but that's not a complete block up with the fissure. So Sammy is falling back. The Echo coming out for Moon, gonna connect onto the two supports, but neither one of them will be taken down yet. And for Zoomers, I mean, Sammy's pushing back in, but that's a bad idea. He still doesn't have any HP to work with here, so he really does need to sort of back off and heal up here while Undying. I mean, they're trying to push further forward. They do have the Infest play, so the Lifestealer could sort of bounce out here and try to do some damage, but who's really the best target for them? They're eyeing up Brax and Ocean right now, but they're not really committing for it. Instead, they're just going to look for the tower, as that's a much easier target for them to lock down. Although, they still haven't gotten it just yet. Four Zoomers looking like they want to regroup. Sammy Boy went all the way back to the base and did heal up, but instead of TPing up to the top lane, he actually TPs down bottom.
Okay,
so it won't happen for this fight now. Brax gonna look for the TP home. Can he get himself out of here? He's trying, but he won't quite make it.
And that is the mistake that they need to punish. This is the tower they need to grab. Now they should focus all of their attention on the mid lane. They have their ability sort of coming back up once they have this Ice Blast. Gunner, while he does have that hood, still needs to be pretty careful if he's not able to get that shift off. But I'm still looking at this Blink Dagger on Moon, and it's not coming out. We're not going to be seeing it till probably around 20 minutes. And maybe a little bit longer.
There's going to be the Earth Splitter out as Moon Meander is going to get hit up, dropped low, taken down, and yeah, that's going to delay the progress on that Blink Dagger even further, as Gunner's going to be able to pick up the kill. And for Zoomers, well, they're playing this one out pretty well so far. 2K net worth lead for them, and as you said, this next upcoming nighttime, or at the time the upcoming night, was going to be important for them. We're into that nighttime right now, and they're really not doing quite as much as they need to, as Dubu will be taken down. Gunner just going to start shifting towards strength. He should be just fine. He's holding onto the waveform even, so really there's not a whole lot that they're going to be able to do as Gunner falls back, picks up the Invis Rune. Ocean, though, is under attack, but there's going to be that Shadow Realm proc keeping him safe, at least for the time being. But Saberlight pops the Ascension. He wants in. The Void will be deployed, but the stomp, nope, canceled by the silence. Ocean taken down. Can they get the tower here as well? The Glyph is going to be deployed defensively, so they're not going to be able to burn through it just yet. And Gunner, this might be a little bit risky. He's pushing his way forward into about 3 or 4 enemy heroes, so I think he just wants to back away, but that will get Undying the tower. So maybe they're not finding the massive kills that they need, but they at least get a pick off there onto a support, and they've taken another tier 1. So they're getting something. I just don't know if it's really enough for them at the moment.
And really, now that we're going to sort of appear in that lull, Undying just need to keep running at you. They need to keep finding these kills. And for Zoomers, they need to not crumble. And actually, Brax, he's not going to get clipped by the Ice Blast, but
Moonmander locks him down there with the fissure, so they will be able to find that kill. But elsewhere on the map, Sammy found himself a bit of a solo kill onto Dubu, as the Ancient Apparition was too far, I believe, into that sort of south side jungle area. So it is going to be a sacrifice, a 1-for-1 there, but the core for support trade goes in Undying's favor. So once again, they just sort of inch their way further and further towards maybe pulling even at this point. But Gunner over in the middle lane, he is going after the tower, and Saberlight actually can't do anything to him. Gunner just ignores the right clicks and takes the tower.
And even though Brax has given him 2 kills top, and it looks like Ocean needs to be a little bit careful here. But even though you are losing the Mars, he is dying once or twice in positions where you want to be getting active with that arena. Gunner is having an outstanding performance. He's really making all the plays he needs to. He's the big reason why they got that double kill just a few moments ago. Now that he's level 12, it's a 100-second cooldown instead of a 140-second cooldown on the morph. And as we sort of talked about in draft, there are just so many morph targets. And Sammy
able to get himself away there with the Song of the Siren. It was a nice little sort of wraparound play from Undying. They had 2 heroes in from the east, and Saberlight was sort of making his way through the river, but the Song pretty much breaks all that up. But at this point, Sammy does now have to be careful. With the Song down, he isn't going to have that same sort of bailout play. So he rotates into the jungle, and Undying, rather than chase after him, are going to look for Husky. They do hit him up with the fissure into the Ice Blast here. They'll cancel out the stomp with the silence in from Saberlight, that crippling fear AoE. Going to work towards sort of locking Husky down, and they do find the kill. But this is sort of the thing we were talking about earlier on. They're only finding kills onto some of these smaller heroes. So right now, they need to sort of keep up the aggression. If they're not finding the sort of bigger fish, then they need to sort of just constantly be picking off the sort of support duo right now, as they are beginning to rotate their way down bot. Sammy, he's currently here by himself, but he's going to TP.
Yeah, he's out. They know he doesn't have the Song, and Moon is just 1 step behind. And he is getting slightly closer to that Blink Dagger. Once you get this tower, it is going to feel a little bit better. But yeah, Undying, they have to continue to play very objective based. They have to get everything off of the little advantages they are receiving. And again, we're sort of ending up in that situation where you have this BKB on Saberlight, you're going to have this BKB on Bryle, and it's the same timing in the last game. And if those BKBs don't pan out, Four Zoomers have a better lineup in pretty much every single way. If they can avoid that timing, and Gunnar has his Aghanim Scepter pre-20 minutes into the game, this game is going to get very, very scary. We might see them just even dodge out these fights up until those BKBs and that Blink Dagger are finished, because this is scary. You don't want to be fighting into this Morphling. He has so many Morph targets, it's going to feel pretty terrible. And Moon...
Yeah, he is.
Everybody's coming, though.
Well, he's buying some time with the Echo, but that's not going to be enough. Ocean will still bring him down. Saberlight actually ends up getting clipped there by the Earth Splitter as well, so he's dead. Ocean will fall, but at this point, Four Zoomers are okay with that. They're not okay with that, though. Gunnar not managing the HP as Tomato and Bryle are able to get in onto him. They will be able to find that kill. That's a pretty big one, but now Tomato, he's in trouble. Going to get hit up by the Stomp. The Orchid's on him as well to keep him from really popping anything to save himself there. The Infest was available, but with the stun into the silence, he's unable to get it off, and Four Zoomers will take that fight. So 4-for-2 trade in their favor, but that death on Gunnar really didn't feel like it was necessary. So Undying at least sort of extract a toll.
I'm not sure if he thought he was ice blasted. He didn't even try for the morph, so I don't know what was going on there, but this is what I was sort of terrified of. You didn't want to give up your tier 2, you used the glyph, you had this ability on Moon Meander, you popped the Echo, you at least have the Blink Dagger now, but they TP into the Meat Grinder, and ooh, what an Orchid. They had the vision.
He blinks in, he gets silenced up immediately, just taken down right away as Sammy gets the kill, and now Saberlight and Bryle,
They're gonna
that's
set
a
up.
problem. The song is here. They're going to set up for it. Yeah, what can they get? Brax looking for the spear stun in. Oh,
again.
Boy. That's the second or third time now they've been sort of off on that timing. So a little bit messed up with the coordination. Sammy tipping Brax there as well. So I think Sammy's under the sort of impression that it's the second guy's fault, maybe not the first. But to be honest, that would have been a nice sort of follow-up kill. They could have gotten Saberlight there, but they won that fight previously. They got an extra kill onto Moon, and they're up now by 7,000 net worth. So the missed opportunity is going to be a little bit of a disappointment, but they're still very much the team in control right now on that Four Zoomers side.
Yeah, NA Marsh, sometimes you just miss the spear. That's just how it goes. He's working on a Yule Scepter of his own, and really with those sort of assists, with all that team play top, it feels like Four Zoomers are going to be pretty happy. Something they do need to be careful of is falling into the trap that is this double BKB being finished up, but actually, oh, Gunnar. Oh, it was too slow. He got the morph off,
and
but
he already got off that strength shift, so he's going to be just fine. Here comes Brax, though, in with the arena. The Terrorize is relatively effective. They do hit up the two supports, so Dubu and Moon Meander should be falling here, but
Gunnar?
At this point, Gunnar does still get run down. Yeah, Dubu's able to finish him off there with that sort of Ice Blast damage, but now Bryle, he's on the run, and I don't think he's making it out of here. Sammy's just going to wait for the Ensnare to be back up. Bryle, though, will pop the BKB, buyback in for Moon Meander as well, but he has no TP, so he's just sort of walking his way back to the fight, but with Saberlight coming in, maybe they can turn this, but the Spear Stun's going to lock him down. Husky goes for the Stomp as well, putting both of them to sleep, and this is where things are going to start to be pretty horrible. Although, wait, Sammy, he got his TP canceled.
Yeah.
Did he cancel it himself? I mean, Tomato doesn't have any means to actually stop that, so not entirely sure what went down there. Either way, Tomato finds a huge kill onto Sammy, and now Husky gets picked off further to the northeast, so Undying sort of just scrambling together a team fight win there. It is a costly one. Two supports dead, the Viper gone, and a buyback for Moon Meander, but what they get is going to outweigh the costs.
Yeah, and it was a good attempt from Gunnar top. He became Tomato. He had that morph. It was just a little bit too much physical damage coming out to kill him, as you really don't have, I guess you do have a lot of armor because you are Morphling, but you have spec'd into really just trying to be tanky with the hood, with the magic resistance talent, and it isn't enough. And at the same time, you have to be a little bit afraid. If this Life Stir gets on top of you, you aren't going anywhere once you use that mirror image, and it was a little sick juke there from Sammy Boy. Wile had no idea which was the real one, but I think we'll go out on a limb there, say that Moon Meander was there with the Fisher to cancel his TP, making his buyback feel that little bit more worth it. And that was the BKB. That was the reveal on Bryle. So if they can keep sort of the momentum that they gained from that, if Sammy Boy dies again, now we're getting to the point where every single death on this carry is going to start mattering. It is going to be that ultra where you need to really be careful, because if you die in this Naga, you're going to start losing objectives. We're getting to the point where Tomato can finally do tower damage, and the stakes are just going to continue to get higher and higher as this game progresses.
Yeah, Tomato self off the Mjolnir here as well, so he has some damage, he's got some attack speed, and he's got that active to try and not just burn through creeps, but maybe even some of these illusions on the Not Iron that little bit faster as well. But for now, we do see Four Zoomers sort of exploring options in the Roche pit. They do hit it up briefly, but the scan comes through from Undying, and they are going to look to contest this. But Four Zoomers almost sort of anticipated that as Sammy pops the BKB, pushes forward with BKB of his own coming out here, so he is going to be able to fall back. Saberlight, meanwhile, is trying to sort of fly his way through there with the Ascension, but the Curse Crown will lock him. The Earth Splitter coming in as well, doing a nice bit of damage, but further to the west, they've locked down Sammy. They hit him up with the Echo Slam. They've taken Sammy down. Dubu, the only hero dead right now on that Undying side, and they're actually just looking to take this as Gunner starting to shift towards strength now, but he's already losing so much of that HP that he's just hoping to get himself away. But Bryle and Tomato directly on top of him, not going to be able to keep him locked down for long though, as Gunner waveforms onto the high ground. Meanwhile, Moon Meander off to the west, getting chased down by the two supports, but the real fight is still back. So Gunner's able to take down Bryle. Tomato now doesn't really have any backup. His support, or last remaining support, is forced to fall back as Moon Meander is going to look for some way out of here, so Tomato just has to find his own escape route, and Gunner doesn't want to let him go. He tries to waveform forward, but they're not actually going to be able to lock the Lifestealer down with the Rage being activated, so Undying will fall back. But that one really just sort of turns against them. They get the initial kill onto Sammy. That was looking fantastic, but not able to secure anything beyond that point.
And that's where, similar to that previous game, the BKBs matter so much. Whoever uses their BKB first really ends up being the loser, and that's where Sammy Boy does get punished. He didn't stick it out long enough, didn't set himself up with that Siren safety net, and even though Saberlight, it felt really sad to watch this Night Stalker. He's just 200 or 300 gold away from that BKB. He got double Curse Crowned, he got double Brambled, he got an Earth Splitter thrown at him. They really threw the kitchen sink at this Night Stalker, keeping him out of that fight, and that's where this BKB is going to be really just massive for Undying, because then you have that cancel, you have that sort of stick on you hero where maybe the Morph and the Naga are going to start getting away with a lot less if you can trap that Morphling in one of those states. Sammy,
all right, he popped the BKB though, so he should be okay as Moon is going to get taken down. The Song though will be deployed. Oh, the Song is deployed and they caught Tomato. The Rage sort of wears off for him, and he is trapped up in the middle of this, but with Saberlight and Bryle both pushing in, Four Zoomers really didn't want to commit any further for that fight. They backed themselves away. The Curse Crown does lock Tomato in place a second time, but by that point the fight's really already come to an end. So they get Moon Meander and they keep Sammy Boy alive, but they're not really able to get in onto any core heroes for Four Zoomers.
and ooh, Gunner.
Hold on, Gunner.
The double Bramble, holy. That, I've never seen that before, but that looks almost planned. That looks kind of cool.
Would have been cooler if they'd have hit onto targets, but it still looks cool either way. Now for Zoomers pushing their way into the Roche pit, looking to bring this one down. The Solar Crest is going to be there for the armor reduction, but I don't know. Undying still want this. The scan, though, out from Zoomers will catch out heroes on this sort of high ground, but Saberlight, he still wants in. They've got the Infest Bomb, so they're going to try and give this a go. What can they catch, though? Right now, it's actually Bryle who's going to get locked down. The Yule Scepter even being deployed onto Saberlight into the Spear Stun, so the Lifestealer really doesn't have his moment just yet, and with that Crippling Fear AoE sort of wearing off, Saberlight does have to be careful. He doesn't have that same degree of control. He's trying to sort of dance his way around the pit with that flying movement, but he's slowly but surely starting to lose HP here, and the Splitter, even with the Infest bonus HP, he's dead. Husky pins him down with the Splitter. They will be able to get the kill,
nice
but now Moon in with the ult. Gunner dropping low. They hit him up with the Ice Blast as well, and this Morphling is going to have to fall back. Bryle, though, wants directly in onto him. He's trying to track down that Morph, hits him up with the Viper Strike, and that should be enough. Gunner will be taken down. Question now is, can Four Zoomers respond? They get in for that arena into the Terrorize as well. That's a nice bit of damage. Can't actually finish it off, though. They need to be able to finish off Tomato. He is so low on HP, but they don't have the means to actually finish him off. He's going to be the one winning that fight. Bryle does go down, but Sammy will fall in exchange, and Four Zoomers, they're really in trouble now. Their supports just have to back away. Brax isn't in a position to help him. Ocean, though, will not be getting himself out of there as Bryle picks up the kill after buying back into the fight, and Undying, they take the fight and they control the pit.
And while Saberlight down, you know, call it lag, call it from being EU, it just doesn't get off. That BKB is a little bit too greedy, and at the same time, you do buyback, but you're secure Roche. You didn't have Song of the Siren, and it is gonna be pretty unfortunate, to be honest, forward for Zoomers. You would have loved to get this Aegis onto the Morphling, have that safety net, and I'm surprised he's going for this Kaya Kanj aside from just getting a straight up BKB, because Moon Meander has been just perfectly playing these fights out. Ooh, yeah, bodying the Aegis, making sure there's no steal attempt. But Moon Meander has really been finding these 3-4-man fishers consistently and having that just immediate killer instinct to get the Echo Slam off on the Gunner. Really, even though they're causing a lot of chaos in these fights, without the Morphling, they don't have that sort of secondary lockdown that you otherwise need from maybe your 4 or 5 position. But after the Stomp, after the Bramble Maze, you really run out of a lot of lockdown on the side. Again,
he got hit up by the Ice Blast into the fissure, into the...
And Bryle, just there.
Oh boy, Gunner, you cannot afford to be making mistakes. So that one, Brax tries to save the day with the spear, but it's not really going to matter. Gunner still gets taken down, and Undying are really starting to sort of turn some momentum here. They're still trailing by a couple of thousand, but they've effectively cut that deficit in half over the last couple of minutes, and they've still got the Aegis up on that Viper, so they can afford to maybe push even further forward as they do eye up Sammy Boy down in that bottom lane. As of right now, Moon Meander's looking for it. He's got Infested Lifestealer inside of him, so they're going to try and catch this one out as they do get the stun down. There's going to be the Infest coming out as well. Ice Blast even flying through. Sammy, though, pops the BKB, pops the Song, but I don't think he's getting out. He's still dead.
And this is where this build is going to work against him. We saw in the previous game how perfect it was to sort of bait the enemy team into the situations and maintain that lead. And this would have been perfectly fine if that Roche fight didn't happen the way it went down. But now you're not the stat king. You do not have big items. You don't have that Scotty Butterfly already in your inventory. So 2.5k HP. You, again, it was good in the previous game. You have that, it would have been fine in this game, but you lose a few too many fights with these active items. And Tomato, he is the stat king. He has a Satanic. He's just going to stick on you.
Yeah, that Lifestealer, I mean, he's geared up for this, right? He knew that he was going to be called upon to really just sort of be that driving force in these team fights for his squad, and so far he has lived up to those expectations, as we do see an attempt onto Brax. Moon Meander, though, is going to miss with the fissure, unfortunately, so looks like Brax is going to be able to get himself away, but now he's turning around. He wants the fight. Moon Meander is a little bit low on HP himself, and yeah, okay, Brax is going to be able to bring him down. That's a nice little play. It goes from Undying searching for the kill to, well, getting a little bit too far forward there. Moon Meander has been making some nice plays, but he's still not a very tanky hero by himself.
Yeah, definitely got a little ahead of himself. Yeah.
Caught out as well. He did throw on the cold feet, though, before the spear comes through, so Brax will be stunned up. And maybe Dubu makes his escape here. No, the ensnare will lock him down, and Brax comes in for the rebuke for the kill. So, for a moment, Dubu maybe thought that he had gotten himself free and clear, but that is going to be poor Zoomers grabbing themselves another kill, as they do pick off both of the supports there. So, that's maybe going to take a little bit of the wind out of the sails for Undying, perhaps, but at this point, the cores are going to continue farming. Tomato in particular just keeps on building himself up. He's got the S&Y. We see the Basher coming out for him now next, so he is going to start to look pretty impressive. Saberlight, they're jumping in. They want Gunner. They get him up with a silence. Can they actually finish him off? Morphling, you can't. You just can't be in that situation. He's alone under his opponent's tower. Gunner will fall, and Undying are going to look for more. Ocean will get picked off as well. This is just, I mean, it's good play from Undying, but these opportunities are being sort of gifted over to them as Saberlight wants in again. Not going to be able to catch up to Sammy and Brax, though.
Yeah, and they thought that with the ES respawning, with Dubu dead for another 20 seconds, he can feel confident pushing that tower. And a little bit of an information play there coming in from Undying. I think saw Saberlight's inventory just a few moments ago, gets the blink delivered, then makes that play, and they just don't see it. They aren't set up. You have that blink dagger on the Mars, but even then, I think you're just going into the grinder, and the damage was just there. And up until you get a BKB or something in the works for Gunner, it feels like he's getting really greedy with his itemization. He's not even thinking about it. He's going for a Scotty next, and I understand that if you're going to continue to win these fights, you need to itemize in that sort of direction where someone is able to tank up and sort of fight one-on-one with the snakes, but you're not getting to that point fast enough, and you have to be cautious of this ES, of this Night Stalker silence, and we keep on seeing him get punished for these, and I don't think the solution is the Scotty.
Well, at this point, there's still time to adjust course, or maybe not actually. He just bought up the first ulti orb, so he is going to commit for that, really one way or the other, but we can see just how well it plays out for him. Meanwhile, Undying They're trying to push their way mid. Bryle is getting some damage onto the tower. Tomato, though, sort of getting shoved back a little bit by those brambles, so they're not going to get it just yet, but look at that. The Ice Blast is coming through. It's going to hit up onto Ocean, I believe, so taken down. Gunner, though,
Ooh.
he's trying to push in. Saberlight just going to pop the TP out while he's under the cover of the BKB, so he's going to be able to get himself away. Meanwhile, Ocean did tick down to that Ice Blast, so they're going to be able to find the front Undying, but now Dubu able to get away. Saberlight, meanwhile, gets jumped in on by Sammy Boy, so 4 Zoomers looking to fire back. They've taken down one. Can they get any more? Dubu dropping low. Losing Moon Meander as well, but Brax does end up dying in the middle of it, but they get Bryle. They bash him up. They're going to be able to lock him down, and now Sammy, I mean, he just wants in for the kill. He and Gunner are just going to fire away at Tomato, and they do manage to finish him off. Triple kill for the Morphling, and perfect sort of teamfight victory. Exactly what 4 Zoomers see. Shatter the momentum from Undying, and now they're the squad on their opponent's side of the map right now, looking to claim some objectives.
Yeah, and it's a full 5-man wipe. Sammy Boy just sort of happenstancely walks into the BKB with Saberlight. He doesn't get the Blink Dagger off. He doesn't even think anything of it. And you don't have Glyph, so this might just be one Rax pretty much for free for 4 Zoomers. And the team that has to use their BKBs first is always the team losing out in these fights. And they don't have the targeting. They don't know really anywhere where this Naga is. And she just sort of waltzes into an already won team. And Gunner, while he wasn't able to become sort of the monster there, he wasn't able to have that Dark Willow morph, he's becoming everyone else on his team. You had a double stop there, you had the Spirit out. Oh, again.
Feel greedy, though. They go for the second. Well, they went for the second lane, but the Song, yeah, just sort of bails them all out. Saberlight has the BKB, but he's the only one, and now Sammy wants back in. And Snare connecting onto the Night Stalker without the BKB. I don't really know if Saberlight can keep himself safe. He's up by the stomp. And, well, he's almost certainly going down here. Gunner waveforms forward. They will be able to find that pickoff. Husky, meanwhile, just trying to sort of corral these heroes back towards their own fountain. Going in for the stomp. Moon Meander, though, doesn't actually get hit by it, and he's able to pick the fountain. So they will survive that. The problem is, that's going to free up 4 Zoomers to go back in for that top lane of Rax. So initially, it felt like it was a little bit greedy, but Undying aren't quite able to put together the proper sort of punish. And now it looks like 4 Zoomers should be able to claim that second tier 3, but with the Ice Blast coming in, Gunner's got to be careful. He's stunned up. Waveforms himself out in time. He did still get hit up by the debuff. By that point, there's not going to be enough follow-up damage for them to really find the kill. So 4 Zoomers will back away. That was an Ascension popped by the Night Stalker for not a whole lot, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you get the tier 3 tower, you get the full mid-rax, you get a buyback out from Saberlight, and just a perfect warding expedition that ET felt like he was a little bit too far forward, but never in any real danger. And if they're continuing to get Gunner out, being BKBless is going to feel a lot better, especially once he is able to sort of figure out these items. And really, it's that full 5-man wipe mid that really changed the pace of this game. Undying were really in the hot seat, but as soon as they lost that Aegis, they just sort of cracked down. And now it feels like this game is going to need to sort of be extended a little bit, and that is exactly what Zoomers want.
Ice Blast coming in, not going to connect though. Brax will connect though with the arena into the double. Oh, Moon Meander's dead. Saberlight's gone as well. This is an absolute disaster. Undying just have to run. Dubu, though, not going to make it out. Gunner finds the kill. Tomato and Bryle trying to get themselves away. Even the Infest being used there defensively just to make sure. Oh, yeah, no buyback. It's available there for the Undying heroes. No one has buyback. Absolutely no one. And now Bryle, he's going to get jumped in on, but the BKB saves him from the Spear Stun, so he is okay for now. But that physical damage is still just chunking him away. The BKB is not going to matter, and Bryle, he's just dead. He'll be taken down. Tomato is now fighting all by himself. He's rooted up by the Ensnare. No rage for 10.
That's game. They don't have buys on anyone. That's actually just it.
Yeah, 0 buybacks.
No here in a second, but yeah. What is happening here? Samuel, oh, the sprays. Good effort. The Sunsfan, horribly disfigured.
Oh, God. That doesn't look great. But, yeah, Sunsfan and good effort. That is,
When are they going to realize that they're not going to... Oh, they're going to kill Dubu to... This is a little bit BM. But the NA rivalry, he actually hit him with that Ice Blast. Dubu Chad, but...
XD says, all right, Dubu. He's having fun with the end here. Undying realize how this one's going to go. Sammy, not a fan. But hey, you know what? At the end of the day, 4 Zoomers will be able to close this one out. Undying are literally going to make them actually finish it off, though. No GG coming out just yet. So, gonna have to get themselves to the Ancient. But first, a little bit of fountain diving as they will push in onto Moon Meander.
Oh, get a 5-man echo. Oh, no.
not going to happen
Perfectly
there as
timed.
Brax finds the kill, but here comes Saberlight respawning as well. There's the GG. Okay, they're getting a little bit sick of being fountain farmed now, as they will throw the Gs. Gunner does die to the fountain laser though, so that is going to be one more death on his tally, but it doesn't matter. 4 Zoomers take the win, and they are going to take the series 2-0.
Yeah, in just some sort of lucky situations, I think.
Radiant team, pick.
Has some higher stakes than we might have initially been planning for.
Yeah, and of course they're not bulletproof. Undying does need to be careful. They can't sort of get greedy, really get too far ahead of themselves. As we see, for Zoomers, perfect team to punish them as well. And for Zoomers, they were sort of front running. They've only lost 2 matches. They've never gotten 2-0'd. They've been really showing their strengths, and especially showing up versus Undying. It's a real good look for them. So now Undying, they really do need a win here. A 1-1 would be great, a 2-0 would be fine, but there are a lot of ramifications here in this series. If D2 Hustlers do get 0-2'd, they are going to be in a little bit of a scarier position coming into their matchup versus the Cut, where right now, if Undying win 1 match here versus D2 Hustlers, they're going to be secured in that upper bracket. They break the tiebreaker. Right now they're 8-4. If they end up 9-4, then they're going to pull ahead of both Akori and Infamous, whereas D2 Hustlers being 7-3, if they pull out a victory here, then they're going to look pretty good coming into their day, but they need 3 points to pull ahead of that pack. Otherwise, they might get sort of caught up where in a situation, if they don't 2-0 the Cut, that tiebreaker happens where we have 3 teams that are all 8-6, and that's where things could definitely get hairy for pretty much everyone. So if they could eke out a win here, it's going to look really good for D2 Hustlers day, whereas Undying, they just want 1 win. That's all they really need. But of course, they're Undying. They've been 2-0ing pretty much everyone except for the Zoomers, so this is something that D2 Hustlers, they got to be a little bit scared of. They've got to really work hard for their win.
Now we see them just already off the bat, just sort of securing 2 of those core heroes. Early Invoker for Papa Tootie, and now that Faceless Void coming into play. So they're not messing around. They know what they want. They're going to lock it down as early as they possibly can. So Invoker and Faceless Void will be a duo that Undying might have some difficulties with, but on the Undying side themselves, we see that early Templar Assassin pick coming out for them with the Tusk to sort of follow it up. So there is still a bit of firepower on the Undying side, even if D2 Hustlers have sort of jumped in early for back-to-back core heroes.
And we'll have to see how D2 Hustlers decide to play it. Again, they don't have their captain. They don't have 1437. They're having their stand-in Frugos in there. But Yuma getting to see his Void, we've seen how successful it has been, especially versus that Sven, especially versus these teams where the game just doesn't end. D2 Hustlers get to drag you to that 35-40 minute long game. And that's where that Void really comes into full force. At the same time, Papa Tootie getting his Ultra Comfort hero, the first pick Invoker. We've seen how well he's able to play. We've seen him sort of polish up his play in the last day. Before, he was definitely falling behind his other cores, sort of needing to be boosted up by Divine Llama. And the only downside is picking up this Void and this Invoker, Undying get to absolutely focus down Divine Llama's hero pool. And we do see the Slider Band coming out from D2 Hustlers, trying to pull away a little bit of that anti-armor strat that Undying could pull with Saberlight's hero. But there are not going to be many offlaners by the end of this second phase, and I really think if Undying end up slamming Saberlight's hero in this position, D2 Hustlers are really going to struggle to find a hero that Devi is going to be very comfortable on. And we've seen before with his Timbersaw how comfortable and how impactful he can be. So targeting him out is definitely going to be what Undying focus on going forward here.
And that is the risk that they have sort of opted into on D2 Hustlers by going for those first 2 cores in that first phase. You leave yourself vulnerable in that final core position. So as you said, Undying are just going to keep on firing away at that offlane pool. A lot of heroes already being removed, and would not be surprised to see one more Pos 3 hero being taken out here, while D2 Hustlers removing the Medusa. So it is still that sort of dangerous hero regardless of what you have on their own side. They don't want to let Tomato really get his hands on that one. So
10 seconds remaining.
The Medusa ban still just very much a tried and true sort of strategy for teams, even this far into the group stage. So relatively solid for them as we wait for Undying. We'll see what hero they ban out. They removed Shen. There you go. Okay.
Just taking out the easy counter, picking up the Beastmaster. You know that teams are still going to ban Enchantress versus you. You have Dubu. If they're not first picking it, then you're just going to get it banned out against you. And perfect hero just slot in another Saberlight classic. It's something that plays very well versus the Invoker, and you're going to have that TA getting boosted up with that Inner Beast. And I think most teams are going to make the call that this TA is going to fall to the hands of Prile. Not that Tomato can't play it, of course, but we really see these North American teams still like to put that TA mid, whereas really the South American teams are the one to make that adjustment, put the TA safe lane more often than not, and then try to get those counter picks in the lane mid. But TA versus Invoker, sort of a classic matchup that the TA always gets to sort of pull ahead in.
Yeah, and I believe we saw a similar situation for Zoomers earlier on in this event. They took the TA as well and put it in Gunner's hands rather than sort of put Sammy Boy on the hero. So as you said, mostly a divide between the regions. South America liking that TA more in a sort of position 1 role. Meanwhile, D2 Hustlers coming in for their first support pick, getting the Witch Doctor online. So a hero that's starting to get a little bit more in popularity here, but Undying quick to respond with the Oracle. So they've got some lockdown, they've got some defensive power with that Oracle pick, and I like that hero as that sort of backup in case Undying maybe run into a little bit of difficulties in these team fights.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it makes it so that the chrono gets a little bit more complicated. I also would have loved to see the Winter Wyvern. We saw that hero getting a little bit of speed, and still one of the best counters versus that Faceless Void. As soon as the chrono goes down, you go for that the Winter, and then it sort of throws a wrench into the works. But Oracle very, very similar in that regard, almost a little bit better versus the Invoker, specifically just because you do have that Fate's Edict. You are able to make your heroes spell immune for just that little bit of time, and pairs very, very well with the TA, just because you can blink while you're false promised. You're not taking any damage, you're always able to get in and out. It's in and out playstyle that Undying are really trying to facilitate with these heroes, where we're going to have these lanes pushed in constantly. We're going to have the plays being made in those side lanes, and I do like the Legion Commander. I'm glad that Devi was able to get one of his sort of comfort heroes here, but you picked it into the Oracle, which feels a little bit strange, almost like picking Legion Commander into Shadow Demon, where the save is there. The save is definitely there from the Undying side already, so you need to be very careful when you jump in. Otherwise, simple False Promise, simple Fate's Edict on the Legion Commander, a few Purifying Flames, and all your damage is sort of gone at that point.
Yeah, and I don't know, as you said, comfort for Devi Llama, but you would think it's a lot like the Bad Rider in the way of the kind of obvious quote-unquote solution would be to then jump the Oracle with your duel, but then, well, you're dueling an Oracle. That's not always the sort of tactical play that you want, and even if you do land that, you got to look at the Undying side. They'll still have the Beastmaster with the Roar. The Tusk with the Snowball could sort of create a little bit of extra time and space as well, so the LC is certainly an interesting pick, and Devi Llama can make some things happen with it, but it just feels like unless you really catch Undying by surprise, I don't know how effective the LC will be with that sort of single target lockdown. But outside of that, the duel isn't obviously the only sort of benefit that she brings to the table. You do still have some nuke damage, and the rest of the attack is going to be very much useful in terms of trying to sort of keep herself and teammates alive. So still a lot of benefit for the LC, but it feels like in terms of offensive firepower, you might be a little bit less reliable than you otherwise would be.
Yep, for sure, and you do have that save very easy versus the Beastmaster Roar, but Beastmasters will sort of just roar you instead. Even though the Necro books are out of the meta, we see him get that early Solar Crest up. Legion Commander, not one of those very high armor, high tanky heroes up until you get that Blade Mail, so Devi Llama is gonna need to have a really, really perfect game. And I do like the Hoodwink pick. D2 Hustlers were looking for that 4 position, but I know they were afraid that Devi Llama's pool would get banned out even further if they didn't pick up his hero, but the Snapfire, the Mirana, really just perfect bans from Undying. I feel like they really would have preferred that over this Wink, but we've seen this hero be valued, be undervalued, be banned, be not banned. We'll have to see. We saw yesterday Michael had an outstanding performance on the hero. We can definitely see it succeed in a lot of situations, and it does dissuade if they were looking for it. Maybe that last pick, Timbers or Bristleback, coming out from the Undying side. So we'll have to see what Tomato decides to rely on. But okay, we're just gonna see the Ursa, the old standby classic counter versus the Legion Commander again. So Devi, he's really gonna be, I think, the weak link coming in from D2 Hustlers.
Yeah, not 100% sure what you're necessarily going to be able to get out of that, but we did outline. I mean, it's not entirely hopeless for this LC. Life might get a little bit difficult in terms of locking down some of those opposing heroes, but you are still going to have some openings. So at the end of the day, Devi could power through, but he's going to need to power through. This is not just going to be a sort of simple walk in the park kind of scenario for him on that Legion Commander. So we'll see how it plays out. As you said, the Hoodwink is also an interesting pick for the D2 Hustlers side. Michael made it look incredibly strong yesterday, but to be fair, Michael makes a lot of heroes look much stronger than average for other players. So it'll be interesting to see if Frugos can sort of get a similar impact here. If he can provide that little bit of extra damage and lockdown, then D2 Hustlers may be able to make something happen here with this lineup, but we will have to wait and see. Everyone has now selected their heroes, so we should be loading in momentarily. Game 1 of this series just about ready to get underway. As we mentioned at the sort of top of the draft, both teams are really getting down to their final opportunities here, and both teams would very much like these points, trying to secure themselves that last little surge to make sure they get an upper bracket spot. There is no elimination in this group stage. No one is getting knocked out right now, but having that extra buffer of starting in the upper bracket obviously going to give you a shorter path to the grand finals, and B, a fallback plan, a safety net, if you will, in case you do lose that opening matchup.
And really, D2 Hustlers being 7-3, they do have the advantage where if you get one win versus Undying, first off, that's fantastic. That proves that you really can sort of kick up. They are Div 2 going Div 1 this season, so that would be a fantastic precedent to set. But it just gives you that safety net versus the cut where I feel like D2 Hustlers should be able to 2-0 them. But if you do end up 1-1ing them, you need the victory here. Otherwise, that tiebreak, we want to get those wins early on in the day before you play that really penultimate matchup later on tonight. But really, D2 Hustlers, they just want to win as many games as they can. Of course, same thing with Undying. They want their one victory here. They want to secure that upper division spot or upper bracket spot. But it's hard. It's going to be hard playing versus Undying.
Yeah, and Undying, you know, they took a tumble in their previous series. They did suffer that 0-2 defeat. Maybe, you know, you're looking at them, maybe some weaknesses have been exposed, but in fairness to Undying, they lost that series against 4 Zoomers, who went 12-2 in this group stage. So it's not exactly a situation where I think Undying are sort of reeling off the back of that one. They got outplayed by really the strongest team in the field right now. So they're looking for a chance to bounce back, and if D2 Hustlers aren't careful, they could be feeling the full brunt of maybe a little bit of pent-up sort of frustrations for Undying after that previous loss. So could be a little bit rough for them, but we'll see. We do need, there we go, we do need a player back in the server as there's a quick reconnect from Saberlight, and we should be good to go.
Yep, and that's something that D2 Hustlers do have going for them. They did take a game off of the Zoomers, and they have been taking games pretty much off of the other 2 front runners in that upper playoff bracket, where they took a 1-1 versus Hikori, they took a 1-1 versus Infamous, and that's why I really love them having Yuma on this Void, having Papa Tootie on this Invoker, where if these games do drag on, D2 Hustlers just have this air about them where if they can drag you down and dirty into that 35-40 minute timer, anything can happen at that point. Even though you do have the experience, you do have this Ursa that is going to sort of shorten the lifespan of the game because those Roches are going to be sort of getting taken a little bit sooner. If D2 Hustlers can bounce back, if they can pull something out, I really think this is the lineup that they could do it with. Whereas Undying, if they play good Dota, they're going to win. They probably should win, but you can never count out D2 Hustlers.
Yeah, and well, as you said, we have seen very rarely that sort of late game 35-40 minute, as you mentioned, Faceless Void actually sort of fail to hit home. So if you're Undying, you might be playing on honestly a bit of a timer here, but that honestly may sort of play to their strength. As you sort of mentioned, they're going to try and maybe push the pace a little, that Ursa selection. So everything could align for a sort of more aggressive style out from that Undying lineup. And if they're successful, then, well, we'll have to wait and see just how D2 Hustlers respond, as we are getting into that sort of laning stage. Dubu doing well to sort of block off the camp there, not going to let that one spawn up, and going to sort of take away that pull play from the side of D2 Hustlers.
Yeah, and Dubu, his hero is really good versus the Bushwhack, very good versus the Hoodwink in general, I think, just because if you ever walk up too far, you always have that Fortune's End, the long route, and it will be pretty obnoxious. And to that point, we saw the last time Saberlight playing this Beastmaster, if they are able to find the punishments, if they are able to get that Blink Dagger up on Devi, he's really the one that needs to get them through that 15-25 minute time period. If he isn't the sort of player that they need, the player to hold down these Undying heroes and find those pickoffs when they do eventually split up to farm the map, then again, Tomato, they're just going to farm up. They're going ranks and they're going to play for that later situation. And if they have 2-3 Aegises that end up going their way, it's hard to say that D2 Hustler Space is going to be able to withstand that.
Yeah, very much going to be needing to keep tabs on that. I mean, you've already got an Ursa, so you are inherently just sort of going to be eyeing up the Roche Pit a little bit more often anyway, but based on the lineup that T2 Hustlers have put together, they're going to have to do that early on. In the meantime, mostly just sort of a slow start from both teams. Last hit focus for them here. We do see maybe a little bit of damage in onto the Invoker mid, though, as Papa...
And he is getting worked. Absolutely worked.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Papa Tootie.
Okay.
He has the Fairy Fire, but still, he is really struggling. He's going to get a few more last hits here. And 9-6 to 6-4, it isn't the worst case scenario, but really, Bryle just showing the matchup. This is why you pick that TA versus the Invoker.
Yeah, and Papa Tootie at least able to deny the Water Rune, so that's a nifty little play for him there, but if he has to go for that is sort of indicative of where he was at there. He wasn't going to be able to win that sort of foot race, so it is better that no one has it as opposed to giving it over to that Templar Assassin. Meanwhile, back down bot, there was a bit of an attempt in from D2 Hustler. He tried to get onto Tomato. That overwhelming odds play is actually hitting him pretty hard here, so the Ursa's got to be careful. He's burned through quite a bit of regen already. He's holding on to a stick and a Fairy Fire, but outside of that, regen's a little bit low, so I don't know just how much they're going to be able to sort of put together here in terms of getting it onto him, but I don't know. Frugos is holding on to the Bushwhack, so Bushwhack into overwhelming odds into maybe a right click or two, and Tomato will have to be at least a little bit careful of his positioning until more regen gets delivered, as Saberlight able to find a kill into Pandago up in the top lane. Yuma can't really do a lot to defend his teammate. Pandago did throw down that Maledict, but it's not going to be enough to really get any return kills, as Undying will draw first blood here in game 1.
Yep, and wasn't able to get that cask off. Unfortunately, there was just a double wave coming in, so even if he tried to get it down, it most likely wouldn't have mattered. And just the level 2 tick up from Moon Meander, getting the shards block off. It's those slight level advantages that we always see these very experienced teams able to sort of swing in their direction. And Pandago does need to be a little bit careful. If Moon Meander really wants, he will just sort of go ham on him. And this is why they banned out the Chen, because now Witch Doctor is not the most exciting hero versus this Beastmaster. So you'll see Saberlight get those boars, always put Pandago sort of at risk here. And when Moon leaves, there is going to be a situation where Saberlight might be able to get punished by that cask, but whenever the Tusk decides to sync up after these runes, it's always something you're going to need to be cautious of.
Yeah, we see both of those position 4 heroes rotating their way mid, just looking to secure really Water Runes right now, so Bryle's going to be able to get his, and the Water Rune here is still being sort of guarded over by Frugos, but we should see Papa Tootie sort of make his way over, although at this point he doesn't have a bottle, so it's going to be a little bit less important for him to pick that up, but he does still grab it. So a little bit of extra regen for him. The Hoodwink returns to the bottom lane, but I don't know. This is still an interesting one in the mid lane, as Bryle is really starting to pull away a bit more now. Getting those side blades in, or side blade, he's got nearly 10 more last hits than his sort of counterpart, and we sort of mentioned Papa Tootie might sort of struggle a little bit in this lane, but as long as he doesn't get too far out of position, and as long as he doesn't get picked off, I think he's going to be okay, but you are giving up a decent bit to Bryle here through the first couple of minutes.
And a few of those last hits are definitely just him, Brown, being efficient, farming that small camp, but he's been really good at actually always hitting that Refraction Meld Strike. At least one of his Refraction damage charges being used to sort of force Papa Tootie to get more regen than he otherwise would need to buy. This is his second or third set of tangos, and when you have this Quicklux Invoker, really the biggest benefit is that you don't need to buy regen. You have those balls to heal you up, whereas the enemy mid laner, who usually needs mana to last hit, you just cause problems for him with the EMPs. So Bryle is really sort of swinging this matchup in the other direction, even though he'll probably lose his clarity here. there isn't much that Papa Tootie can do at this point once you sort of behind this TA. And now that the traps are up, Papa Tootie always needs to be careful, especially if he wants to sort of make his rotation into the jungle.
This is going to be a fun time for him. And Papa Tootie actually getting the early point there in the X-Sword as top lane. Pandago, yeah, trapped up again. Same play, almost the same position as well. As they trap him up inside the shards, Saberlight is there. The tag team comes through, and Yuma's just not going to provide any defensive power here whatsoever. He threw in the dilation, but that's not going to be enough to really save anyone.
He uses TP on the Witch Shot, so support is not coming for a while. So this is Yuma on his own, and Saberlight, he's going to get level 6 pretty soon here because Moon has been rotating really heavily. His top lane is a massive success for Undying so far.
About 5.5 already, while the Tusk looking to set up mid. 2 points up in the tag team, so they can do quite a bit of damage onto Papa Tootie if they can just get the initiation. Can Bryle really maybe lead this one off with maybe a trap play? There it is. God comes in, Moon Meander charges forward. They're going to get hit up though by that disarm from the Deafening Blast, but Dooku's actually in there as well with the Fortune's End. Papa Tootie doesn't have any real mana to work with here. He's going to get trapped up in the shards, looking to turn on the Moon Meander though, but I don't think he actually has the damage. The snowball's going to come through just to sort of be sure, and Moon, he will live. Bryle gets the kill onto Papa Tootie, and he got a little dicey there, but that's still some solid execution from Undying to get the pick off.
Yeah, and Frugos didn't feel comfortable TPing in there. He felt like there was just for the Hoodwink to really be effective. And while the Llama is having a very impressive CS right now, really Tomato is right up there with him. And you have Dubu making plays around the map. You're seeing him rotate in and out, and it's just the sort of independence coming in from the Ursa where you don't always need to babysit him, and this is something that you need to be a little bit scared of. And Divide,
I don't know about this. Though is coming in to help out, so maybe they could hit this. If I could hit level 6, that'd be even better, but Tomato hitting away for now.
What actually landed?
Devi should have kept going, but he didn't know that that bushwhack was going to connect. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Had they kept on going, they almost certainly could have gotten that kill. There was almost no HP on Tomato, and didn't really have an ult to sort of reduce that damage either. So slight missed opportunity, but at least they're going to get damage onto the tower. This tier 1 is really taking a beating.
And he does a little bit careful. Devi's taking a lot of damage, but he's doing a really good job of having this creep wave just constantly hitting him, almost playing he's an axe where he gets those moment of courage procs very, very consistently, and Tomato will lose his tower, but they're still playing be set onto the mid lane, and Papa Tootie is winning the Sentry War, so the TA traps aren't really coming into effect, but you are getting speed underneath this Devi Llama Legion Commander. He's already almost a quarter of the way to that blink, and okay.
Moon, this is a little bit of an awkward one. Devi Llama's going to come in, but the duel actually won't come through just yet. That snowball will buy some time, but he's still trapped. Duel when the Tusk should go down. Sunstrike even being deployed. Yuma gets the kill. Devi Llama gets the damage. Papa Tootie a bit of an assist there. And really, that one goes pretty spectacularly. The only downside is the fact that Saberlight, while that was going on, did take the tower up top, but Bryle's now in some trouble. Tornadoes locking him in. Bryle now trapped inside of the ice wall, and they're actually going to get him as well.
And these are heavy rotations coming in from the D2 Hustler side, but Papa Tootie with his build, he just has all of the spells. They don't do that much damage necessarily, but it's exactly what he needs to take down this TA, and there's real rebuttal. Are they actually going to do this?
I don't think they should, but Moon's going in.
Saberlight though,
they've got the roar. Okay, if Saberlight's here, maybe they can get this done, but Pandago and Frugos are coming in trying to defend their teammate. Papa Tootie is still going to go down though, so Dubu will find the kill. That snowball really didn't have anywhere to go, but Pandago, he's still slowed up by the boar. And he should be going down here. That's a nice play in with the overwhelming odds from the LC, but it's not going to be enough to matter. So Saberlight gets himself the kill, and that one, to be honest, I didn't think they were going to be able to get that, but with Saberlight rotating in, they've got the lockdown and the damage, and they are going to be able to swing that one their way. Now they're taking the tier 1 tower mid as well.
And if they can focus down this Papa Tootie Invoker, he really is the sort of hero up until this blink comes out from your Legion Commander. They need this Invoker to have a good enough start to be able to deal with that aggression, because while you bring 5 heroes, great, you kill Bryle, you use all of your spells, you have no cooldowns. That's the biggest downside of this Papa Tootie Invoker. Sure, you have all of your spells, but they're all just so long cooldown, and you're just completely out of mana when you have to commit those 5-6 spells to kill 1 or 2 heroes. And they got wind of the stack, and this is all just going to go towards Bryle's, really just his Deso timing.
And Bryle, yeah, starting to get closer to it. He's already got enough for one of the hammers, so This is where things will get uncomfortable for D2 Hustlers. They're already giving up quite a bit, and once your TA's got the Deso, once Tomato sort of builds up that defusal, they're going to be capable of sort of pushing in even further, looking for sort of bigger opportunities to sort of force these fights. And on the D2 Hustlers side, they do have heroes that can sort of farm their way back up. We do see Yuma trying to sort of get himself going here. He's got himself the Mask of Madness, but this is where some of those early tower pushes come into play. With the tier 1 gone both top and mid, Hustlers sort of lose a little bit of safe access to that north side jungle area, and we can see right now Undying are pushing their way forward. Frogos going to get jumped in on. Frugos, rather, excuse me, as he gets hit up, and Dubu is able to bring him down.
Yep, and not much they can do about that one. And that's where I'm looking for the hero that D2 Hustlers need to place up versus this Beastmaster, and they've got a lot of units here. Okay.
Chrono deployed, but they didn't get the dual win. They could still find the kill. Those Moon will go down, but Saberlight turns around with the roar, and yeah, Papatuti's just dead. Rao comes into the fight. Yuma's going to look to TP out as well. Can he get away? Yes, he can. But
he's still in trouble.
Rao, okay, yeah, he might just die to the Maledict.
Oh, perfect. If the refraction charge lasts out, oh, it's just on the last tick too.
Oh, Yuma though, okay, he wants back in for it. He is going to be able to get it. Ryle will be taken down, so they do eventually find that kill, but the resources that needed to be committed there, they get the Maledict down into the Death Ward, they throw the shooter out, and eventually they are able to find it. But that one got a little bit dicey. It's a 2-2 exchange overall, and D2 Hustlers do come away with more gold, but they needed a lot of their resources to find those kills.
And unfortunately, I think Ryle was fine. He turned around trying to get a little bit... they wanted back in that fight, especially seeing the Faceless Void pop that Mask of Madness. There might have been a situation where that can get back in that fight. But I think Ryle also just thought he was dead, but he really... the refraction tanked up that sharpshooter, so I think he would have been fine. But they're still fighting in this area. They've got another duel.
All right. False promise, though, in from Dubu, so no dual win, but... You know, can the Tusk actually keep himself alive here? The snowball will buy him time. Meanwhile, Bryle, he's back in. This is pretty much the exact same area that we saw that previous fight go down in, and the Hustlers will lose too. Frugos dead, Pandago gone as well. So Divide, I mean, you thought that was going to be a relatively easy one, right? You get the duel in, you got a little bit of backup, you got the Sunstrike coming in from your Invoker. So in theory, that's a quick and easy play, but the presence of the Oracle is there to pretty much ruin everything.
It's so fast.
Wow. Yeah. Roche is gone.
And it's just the well-rounded lineup coming in from Undying, where now 13 Roche, you have a Diffusal Blade completed on Tomato. All of those spells at the end of the day were committed for a Tusk, and you're still working towards that Blink Dagger on Divide. He is just going to walk into everyone.
Slowed up by the trap, able to use the press the attack to remove that, but the snowball still locks him down. That's going to be the Walrus Punch to follow it up, and Ryle will get the kill. So here comes Undying. They're just going to keep pushing forward. They've got the Aegis now to feel even more confident, and D2 Hustlers at this point in time, they're not able to take sort of those smaller engagements. Maybe when they've got the Duel, the Sharpshooter, the Chronosphere, when they've got a whole smorgasbord of abilities to throw out there, they stand a better chance. But in those smaller engagements where they're just getting sort of picked off one at a time, there's just nothing for them to do. They really do need to try and regroup here and get that sort of team fight strength online, as Papatuti and Yuma, they're eyeing up Moon Meander here, so
and this really is the only combo. They don't have that much damage to put inside the Chronosphere, so they're gonna have to do something to Moon here. Okay. They don't want to chrono him.
Oh
okay,
God,
there's the bashes.
Wow.
Yuma. I mean, Bash God, we've seen him bash people to death before, but that was a little unsightly. But that's what they need to do. That's really the only hero-player combination that can sort of get anything done with this Chronosphere. I mean, the Legion Commander sync up while you are able to put that Acorn shot in the Chronosphere for the Bushwhack. Again, you don't have that sort of supplemental damage. You have to wait a little bit here. And that's where they need to find sort of play on Saberlight. But talked about it a little bit yesterday when we saw the Beastmaster again. When you're Radiant Beastmaster, you just have so much space to work with. Yeah,
Pandago saved by the duel. That's a nice little play there. It won't get them any sort of kill.
Chrono?
Oh, wait, maybe it will. Chrono in from Yuma. They're going to go for it. Can the Ursa be saved? Where's that promise? There it is. Okay. False promise deployed. Saberlight in with the roar. They're going to lock down the Faceless Void. They hit him up with the snowball as well, and Yuma is actually the one to go down. What a massive sort of reversal of fortunes there. And Tubu, he's just yanking his teammates out of the fire time after time. This Oracle pick has been so good for them so far.
And they need to find the plays onto really just this Beastmaster. They need to find the space. They need to chrono him, really, if anyone, because he's the hero that is going to play by himself, play isolated in this top lane. And they're just taking top while they're taking this sort of crazy fight mid. And it just is
this
working.
is not good. He's trying to get away. One more hit may finish him off, but Tornado buying a little bit of time. Cold Snap comes in as well. Tomato, he can't hit it just yet. The Bushwhack even pulling him back, and Papatuti lived. Now the duel comes in. That was a mistake. Okay. Yeah, that's a problem. Papatuti turns around to try and help, but he ends up getting taken down too. So neither of those plays end up having the effects that Hustlers wanted, and now Pandago, he's going to get caught out as well. How in the world does that happen? They go from free and clear with everybody getting out to losing 3 because of, honestly, a bad duel from Divine Llama. That was not a good call.
Yeah, and I mean, 9k gold lead 16 minutes into the game. It feels like that one missed chrono, and with these super long cooldowns, the margin for error is so high. You chrono a target that immediately gets saved. Pandago's now, they're trying to play around their vision. It really is starting to feel quite bad, because now this is before those items were really finished on the Undying side. Now you've got Death Zone, now you've got Solar Crest coming out, and this is just a massive problem, to be honest. Blink Dagger also in the pipeline for this Ursa, and once those items are completed, Papatuti, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Papatuti can't save his teammate now. He's in trouble as well.
Got a Force Staff.
There we go. Yeah, Force Staff will get him over the wall. So Papatuti will be fine, but another pick off. 17 kills now in the first 17 minutes, a 10k lead, and Bryle's now got that Desolator online. So he was already a problem for pretty much all of these D2 Hustlers to survive, and now that damage output takes a rather sizable step forward, and it's also going to help him burn through this tower. Tier 2 mid's just going to get completely wiped out.
And this is sort of the issue with Papatuti's build. We are seeing him sort of fall behind now. He's had to go for this Force Staff. We don't see the Vessel. We don't see the Midas. And now your key hero is dying bottom, trying to finish off his Blink Dagger. And while he is able to get it, it really is make or break it. If they don't get anything out of this next chrono, this next set of spells, then I think Undying are just going to ride this one all the way home. Oh no, they trouble.
Oh no. Doesn't get him over the wall. Instead, it just sort of keeps him in the middle of the fight as Saberlight is going to be able to find the pickoff. And now Papatuti, he's just got to run, but they do hit him up with a trap. They're not actually going to pursue him, though. They have a chance for 3 towers, so they're just pushing the high ground. 18 minutes in, they are going to burn through a tier 3. Or maybe not.
When it's fine. They get the glyph if they really want. Now they don't have any reason to back away. Aegis is going to expire, so they do need to be a little bit cautious, but aside from that, they're just going to farm. Those items are there that I was sort of alluding to, where now Aetherline's going to be completed on that Oracle. You get to sit even further back. Saberlight's going to make for the break for the top lane, where now that wave is going to be start pushing in. And you see these D2 Hustlers, everyone is on the high ground. They need to find a smoke. They need to do something. And if this next set of spells doesn't get anything, they're not able to get those key picks. Probably the really one that matters is Bryle. If they can kill this TA, this is going to be huge, but you need to get the TA and the Oracle. You need the vision to sort of make this play, or you need to throw out the duel just cuz. You need to get this Oracle ulti out of here, otherwise it doesn't matter who you initiate on. Oh, they found him. Perfect.
Okay, they're in onto the Oracle. Big duel for them. Yuma looking for the Chrono as well. Actually, he doesn't have it right now, so he's not going to be able to deploy it there, but now his teammates are in a little bit of trouble. Pandago gets taken down. Divai is going to get picked off on the backline as well. So they got the Oracle kill. They just weren't really able to turn it into much more. And neither of those heroes have buyback, and Saberlight's in with the Roar. They're going to lock down Frugos, taking out that Hoodwink as well. At least the Hoodwink has buyback, but I don't know if that's going to be enough as this push comes back in onto the high ground.
And I'm not have to use his Chrono defensively. I could have sworn he had it, because now this is just it. If you don't have Chrono there, if you had the initiation onto the Oracle, you could have got in on the backline, maybe get something with Bryle and Pandago's ultimate, but this feels like it's just going to be it here in a few moments.
And I don't know, it was maybe like halfway through the cooldown when we sort of checked in on it in that fight. So to be honest, I don't really remember him having used it before. As you said, I kind of could have sworn that he did have it, but apparently not. They tried for that fight anyway, and it's impressive the fact that they do get Dubu. That's the play that you sort of needed to see from them, but that's not enough. You need to take down Dubu and then actually take the fight. Instead, that's the only pickup that they get, and Undying really just sort of make their opponents pay for that one, and now they're just going to keep on kind of sieging them up. They're just going to sit in this sort of area directly outside their opponent's base, and just sort of sap away every last scrap of farm so that D2 Hustlers are really just pinned back.
And Yuma, while he was able to make a break back there, he does have his Chronosphere now. But as soon as they put towards the bot lane, the smoke, once they realize it's whiffing, Saberblight is really in the scary position, but they're showing absolutely no one on the Undying side. They don't know that these heroes have left. They don't know that they're slightly weaker on the map, and D2 Hustlers, they either have to make the risky call, they're basically be cautious here. If they go, he is smoked up, he's trying to get some vision out. But at the same time, Saberblight, with how much farm he's been able to amass, I really don't know if they have enough damage to kill him without using 4 or 5 ultimates. Ooh, goodbye.
He wants in, but
he missed the blink, and now Pendega's dead.
And that is the sort of razor-thin margin of error right now. Oh, God, Devi not dead yet. Yuma, though. Okay, he's in with the Chrono, but where's the damage? They need it. The False Promise has already come out, so Saberlight will not fall. The Roar now being deployed onto Papatootie. They do get to press the attack onto him, though, so that will remove that debuff. But Yuma, he's stuck in the middle of the fight. He will be taken down. Now Papatootie and Frugos are on the run. Bryle, pushes in. GG will be called, and Undying will take game 1 in pretty dominant fashion here.
Yeah, and I can't say I'm surprised. I can't say anybody is surprised by the outcome of that match, but really, they weren't able to get away with they've got away with so many other teams where they are not going to wait. Undying are going to draft a lineup that is going to fast forward the schedule. That's why they banned out that Saberlight.
2 of Series 2 here on the final day of the group stage. Undying going to be taking on D2 Hustlers once again. Undying able to win the first match of this series in pretty dominant fashion as they were able to get that 9th win on the board, so they have cleared themselves of any potential tiebreaker scenarios. They are into the upper bracket. They sort of got that monkey off their back here, moving into their final game of their group stage run. So at this point, they've sort of secured the bag. They are good to go. D2 Hustlers, though, very much not in the same position. Still looking for at least one win across this match and their final series later today to try and move themselves into a position to compete for one of those upper bracket spots. So with that said, quite a bit of pressure onto D2 Hustlers here if they want to get it done on the back end of this series and salvage that 1-1 draw. So we are hopping into the Game 2 draft. Once again, I am joined by ET, and ET, Game 1 was not really much of a fair fight. D2 Hustlers seem to get sort of just knocked out of it pretty quickly. What do you think they do to try and turn things around and avoid that same scenario here?
Well, as we see, I do like what they're going this time around. We see the Invoker banned out, valuing it, fearing it. The Papatootie Invoker, even though it was pretty shut down, it's on the pre-game chat, 6v1 mid XD. Papatootie was a little bit unhappy with how many heroes ended up in his lane, so I think getting Divine Llama on one of his more comfort heroes is definitely a good start, as well as seeing the Viper picked up by Undying. Of course, you gotta fear the Undying Viper just a little bit. We've seen them flex it, we've seen them really be the trendsetter for this entire tournament with the way their drafts have been going down. But Centaur, one of the best heroes, you're always able to get away. You commit the Viper Strike, you commit the Stampede, you're able to disengage, and getting Divine Llama on one of those key heroes, I think that's a good start for what D2 really need to put down to muster any kind of defense versus Undying.
Right, and so far at least, as you said, it's a nice play to try and counter out the effectiveness of that Viper. So D2 Hustlers only have one hero to respond to so far, but it's a nice response, and we'll see just how well they're able to protect themselves as Undying. Going in for that second pick, they will take the Tusks for themselves, as honestly we saw the Tusk earlier on and it seemed to have a pretty substantial effect, so we're gonna see it a second time here today for Undying.
Yeah, and immediately ban the Batrider after they pick up that Tusk. And Tusk, one of those heroes versus Oracle where you have that good mix of damage. Oracle really does much better versus that physical attack, or versus the magic attack, sorry, with that Fate's Edict. So if you're able to get on top of him with that tag team, not much that you can do. And in the same vein as picking Tusk up versus that Abaddon, where the tag team, the shards, they both persist. You're not able to purge off that stun. We'll probably see Moon Meander go for that 1-0-2 build again. Pretty standard stuff. And a little bit of a deny pick, as you want Tusk versus Viper in a lot of situations where you chain him up, he's very immobile. Unless he gets a 4-staff, you can't get over that wall. It's not easy. So the Tusk would have been a good fit for D2 Hustlers if it fell to them. And even more gives you that vision to find the Oracle, which we saw they weren't really able to do, aside for that one time in that previous game where Divine Llama just had a really good read on Dubu's positioning. Aside from that, though, Dubu played fantastically. He was always able to get those saves on his key targets, and man, the previous game, it really was just a wash. It was one of the most dominant games. I think it was the third fastest game this tournament. It's kind of crazy that there were games over even faster than that, but just completely all Undying favored.
Yeah, they just really had it. Honestly, the very start of the game, not a whole lot for D2 Hustlers to do, although this time around, they are going to be at least slightly sort of buoyed in this Game 2 match because of the fact that 1437 has returned to the lineup. So Frugos very valiantly standing in for them in Game 1, but they've got that sort of captain and veteran leader back in for them, and that is presumably going to have an impact for them. We do tend to see D2 Hustlers play that little bit, I don't know if better is the right phrase, I would say sort of more confidently, more consistently, when they've got 1437 in there instead. So maybe his return, you know, coming in, giving his team the good old halftime speech here, try and rally the troops here to take game number 2. But his presence, to a certain extent, sometimes it feels like we maybe exaggerated a little bit, but you can't really undersell just how much having him back in with the team matters for this squad.
And really, every aspect of the team does sort of sag behind. You saw Frugos, he was playing that ranged 4, and when we see the ranged 4, we see that emphasis on stacking, getting that triangle as jacked as possible. But there's just something about 1437 where he puts a little bit more emphasis on that, getting the stacks up, getting those water runes, securing Papa Tootie's lane. I just think Pop and Yuma almost rely on his foreplay, where the heroes that they play, the way that they play, the style that sort of exists in D2 Hustlers is more or less just facilitated by 1437. And even though yesterday we did see Frugos, fantastic player, was able to have very strong individual performances, especially versus TOOBASED, it just didn't come through, especially on a hero like Hoodwinked, where you have to have that team play, you have to have that organization, and with the stand-in, it just falls a little bit too short. So now that they have 1437, hopefully they're going to be able to get something. And again, D2 Hustlers, they're really the 1-1 team. Even though they've got a few 2-0s here and there, they've been able to take games off of everyone. So I hope, again, the bounce back. Undying are safe. Now it's up to D2 Hustlers to find that same safety.
All right, they are fighting still very much for their lives, trying to get to that upper bracket. So we'll see what they can sort of pull out here. We do have the Wind Ranger coming in for them. So that is a pick that is getting so popular. You said earlier today, we saw it in, I believe it was 6 of the 8 matches yesterday. So this Wind Ranger is getting very highly coveted, both as a sort of 2 and as a 4. And that is actually where I think they've gotten themselves into a good spot here for D2 Hustlers. That Wind Ranger gets picked up third. Still no clear sort of indication of where it could go. So D2 Hustlers are able to get a strong pick for themselves while also still maintaining a certain degree flexibility with that selection.
Yeah, and picked up this early Wind, just one of the best heroes versus Viper. Whenever we see it, we sometimes see the Viper struggle. Brow specifically will pretty much lane it wherever he wants if he does end up there. But this Wind, it is sort of a wrench in the works, and we have seen North American teams flex it a little bit more, where sometimes you do see it put on that 4 position. I think, though, unless D2 Hustlers really find some sort of slam pick, you're really going to see Papa Tootie fall on that Wind Ranger, which of course they do want. They want the matchup versus the Viper. They know that he's going to struggle, and then it's going to be on Papa Tootie to have almost a mirror sort of playstyle wise of Analog yesterday. We saw how effective he was rotating with that Wind every single time he had that focus fire, every single time he got a rune. He makes the easy rotation, gets a few kills, plays into side lanes, and just helps out Divine Llama's lane just that little bit more. And once you see those sort of key rotations coming out, if they work, then D2 Hustlers might have a little bit of a better shot. Whereas Undying, it feels like with this Grimstroke pick, they're going to play, again, a little bit slower. They're the better team. I think I said way earlier on in the tournament, the better team is always going to win the later the game goes on. So if Undying can drag this out, they're going to be pretty happy, especially, I think, even though Tomato's hero pool has been sort of axed down, no more Ursa, no more PL, we still have that Luna available. We still have that Wraith King. We could still see something pretty big coming out from him.
So, still options in the pool there for Tomato. Meanwhile, with the selection of the Mirana, that does look like it's going to be shifting the Wind Ranger fully into that sort of mid position. So, that is honestly what we were sort of expecting. As you mentioned, it's high damage, high maneuverability, good against the Viper. So, running out the 4 maybe feels like, maybe not a waste, that feels a little too harsh, but just not quite fully taking advantage of the Wind Ranger strength. So they'll run it almost certainly mid. The Mirana will slot into that 4 role. You've got that sort of Centaur Mirana stun into stun play to work with in the off lane, and well, they've got their target now. They know who they're going to be laning up against, as Undying will go in for that Wraith King for Tomato.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and you had to be a little bit worried about it, and now we are going to see Yuma's hero pool probably, yeah, focus down a little bit with the Undying bans. But Mirana, again, one of those heroes, probably one of the best heroes versus that Viper. I'm glad we're not seeing teams mess around with that Lina, especially seeing the Viper picked up twice already today. Just really no stock in Lina for me. I do not believe in the hero. Mirana is going to be a much better fit for them, as well as just being able to pick it up, slot it in with 1437. He loves those ranged 4s. He loves giving Divine Llama just that little bit of an easier time. And you do have Centaur Mirana versus Wraith King. That isn't a gun to be a free lane for Tomato. They do definitely need to be a little bit careful with the Grimstroke. He can definitely get a little bit more active, especially with the Centaur having that slightly lower base armor than some of these other heroes, but gotta have the low base armor. He's got like 1000 HP, gotta make it balanced somehow. But now, if you're D2 Hustlers, you gotta think, what is Yuma going to play? Are we gonna see the Sven? Are we going to see something else, something a little bit bigger? Because really now, his comfort has really been shifted away. They've gotten out a lot of his comfort heroes, and having Tomato already on that Wraith King, you got to be a little bit concerned if you're D2 Hustlers, because we see with these sort of Div 2 becoming Div 1 teams, if you lose that level of comfort, the play just sometimes isn't there to follow it up.
Right, so they need something that's not going to be maybe over-reliant on sort of that singular burst potential, because obviously the Wraith King will be sort of coming back in. So it feels like, I think you were mentioning something like the Sven could work out a little bit better for them. They've got sort of sustainable damage over the course of the fight. We've seen Yuma on the Juggernaut a couple of times, but that does not feel great, especially now that the Enigma comes in for Undying. So that Blade Fury doesn't really do you a whole lot of good if you get caught out inside of that black hole. So the options sort of thin even further for that D2 Hustlers side. They are potentially going to have some issues here. The Enigma may want to watch out black hole wise pre-BKB. There's a lot of lockdown for D2 Hustlers, but you feel like for the most part Saberlight is just going
maybe
to...
the Weaver? No, they are going to go for the gyro. And I thought about the gyro for just a moment there. It feels like it's going to be that all-around fight hero that you might end up wanting. It's pretty good versus the Viper, but as soon as I saw the Tusk, I thought there's no way they're going to pick this hero, because as soon as you put down the missile, you put down the snowball. Can't hit a hero that's snowballed with your missiles, so it's gonna be a little bit of a rough one, I think, for D2 Hustlers. Is Saberlight Enigma, it has a really high win rate, and a really high win rate versus arguably much better opponents, so this is gonna be a little bit of a rough one, I think. And with the Saberlight Enigma, it just facilitates exactly what Undying want to do, because now their timing, it shifts back a little bit. With this Enigma, you're going to have to play that waiting game just a little bit more, but if they're able to get over that hump, then it's really just coming up all Undying. If they get to that late game phase, or not even late game, that 30-35 minutes, they're just gonna have all the confidence in the world. Pre that, it's all gonna be on Papa Tootie now. You have Yuma, you have this Drow, so you might be able to get those ganks coming a little bit easier, but Moon, you gotta be careful, because that Tusk, it's gonna be roaming. Saberlight doesn't need to be babysat. He's gonna be able to make those moves. So again, I think I'm gonna have to Undying here draft wise, but D2 Hustlers, I like the Drow because it does mean they're going to be a little bit more active. They're going to be able to get those TPs going, the side lanes. I just hope they're able to sort of get something better going this time around.
Yeah, and well, honestly, it can't get much worse than what happened in game one for the D2 Hustlers side. They just got completely sort of blitzed and were not ready to deal with it. So presumably they're in for a better sort of scenario here in game two, just because that's how poorly things went in game one. But that is, I don't know, maybe a strange sense of optimism. But you have to assume with this lineup for D2 Hustlers that they do have that plan for it. As you mentioned, Yuma's going to be able to get online a little bit faster. Papa Tootie on that Wind Ranger presumably will be sort of active and aggressive. So if they can get that going for themselves, we've seen what happens. We've seen what this Wind Ranger can do when she sort of builds herself up across those first maybe 10-20 minutes. So very much a possibility here for that D2 Hustler side, but they're going to have to be so incredibly careful. They need to be aggressive, but they've got to be careful of the team fight strength on the opposing side. So it's a weird kind of dichotomy, right? You want to push for fights, but you need really the right fights. Otherwise, heroes like Saberlight's Undying are going to make you kind of hate this game.
Yeah, and Papa Tootie, you would have loved for it to be swapped, to be honest, because when you are laning versus a player like Ryle, we saw in that previous game, Ryle just able to make the right decisions, get that little lead coming out, and when Papa Tootie is such a key player for your lineup on the Hustler side, I just hope that Papa Tootie is going to be able to meet the floor that Ryle is bringing, and we're not going to see too much of an aggressive play early on, but if Papa Tootie does start to fall behind, that's where Hustlers, they might just start getting out-rotated by this Tusk.
Pandago in for the root, into the arrow, into the missile. Moon, oh god, he's dead. Okay.
Yeah, and Saberlight was able to get that bounty rune away from Yuma, but very casually puts the homing missile onto the Tusk and maybe didn't realize what was going on there. He had the snowball to get ready to dodge. So it's going to be a little awkward now bottom trading as well, because you don't have that tag team. So honestly, good start. Something going for D2 Hustlers already.
Yeah, really just getting an early advantage in a situation where they're just ready for it. He is going to roll forward though with that snowball, so it may not be the greatest of sort of skill builds for him in the first minute, but he's trying to make them of it. Is got a little bit of extra damage onto Pandego, so really that's all you can do right now. Moon, you don't have tag team, so you may as well just continue trying to be as annoying as possible, but it is going to be a little bit rough for him until he sort of hits that second level. And honestly, maybe even until level 3. We saw earlier on he went for the tag team into the sort of shards build, so he's going to need extra level to sort of get himself to that point. Then we might see him look to be a bit more aggressive, but it's going to throw him maybe off his game just that little bit early to have that different skill build as Saberlight. Gonna get hit up by the missile, but he's far enough back there where there's really no follow-up.
Yeah, and they are able to get a few denies here, but you are laning versus that Enigma. He's always going to be able to pull that creep wave back, and the only real time that they are going to be able to punish it with Yumi Pandego is when Moon does eventually leave, as he's going to want to stop this win from getting any runes, going to slow her down, get that routine away from her so Brow can really start owning this mid lane.
Yeah, until then though, well, Brow is not going to be able to pull away massively. You do see him maybe 1 or 2 ahead, and he's got 5 denies on the board, so he's been doing relatively well here, but until you can really put Papatuti down early with that rotation, he's still going to be able to sort of occasionally come in there and sort of find his as well, as we do see the water runes spawning up here, and is bottle coming out? Yes, it is. So Papatuti's going to want to wait just that little bit longer. Bryle, meanwhile, actually doesn't have enough money for hits, so the Wind Ranger going to be valuing these water runes just that little bit more, but he's still got a foot race, which Papatuti, with the Wind Run, should pretty much be able to do every time. But right now, Bryle's actually sort of pushing it onto him a bit, so gotta be careful. Can't quite make a break for that, as he's got to deal with the aggression first.
And really just super smart plays from Bryle. He's already working Papatuti because he did go for that greedy bottle sort of rush here, which just means he double waved under tower, and now he's not going to get really any of those last hits, just gets one, and Bryle's going to be able to sick up one of these bounty runes. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find the time to get Papatuti or steal that bottom water rune, but at the same time, Bryle's full HP, full mana, Papatuti is on the back foot, and you got to be a little bit concerned with your last hits because you really are kind of getting worked here, because it's just the denies. You're going to start seeing that level deficit start to matter a little bit more.
Yeah, it's already about a half level difference between Papatuti and Bryle, and continues to deny at the rate he is. It is going to increase. He's up to double digits now, 16 and 10. He's got more denies than Papatuti has last hits. That is a serious concern. Speaking of concerns, up top, 1437, gonna get jumped in on. Tomato and Dubu push their way forward. Wraithfire Blast into sort of Inkswell stun. You've got the Stroke of Fate in there for the damage and slow as well in 1437. No point up in fact, he's not even level 2 yet. He'd been giving so much of that experience over to Divine Llama, and that bottom lane Pandego. Moon is going to be able to get him. Tower shots are coming in, but at this point, he's going to be able to walk away from that one, even Pop just to be safe. So Undying are able to find that kill underneath their opponent's tower, and that gets them first too. So yeah, they gave up first blood, but they're sort of quick to respond here with a couple of kills across the map. And now mid, Bryle is trying to track Papatuti down here. Moon Meander's coming in as well. Wind Run will be deployed.
Tag Snowball.
Snowball comes in, tag team deployed. Papatuti's in some trouble, turns for the shackle. Good stun. He's going to look for the TP out now as well, but he's not going to get it. Bryle just takes him down in time.
And now you did get the bounty run, but this is disaster because 20 and 13 already on the Viper. You don't have your TP to get back to the wave. This is going to be a sad walk for the mid lane, and this is not the start that Papatuti wanted.
Pandego actually got blocked off there. The guards slowed up now by the tag team. He's dead too. Saberlight is able to pick that one off, and Moon Meander, I mean, this is what we were sort of expecting to see from him off the Tusk, but it's especially impressive considering the fact that he sort of misskilled early. That level 1 snowball felt like it might have been a bit of a setback, but you wouldn't really be able to tell based on his stat line right now. Kill and 2 assists for him, and quite a bit of rotation across the map. But back up in the top lane, 1437 and Divai Llama are sort of looking to push their way forward. They want in onto Dubu as they will connect with the arrow. Divai, though,
nice cover.
Hit by the Wraithfire Blast before he can get play in from the Wraith King to cover his teammates back.
And you're just these small, you're falling behind a little bit everywhere. It's just not able to make that early play, and really the play top should not have worked. Giving all that soul XP over to Divine Llama, it does feel okay, and if they land the arrow here, ooh, Tomato knows. It's a nice ward from Dubu, and
He's
they might still get it.
He's
Fairy Fire?
I think he's dead. Oh, 1437 still wants it though. 1 or 2 more hits will get it, but Tomato with those phase boosts just that little bit faster. And I think he's out. 1437 now. You're going to run into Dubu if you... And this might be a little bit too much for him, so...
He has to be careful on the Mirana, though. They might just try to kill him with the stick and the... Ooh, Tomato. He's got to make a decision soon here. Yeah, he's going to walk back now.
Okay, yeah. At a certain point, you're sort of lingering in between for too long. You just got to choose as... Oh, Dubu?
Yeah,
hit it by the arrow.
Landed.
Okay. So, DT... Hustler is able to pull that kill out. It's not the kill that they initially wanted, as Tomato does sort of sneak back under the tower, but they do at least get something, and that sort of duo of Mirana and Centaur, I mean, they're just going to keep on being able to make plays like that throughout really the rest of this laning stage. So starting to maybe build up a little bit of momentum as the Centaur actually feeling strong enough to just straight up push under the tower. Tomato doesn't really have the health to contest him right now, but that's not going to lead into any kills. It just sort of allows the Centaur to maybe pressure up that Wraith King a little bit more, but now Divine Llama sort of has control of this lane while the Wraith has to heal up.
Yep, and having the Vanguard completed, you just have complete control now. And Dubu with this nice ward, yeah, this is the perfect strike from Bryle.
Ooh, they're going to push in. Divine Llama going to get hit up. He's not 6 yet, so he doesn't have the Stampede, and he's just straight up gone. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, they're going to pick off Pandego as well.
Yeah, and just everybody rotating just that little bit better on the Undying side. And Papa Tootie, he's level 7 on the Viper while you're just getting your 6 now, and you just make that easy split-second decision and you come out on top. And this is why Undying are where they are. They make these decisions so quickly. They strike when the iron's hot. And Papa Tootie, you have this Javelin now. You can only imagine that he's going to want to make a rotation, but your bottom tower's dead. Saberlight's level 6, or if you really want to gank this Enigma, you're going to need more. And they are really just out-rotating D2 Hustlers everywhere on the map.
And actually, I mean, this is a little bit surprising. We were talking about Undying maybe being this sort of slower, steadier lineup, whereas Hustlers would be the ones needing to sort of get themselves going early on some of these cores, but the roles have been reversed. The whole Papa Tootie heads up play there. Quick Shackle will save him, or maybe it won't. Saberlight's in with the Malefice, and yeah, you're not going anywhere. Papa Tootie, surrounded by 4 heroes, will be taken down. 1437 in with the arrow at the end, but he's not going to hit anything, and even if he did, it's just him and Pandego. They weren't going to be able to find the kill, but 1437 decides why not go for it just in case, but it is going to be another kill for Undying, and now they've taken the tier 1 down bot already. They're looking for the tier 1 mid as well, and Pandego, I don't know if you want to be here. Moonmander's going to try and track him down. Snow comes in, Ice Shard's deployed as well. Tag team will be coming out for the bonus damage, and that's just a relatively easy kill. Pandego, I'm not sure what he was thinking there, pushing that far forward, but yeah, Papa Tootie
Black holes
gets the
here.
shackle in,
Can't stay.
can't push, can't go far enough forward, but Yuba, holy crap, he's into it. Okay. He's in it to win it. Dubu taken down. Nice play in from Divine Llama as well, connecting with the hoof stomp onto 2. Bryle's dropping low. He's not going to be able to make it out. They get him down, and now Saberlight stunned up by the homing missile. No chance for the black hole here just yet as the shackle comes in. The arrow even deployed. They were not going to give him even the slightest opening for that black hole play, and Moon Meander at this point just going to have to run away. Papa Tootie will give up on the chase, but if you're D2 Hustlers, you got what you wanted. That's 3 kills going your way for really just Pandego. So I don't know if that play from the Oracle was planned, if he was actually just straight up sacrificing himself, but
oh, Moon.
At the end of the day, his teammates take advantage of it. Moon, he didn't leave.
Papa Tootie, so clean. Nice shackle on the Ancient Creep there. But yeah, they leveraged their Centaur Warrunner. They used the Stampede for the first time. Devi somehow got a 3-man hoof stomp. That was just perfect positioning from them in Undying. They wanted to be confident. They wanted to feel like they could do something there. But Yuma also showing one coming in from the wings, and once you get that homing missile on the Enigma, he can't black hole. It sounds very simple, but it's just a fact of the matter. And while you do lose Pandego, I think he was going on a warding expedition if he was able to survive there. You give a little bit more speed over to the Hustlers lineup, and that's something that they should be good at. That's something that they should be able to respond with, having their level 6s, especially this Gyro having a few more levels than he otherwise should. But Papa Tootie,
snowball in, Inkswell, well, not quite enough. Papa Tootie was able to create just enough sort of separation. Now, Devi, he doesn't have the Stampede. He actually doesn't even have enough mana for the Stomp there, but it's less about the fight and more about pushing Undying off of the tower, and they will be successful on that front.
Yeah, and you push away the enemy team. You want to keep this tower. Undying, they want to run it down. They want to get this very easily because they still feel like they do have that early advantage that they were able to gain. But we might see their timing get pushed back just a little bit, especially having the Centaur sort of being the stopper, I guess you could say, where you can't get by the Centaur. He's going to just sit here. Ooh, 1437 did miss the arrow onto the cart, but it does stop a lot of that aggression, especially with the Stampede just able to come back up naturally. So no more forcing plays in Saberlight.
Ooh, okay. Well, in there, he's
not dead.
Not gonna actually be able to do it. Wow. Okay. Thought that they had that. Papatuti gets away. Saberlight gets taken down. 1437 sort of saving the day with that play, and that's your first black hole, I believe, and it doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, and it feels particularly awful because you try to get the play onto Papatuti. He's in range for that XP, and 1437 didn't even need to use the arrow. He just comes, kills you with the Starstorm. You already took so much damage, and maybe Devi? Okay, he's just going to Stampede out, but it's D2 Hustlers that are starting to make these forcing moves now. And of course, you do have this Wraith King farming up, has his Armlet. We'll see if Tamano decides to get a little bit more active here, as he might be the new frontliner for the Undying side. And, well, they're going in deep for
That's
Pandago.
All the way in. Yeah, Pandago's going to get dropped here. Nope. False Promise keeps him alive. Yuma responds with the call down into the Shackle as they've locked down the Grimstroke, but the Soulfind was still there into the Double Silence. So they are going to be able to take Pandago down. Devi Llama's going to be forced to fall back here as well. And D2 Hustlers, it's a solid initial response to the sort of initiation. They just don't quite manage to get themselves fully out of it, as Undying are able to find one, but at the end of the day, it's only the Oracle that they get kill-wise. It does put the False Promise on cooldown, but I think they were hoping for maybe a little bit more when they were sort of turning that one.
And the bigger issue is just having to use the Stampede defensively. That's your best offensive tool right now. The Llama also working towards that Blink Dagger. And with all of these early towers claimed by Undying, the unfortunate scenario they're in now is how do you leverage this wind? You're kind of just having to go for that farming game. Now that timing is going to be shifted more over to getting that Aghanim Scepter on the Gyrocopter and the Blink on Devi. And that is space that you are granting to Undying basically for free, as they get to sort of choose when they want to kill you. And 1437, there's an Invis rune on Bryle. Let's see here.
Strike is in. He does have all his charges on the leap though, but
yeah,
Snowball locks him down. He doesn't get out in time. Didn't see Moon coming until it was too late, and Bryle's going to be able to find the little two-man game there from Undying. It could have gotten a little bit rough there. Had the Mirana sort of caught with that maneuver, the leaps would have made it difficult, but they find the kill. Undying sort of trying to keep themselves going here with these pick plays.
And it's space that needs to be made because you are giving the Centaur the free lane. He is going down bottom to try and finish up that Blink Dagger. Maybe going to get a few Eidolons here, but the big issue is we'll see that Yuma and Papatuti are sort of having to exist in the same area. And Papatuti going for that Maelstrom, it will allow him to farm a little bit more, gives him a little bit more damage, but you're taking farm away from Yuma. You're delaying up that Ags, so that way maybe you can make some play with Devi. And Devi has to be careful. If Saberblight gets too close here, he could just black. He's trying for the body blocks, but okay, a little bit too wild. But big smoke coming in from Undying now. They find Papatuti, if they find one of those core players, it's going to delay their timing even further.
Looks like this play for now is going to miss. They're still going forward though, but they're already falling back on the D2 Hustlers side, so they're going to get so close to that one, but not quite close enough. Devi though, yep, goes back in. There's going to be the snowball into the Wraith Fire. Can they save him? Yeah, Pandago's going to come in. The Stampede will actually be used, but that's going to be a defensive measure more than anything else. They get themselves out. The Moonlight Shadow is actually dropped in there as well. So D2 Hustlers do have to commit a couple of those ults, but they will pull everybody back, and that is basically just going to sort of reset things here. Dying. Maybe you didn't get kills, but that Moonlight Shadow, False Promise, Stampede all on cooldown. Maybe there's an opening elsewhere now with a lot of those big sort of abilities being taken away.
And you're going to have to see them rotate into the Undying jungle if they really want to find the same level of farm, because Saberlight, he's on a different hero. It's not the Beastmaster, but he just lead foot stays 1 foot in the bottom jungle. All of the summons pushing in this wave consistently. Somebody's got to stay here to hold it if they're not making those plays, and resetting pretty much completely. Devi Llama has one player now, so we might see a smoke play coming out, but ideally they would get onto Bryle in the top lane. He only has Moon Meander as of now, but it feels like D2 Hustlers are struggling to make those decisions. Like, he has a Blink Dagger of his own. If they ever overcommit, we're going to see that 2-3-man black hole that we always see come out from him.
Ooh. Papatuti in for the shackle. He's going to try and take down Dubu, but there's Saberlight again with that blink. Goes in for the Malphite. Soulbind
that's
in as well. And yeah, Papatuti just straight up dead. There's nothing they can do. Divine Llama tries to stun up Saberlight on the back line, and it is going to prevent the black hole from coming through. The problem is, Hustlers have already lost 2 heroes, but oh my god, 1437. That is one hell of a sort of series of leads in for the kill, but now Vi is going to get stunned up, and he's not going to be able to get out. The hoof stomp buys him time, but he's still trapped in between about 3 or 4, and they will bring him down. So yeah, Dubu falls, but if you're Undying, you well and truly do not. That trade is nearly perfect for them. 3 for 1, over 1,000 gold into their hands, and maybe a chance to push out this top lane as well. They've the Eidolons, and they've got Brow to sort of clear through the creep wave.
Yeah, and you have just a very easy TP rotation. You're not able to make this play onto the tier 1 mid tower with your Blink Dagger. I'm surprised we see the group up a little bit sooner from D2 Hustlers, as you do have the mech, you do have the Ags, you do have a little bit of a power spike, and you don't have to commit the black hole. Saberlight is just being incredibly patient. They need to find really the instant play onto him. They're trying to take the Aegis. Oh, there it is.
Saberlight's in with the black hole, connecting onto 3. Tomato will come in for the follow-up damage. The mech, though, gonna sort of save the day. That doesn't quite do what they want. Divine Llama, meanwhile, jumps in onto Brow between himself and Yuma. They find the kill, but now Moon in for the Walrus Punch, but Yuma's gonna get saved. False Promise thrown out onto him. Pandago will heal him up, and at this point, if you're Undying, it is time to go. But Commander not gonna be able to get out yet. He's hit up by the Fortune's End into the Shackle. They will lock him down, but I don't know if they can find any more. Devi has his blink up in a few seconds, though, so maybe he can catch up to Dubu. Might need the angle here as well, but Dubu's got to sort of pick the right direction.
He's gonna guess wrong.
Would have been difficult for him either way, but at this point, actually, they're not quite giving up on this one. They're starting to make their way towards that middle lane, but with the tier 1 tower here, they might just want to go in for the tier 1 as Centaur. Okay, that was your courier. Flew it over the tier 1 tower. Will end up losing it, but he's just going to keep on chasing. They know Saberlight and Dubu are sort of still on the run as the arrow will fly. Saberlight doesn't see it. He's going to get hit. But where's the help? There's the help. Divine Llama blinks in, stomp into double edge. They need a little bit more damage though. Saberlight's still not dead yet. And Tomato, okay, he's back in. Soulbind comes through, but that's going to lead into the shackle from Papatuti. They're going to hit Dubu up. They take him down. Pandago steals the kill there with that Purifying Flames, and Tomato's just going to get hit up by the stun. He doesn't have his ult. This is a problem. They're going to bring him down. Tomato, I mean, I understand trying to help, but at that point, you're just sort of adding to the body count.
Yeah, and Saberlight, he's giving them my bad. Tomato, it's not his fault really at all. He walks all the way bottom. He wants to get that wave, and that's where he was existing before. But Saberlight brings the entire 5-man of D2 Hustlers over there. Meanwhile, Brow is able to reset, sort of farm up, and to start off that fight, even though you got that 3-man black hole, the Wraith King is respawning during it. You weren't able to save him, and Brow gets immediately counter-initiated on by Yuma and Divine Llama, so Undying, they sort of break apart, they get picked off. There wasn't that counter initiation, and even though it's a 3-man black hole, none of those heroes died. And now Tomato going it down again, it feels a little bit weird, a little bit disconnected.
And I think the worst part, you mentioned Saberlight, it's a nice 3-man black hole, but the worst is not only do you just fail to get the kills in that, you even in the long run failed to do any damage. The second 1437 was out of that, he pops the mech, and none of it sticks. So your black hole goes in for basically nothing. Tomato, as you said, was trying to get in there off the back of his reincarnation, but the whole fight is just kind of scuffed from the start, and I don't know, Undying just sort of try and keep it a little bit further with the retreat down to that bottom lane, but that ends up sort of backfiring on them as well. So really just the smallest little mistakes, the smallest mistimings, giving D2 Hustlers some hope here as they are now going to push their way into the
for a second time. That would be huge.
Still no reincarnation.
Ryle is also there.
Oh, that's a problem. Ryle's going to get hit up by the stomp into the arrow. He's just gone. Ryle will fall, and now Moon, and he doesn't really have anywhere to go either. Those shards were
nice
interesting,
block,
but
yeah, doesn't matter.
Got to give him credit for the nifty play. It's just not enough to save his life. So Hustler's able to find 2 in the north side jungle, and now who's got the wards here for them? They can take quite a bit of control in this area. They could take down this obs around that sort of outpost. They can't actually claim the outpost for themselves, haven't taken that tier 2 just yet, but this is going to be big. Taking away these sort of farming opportunities for Undying, really locking away a large portion of that north side jungle is going to make it so much more difficult for those Undying heroes to try and catch back up, as Yuma, what's he working on here? He got the Yasha. It's going to be S and Y for him as his next pickup. So looking to just sort of tank up a little bit more while honestly still providing some damage for himself with that S and Y.
And then after that, we could be, I would love to see the Basher. That would be pretty clutch, I think, especially if he does get black hold, but we are going to see him queue up the Scotty instead. He just wants to tank up. He wants to survive. If he's able to make it through the Undying team's damage, then there really isn't anything else they can do. They're going to smoke up with black hole coming off cooldown. That bottom wave is still a big question mark for really both sides. Unless Saberlight's down there, there isn't a real reason to go there. And there is still a triangle to invade. There are plays to be made, but it looks like 1437 sort of willing to tank it for his team. He's just kind of being the living ward right now, while the remainder on D2 Hustlers, they could sort of make a go at this mid tower, and yeah, they're going to force Undying to sort of respond to them here. There's no objective for them to take top, so they got to TP back.
Yeah, we do see those TPs rushing in. Bryle here first, Moonbander in as well. They're going to get the Viper onto the Centaur, but the Stampede should still get him away. Not entirely though, but there's going to be your false promise play to sort of bail things out. So Undying forced to maneuver their way back towards the middle lane. I think just about everybody TP. Tomato, though, this feels risky. He has the reincarnation back up, but he needs his teammates a bit closer behind, and they will sort of make their way up afterwards. So he should be okay there, but there was a moment, maybe they turn it around. Patootie was sort of watching to see if he could get off that shackle, and now, uh-oh, Tomato, he's too far away again.
Yeah.
He's just outrunning his supports, and he's going to get hit up. They're going to burn through the first life on him. Reincarnation will get him back in. Undying starting to bring support. Saberlight has the black hole, so they need to watch their spacing here, but they're going to be able to take Tomato down, and Saberlight didn't see the opportunity to jump in.
Yeah, and for the second time here, oh, what a stop by.
Blinking forward, stomp onto two. Dubu's dead. Moonmeander, no, he's not getting out. He's just straight up dead as well.
They just died 2 feet away from the pit. What a huge misplay, to be honest. Undying, like you said, they're outrunning their supports where everybody makes the rotation. They're going to the objective top. They want to try and take over that triangle to get down that infrastructure, get some of that vision up. And for sitting on the high ground, that's a much different game. You have the Enigma sitting behind you, but you get a little bit disjointed. You get a little bit pulled apart. You have the arrow on the second life, and you don't have those defensive supports. You don't have that Oracle this time around. You're not able to save him, and wow, this is just a huge swing for Hustlers.
It's a massive mistake for Tomato. I mean, really, I don't want to sound too harsh about it, but we mentioned it the first time. He was a little bit too far forward. He backs off. His teammates come in to help him, and then he immediately makes the exact same mistake and pushes too far. So, at a certain point, I mean, Tomato, you got to learn the lesson here. It is going to be a bit of a setback for them. It's not panic time just yet, but in the future, this Wraith King, you can't get that far out. As you mentioned, they've got the lockdown and the damage for the first kill. They save a little bit of that lockdown to go in onto him a second time, and if no one's going to intervene from Undying, that's just an easy kill almost every single time. And I don't know, if you're Undying, gotta try and sort of get it together execution wise, and you need to very much keep tabs on Divine Llama. We sort of saw with that secondary engagement, he has been so perfect with these plays, the stampedes, the hoof stomp in, the blink, always getting him into that position to sort of set it up for his teammates. And you take a look at him in terms of overall sort of level of participation here. D2 Hustlers have 17 kills in total. He has been directly involved in 13 of them. So if there's a fight, you got yourself a 90-something% chance that Divine Llama is right in the middle of it.
And it's one of those plays, I can already feel Tomato's inner monologue. It's, why are they here? Why aren't they afraid of us? They just used Stampede. They just used the Fortune's End. So they really thought that there was no chance of them to kill him mid. You thought they should be scared of us. They don't have their defensive abilities, but Hustlers make that sort of gamble play, and they hustle their way into it. They get the kills, and the punishment was just immediately there. And now that they have this Aegis, I don't think they're going to necessarily get too gung-ho. Their fights have been sort of far and few between. They don't want to give up anything to the Undying side after they've given it. And Undying, at the same time, they want to finish up their double BKBs. Both the Viper and the Enigma are closing in on them. Then we are going to see a team fight that the Hustlers are going to need to contend with. They need to be especially careful with the positioning of Papatootie and Devi, and that's why they're trying to sort of get ahead of this BKB timing. As the Viper, it's still 400 gold away. If they could find him specifically, it'd be another huge pick.
Yeah, they are looking for it. Full 5-man smoke into the jungle.
They see him again.
Oh no, he's going to get hit up right away. Yuma starts it off with the damage. There's going to be Devi in again for the stun. And where's that arrow? 1437 times it up perfectly. They get the stun down, and Tomato's gone. Does zero, well, okay, never mind. He has the Radiance, but does 0 physical damage with those right clicks as he does get taken down pretty much for free. And D2 Hustlers, they're in. They get the kill, they get the tower, and at this point, it's Undying who sort of have to be afraid of them with this push forward.
And you just see immediately splitting the map, but now
Bryle.
no BKB, Bryle. It's all up to Saberlight. They've got to find something.
There's Divide again, in for the stun. Saberlight though pops the BKB. Black Hole coming through. 1437 though, throws out the arrow. Saberlight though with the BKB, doesn't care. Able to hold his ground. Papatootie though, not dead. So low on HP, but he is going to be able to get away. But now the reinforcements starting to come in for Undying. They don't have the Black Hole, but they're still looking for this engagement as they jump in onto the Centaur, hitting him up. Soulbind is going to latch him and the Mirana together, but where is the damage? They're just not getting through right now. And Hustlers, I mean, are they going to lose? Okay, they're going to lose Pandego, but the rest of the lineup is taking the opportunity to back off. Papatootie's going to wind run his way out of there. Meanwhile, 1437 leapt into the tree line. No TP, actually, so he's not going to leave immediately, but he's waiting for those charges to come back up. And at this point, no one from Undying is there to really sort of keep tabs on him, so he should be just fine. And if you're Undying, you save Ryle's life. I guess that at the end of the day, that was sort of priority one, but Black Hole BKB for an Oracle is not great.
And Papatootie did have to use his BKB as well, so it's not the freest trade. If Divine Llama goes down there, then everything feels terrible. You already had to use the Stampede. If you use Stampede and die, that is the worst feeling if you're that Centaur. But that was their timing, to be honest, for D2 Hustlers. Now Undying, they are starting to pick up those tools. Now there is a BKB on the Viper. He's going to be a lot less scared. There's going to be a Blink Dagger built up on the Wraith King as well, so he will be able to not necessarily blink out of that arrow reincarnation. That's a play that can pretty much always happen if 1437 is on it. Ooh, Moon? He has a blink.
Got it down. Okay, nice split, or nice shards. Yeah, he completely blocks off the ramp. Papatootie can't get in onto him, and that's a nifty play from the Tusk to keep himself alive. He's got teammates close enough here where I don't think Papatootie goes in again, so should just be a situation where the Wind Ranger backs off, or maybe not. He's going back in. Okay, landing the shackle. Power shot comes through. Moon should die here. Saberlight though blinks in for the Malefice, but yeah, Papatootie doesn't care. BKB pop. That is going to be another charge down, but gets the Wind Ranger in for the kill and the retreat. And now Yuma and Divine Llama, they want to push forward. I don't know about this. Yuma is going to have the Aegis expire on him really right as they were making that maneuver, so they are going to be falling back for the time being. But the fact that they can just sort of casually stroll through that north side jungle is maybe indicative of the level of map control that they have right now. As Dubu's going to get stunned up. Call down will be coming through. Dubu's going to run out of time on that invis, but it's Bryle that they want. They're not going to get him though. BKB will be channeled out and the Viper TP's home.
Yeah, he accidentally got 2 there. Just a good stun from Divide. Doesn't have any dust, unfortunately. But you just get to make this play onto the tier 2 tower. You might get the glyph coming out, but well, they were already trying to set up on Saberlight, but Saberlight just a little bit too far ahead. And if they see these heroes top with the Eidolons, yeah, Yuma's been cut out to dry.
They're going to jump in for it. They've got Yuma. Can they bring him down, though? BKB active. He's not dead just yet. Now the False Promise is going to be buying him some extra time. Divine Llama, meanwhile, in for the Hoof Stomp, connecting onto 2. That's going to sort of take out about half the lineup. That should be enough for Yuma to get away, but now Divide has got to make his escape as well, and without that Stampede, I don't think he's getting away, but that's the play that had to be made, right? You get your carry out of there, you save Yuma's life, and that felt a little bit weird for D2 Hustlers. As you said, they were TPing in top, but the Eidolons get the vision, and once they're aware that about, well, 2/5 of that lineup isn't in the lane, they just go straight forward in for the fight, and now they might get more. Papatootie is going to pop the BKB, though, and he's still, you're not out just yet. Moonmeander coming in, getting down the Walrus Punch. Papatootie responding with the shackle into the arrow, but Papatootie's still going to get hit up here. The Malefice comes in onto him. Moonmeander connecting with the snowball, and Papatootie will die.
Yeah, and just beautiful ward coming out from Undying. They see him getting a little bit greedy, and you have the Eidolons, you have the Skeletons. They're already pushing everything in. We see Moon ping the Roche Pit. Unfortunately, not going to respawn very soon here. But again, they're not able to make those aggressive moves. They don't have the Stampede. They don't even have the Centaur. He's still respawning when they make that play. And this is what you need to be cautious of as Undying. They can still make these plays. They can still punish you. They punish you even harder when you do sort of throw out these long.
Oh, Divido, look
what a stun.
Stomp onto 3, call down through as well. The defensive snowball will buy some time, but Dubu, Moonmeander going to be taken down as well, but there's the Black Hole connecting onto 2. They need the follow-up damage. Bryle is in there trying to hit up as best as he can, but neither hero will die just yet. Yuma still holding the line, but with Pandego dead, there's no False Promise to save him.
Yeah, And they really, it's just Pandago getting gone on by Tomato. It's the Blink Dagger. He's able to get that secondary play, and for the third time almost in a row, the team that has to use their BKBs first ends up losing it, as you had to pop the BKB, immediately Saberlight trades his out, and the Black Hole takes away your BKB for 4 seconds. There's nothing you can do about it, and Brio is just sitting in the back, outputting out all of this damage, and that play is made with Papatuti on the sideline. He wasn't alive for anyone. There's nothing that he could do. He's just sitting there watching his teammates play, and it's just more speed under Undying, where now they don't have Black Hole, they use their cooldowns, but every single time that works, it's going to be more time allotted to them.
And at this point, yeah, you can still just sort of eat through a lot of those cooldowns, as Yuma's still dead for 25. So obviously with the Black Hole, you're still waiting for a little while, but you take that gyrocopter off the map. Papatuti is not going to be really feeling strong enough to make a sort of solo play right now, so you've created even more space. They're farming up. You take a look at that Wraith King really building himself up here. He's got the Blink, he's got the Halberd, working his way now towards the BKB as well, so we are going to eventually see some sort of defensive build out from him. But as you were sort of saying, the longer this goes on, the stronger Undying are going to start looking here, and that could be a concern for the D2 Hustlers side. It's already a concern, to be honest, based on the way these last couple of fights have gone. So they really have to step it up, and they've got to avoid that Black Hole play. Saberlight's been so incredibly sort of patient and strategic. He knows on this hero exactly when the right time to strike is.
Yeah, and 50 seconds on that Black Hole. If you can get the space, if you can get the levels, to be honest, on this Enigma, the hero is just terrifying. And again, that's why we always see it sort of banned out. That's why we always see it really out of the hands of him, and getting to pretty much last pick it as well. There's not enough time or really enough flexibility in D2 Hustlers lineup to maybe you see that last pick, Rubik, maybe you get to see some sort of slam down pick, but instead you have to get Yuma on this hero. And really, up until that point, everything was feeling pretty clean from the Hustler side, but as they start to sort of whiff these plays, you're going to see them fall further and further behind, and Roach will really be the singular factor where the teams will sort of have to clash over that objective. Undying can't afford to give it up anymore, but you see the cores, they're pulling ahead, they're getting these sort of tier 3, tier 4 items, and this is where it's going to feel like Undying, it's going to get easier and easier for them to take those fights.
Papatuti
Dubu
jumps in onto Dubu. They get that kill. Divine Llama, meanwhile, in with the stomp. Do they have any follow-up? Fortune's End coming through. Arrow will fly. Not going to connect. Okay, it snipes out a Centaur, but Hustlers are still sort of pushing forward. They want to establish control over this pit right sort of as Roshan is respawning, and with the pickoff onto the Grimstroke, they've got a little bit of control, maybe not complete control just yet, though. So Papatuti wants back in, pushing his way forward. It's a full 5-man smoke, although Divide
again. Moon
is a little bit too far away, but it's not going to matter. They're in onto Moon. Snowball, though, will buy some time. Papatuti's going to get stunned up, and that does allow Moon to blink himself out. So for now, he'll be just fine. That missile is going to connect, but it's too far away at this point. So the Tusk will be just fine, but now Hustlers, they see that Roshan is respawned. They're going into the pit.
And this is where the teams are going to converge. It isn't the fastest Roach. Yeah, going to commit the focus fire to try and speed in or hasten it up, but Undying, they do have to make a decision here. He's going to walk over with the shards, and it's going to be at about 25% HP, so they've got to make a move now, or this is just going to go straight into the hands of this Gyro.
This is a problem. They're grouping up, but they've grouped up too late. They're not going to be able to stop it. Yuma gets the Aegis, and Divide, he's going to get silenced up here, but now the call down comes in from Yuma. They've got Tomato sort of caught on the low ground. Can it actually bring him down, though? That's going to be the question. Stampede will be used by Divide to get him away from that fight. They hit him up here with the false promise as well, but now Divide back in. He's going to go for the stomp. Defensive snowball, though, saving everybody, pulling them into the pit onto Yuma as they will burn through that Aegis. But Papatuti on the back line, able to take down one. Dubu will fall. Divide, though, going to get taken down in exchange. Now Yuma is getting hit up again. There's Saberlight with the Black Hole. He only hits it onto one, but it's the one that they need, as Yuma will be finished off. And this is going horribly for D2 Hustlers. I mean, they did get Roshan, but now they're on the run. Pandago is going to get hit up by this snowball. And can they actually track him down? Good 4-staff in there. Will save Pandago for now. Divide. I don't know about that. They will burn through the reincarnation, but Divide's going to go down. He does get, okay, he does get two, though, as he finds one. Papatuti gets the other, but Papatuti's just going to get slowed up and taken down once Tomato is back in off of that ult. So that felt really like they should have just cut their losses. They go back in for a second round, and it's a fight that they straight up do not win.
Yeah, and Bryle, now with the Scotty, anybody who gets close to this Viper is going to get captured. He's going to get that MKB next to match up versus that Wind. And they really just suicided for the 2 supporting cast kills. And you take out an Enigma without Black Hole and a Moon Meander, while still a pretty crucial hero for his team. These aren't the pushers. And now, well, 1437, got to be a little careful. He's out of leaps, but this should just be a tier 3 tower. And 1437.
Okay, no, Glimmer. That'll buy some time. 1437 will be fine, but Bryle and Smato, they're just back in onto the tier 3. He's going to go for the disarm, though. Nice play with the Edict, but Pandago...
Gotta ult himself.
My God, Pandago. He's not going to do it.
Agreed, and they're just onto this melee rack. They should be able to kill it and get out relatively free. There's nothing that they can really do here.
Doesn't even hit. 1437 needed that one. Yuma though is back into the fight, so maybe he can force this. The BKB's active, he does, or excuse me, BKB's available, and he does have cheese in his inventory, but Undying really just don't seem to care. They just continue to push their way forward. They want this Rax, and they will not be denied. They're going to be able to take it down. They blink themselves out of the call down follow-up, so Undying get what they want, and they back out successfully.
And it's now those huge items, the MKB coming up for that Viper, and Tomato will get stunned up mid, but now he has a BKB of his own. That's the big reason why they were very hesitant to go into that pit and why the Aegis did end up falling to the hands of D2 Hustlers. But still, the Violama, you use the Stampede, you die pretty much right after it. Your team really needed to make the call to back up a little bit sooner, and Saberite with the very simple one-man black hole, that's all that matters. Moon was able to force Pandago away from his carry. You're not able to get that save, and Undying, yeah, they're just going to start running at you. They've got those items. They have exactly what they need to take these fights. Oh, Papa Tootie. He's got to be so careful. Pandago, goodbye.
Pandago burned away. Dubai was trying to sort of wrap around there, but doesn't get there in time. Now Papa Tootie's hit by the black hole. They're going to be able to lock him down. Moon Meander coming in for the Walrus Punch as well. Papa Tootie will die. He does have a buyback, and at this point it feels like D2 Hustlers are going to need it, but the Oracle is dead without one. So Pandago is still out of this fight, and we will see Undying wrap their way down to the bottom lane. They want that second lane of Rax, and I'm not really sure if D2 Hustlers can do this without...
No, they can't. They are going to buy? Okay.
Buyback comes in, Divine Lava pushes forward, looking for the stomp, into the call down, into the stampede, but I don't really know. Where's the damage coming out from? They do have Papa Tootie going to work, but he's not actually taking anyone down fast enough, as Dubai will fall. And Papa Tootie, you cannot afford to die here. He just bought back. They have to get him to the fountain. They will be able to do so. The problem is they leave Yuma behind. BKB activated, but Brow's just slowing him up with that Scotty. Yuma, though, able to hold his ground. They will get through the first life there on the Wraith King. They get the Shackle down onto Bryle as well. The problem is the Wraith Fire Blast will lock Papa Tootie down, so he doesn't really have the follow-up damage, and all the while Undying just continuing to sort of lay the hits into this bottom lane of Rax. They will be able to take the melee. Arrow, it's in onto Viper, but that's really not going to matter. They're still just going. Papa Tootie, though, wants in for the Shackle, will connect, but again, the lockdown's there. Where is the damage? Without it, they're not really going to be able to do anything in this situation, and Undying know it. They just take the Rax and back off again.
And it's this pick and choose. They're able to get these fights. It's sort of funny, Tomato blinking into 2 arrows to tank it just that way, Bryle. There's no chance that he dies. Now you're getting the 25s. Now you're getting even more items, more speed underneath you. I believe now that is a refresher. So you've got 2 black holes to deal with this Enigma. Before, he's just finding all of the kills, all the picks that he needs to. And I'm surprised you buy back there on Papa Tootie, because you're gonna need this for this next defense. And I don't think that really fighting over that bottom Rax is worth it at this point, because now Yuma, he does have this butterfly. He's going to be a little bit harder for Tomato to crit down, but 25 is now being worked on by that Wraith King, and if D2 Hustlers are forced to wait for this black hole to come back up, they need to find these kills, they need to find these plays to sort of subsist on, but Undying, I don't think they're going to give it to him. They're just going to simply group up, and even the group up before, it's so clean because they know that the glyph is down. That's the only reason they make that play, is because they know the push is guaranteed. And now MKB finished on the Viper. Papa Tootie has to be so careful whenever he shows his face, because he's a 2000 HP Wind Ranger. You are not having a fantastic game. And Black Hole, I think, yeah, 2 Black Holes on the deck now. This is feeling like the end. Timeless Relic on that, on the Enigma as well.
Come on, man. You've got a Timeless Relic, you've got 2 black holes, he's got the Ag Shard as well, so he's got that extra sort of pull. I mean, yeah, like you said, this is starting to feel like the end. If D2 Hustlers don't win it out in really the next fight, then I'm not really sure they're going to be able to do it at all, as 1437 in some trouble. Bryle's going to hit him up, but there's no detection right now, so the Piranha should be able to just sort of sneak away into the tree line. He has no TP, though, so 1437's kind of stuck here for a bit. Gonna be able to immediately make it back home, which is a bit of a bad deal considering Undying are sitting in the west side jungle waiting for an opportunity to try and push that lane in, but okay. 1437 going for it again. He's going to cut the weight, but there's Moonmeander blinking in, going for the Walrus Punch. Can they get the kill? Snowball is going to hit up. I don't know if they see. No, they see. Moonmeander's got the gem, so the detection is there. 1437's down, and now Undying have a clear path. They could try to stay thorough, go for that final lane of racks, or... Oh, I mean, they could try to push in mid. They do have a creep wave sort of in position, and Bryle is going to go for it.
And really just killing the creep cutter. Now there's no way for a hero to get top. They're probably going to take up this tier 2. They will play a little bit slower just because that glyph is up. They want to get glyph, then they can maybe make a smoke play, immediately go for the kills into that tower push, whereas the glyph does sort of mess it up for them. But it's so low risk for them. Now you have the AC on Tomato as well. He does so much more damage to these buildings. And Bryle, I mean, he is the monster. He is the big killer for his team. They might not even want to risk Tomato. They might just blink in, try to get somebody, try to get a reaction out of D2 Hustlers. And really, if they expend anything, if they expend the Stampede, the False Promise, and they don't get something out of it, it's just not going to matter.
Tier 3 tower down. Yuma, he didn't pop the BKB, but it wouldn't have mattered. The Black Hole is still in onto him. And they're not going to kill him off just yet. False Promise was deployed, but they need backup. Papatudi's going to try to get in here. He's looking for Saberlight. They will be able to find that kill, though, so they've at least taken that one down. Yuma, meanwhile, dying but buying back, so they're back in with full strength as Yuma's just going to work here. And actually, they're kind of holding right now. Just kind of pushing their way back, but okay, Tomato will be taken down. The reincarnation, though, gets him right back up, and Undying are going to try to regroup. Devi, though, in with the stomp, connecting onto 2, but where's the follow-up? They need a little bit more damage in here. Bryle's just going to turn around and go to work, dishing out those right clicks, and Devi will fall. Dead for 78 seconds, no buyback available. The Wind Ranger gets taken down without it as well, and now there's going to be the second Black Hole in onto the Gyrocopter. They've got him locked down, and yeah, that will do it. The GG will be called, and Undying will pull off the 2-0 sweep in this game.
Yeah, and even though it did feel like they were holding, Papatuti was able to get in on Saberlight before he was able to get that secondary BKB off. It just doesn't matter. Once you use those BKBs, you can no longer walk up to that, what feels like 13 or 1400 range Viper. You always have that Radiance, causing that mischance, making it even harder for you to fight up. And they had something going there. They had something. After that second Roche, though, really just everything came falling down on their heads. They just took that fight a little bit poorly, and again, D2 Hustlers, they run it as a 4. We've seen 1437 shifted around, and I don't know if they were versus a Timbersaw in that game as well, but it never feels the most fantastic. It doesn't feel really great, and I can only imagine that the cut are going to ban out some more Divine Llama heroes here, just because there is that slight threat that maybe you do end up going there. Well, actually, it's hard to say, because with that Bloodseeker pickup, I can't imagine Papa Tootie is going to want to play Bloodseeker versus the Puck, so we might already be seeing Divine Llama's hero in that Bloodseeker, and stylistically, it does play pretty well versus that Timbersaw, but Abaddon does not really care, Puck does not really care, so this is really just sort of directly trying to affect this Tingle King Timber, and I don't know if I'm exactly buying what they're selling, especially because Scourge is going to have that last overall pick. So this Bloodseeker can definitely sort of get pushed out of the lane, especially versus Abaddon. If you get that curse in an Oov, it feels like walking up to that wave is going to be pretty difficult for Divine Llama if he is on this BS.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it several days ago, actually, when we saw Parker put on this Bloodseeker for Infamous. I mentioned at the time, Bloodseeker in a position 3 role just really does not feel as strong. You don't really get the same degree of farming priority, and your damage does suffer because of it. So, sure, it can bug the Timbersaw a little bit, right? With the Rupture, with the Blood Right, you're going to be able to sort of harass him to that degree, but it just feels very strange for them. And as you said, you take the Bloodseeker now, it's not really a hero that we think Papa Tootie is really going to care about in the middle lane, and mid Bloodseeker is, at this point, even less popular than running it in the off lane. So it's a strange play for D2 Hustler's side. I have to assume there's some sort of grander plan in store for this Bloodseeker, but right now it just feels a little bit funky. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve here in terms of a positional swap or some sort of laning scenario that really gets more out of this Bloodseeker than what we're seeing right now. But in the meantime, we are moving through those final bans here. D2 Hustler is going to remove both the Bristle and the Medusa, trying to take away some of those Scourge McDuck heroes, while the Cut are just going to key in on that final support position, taking the Lion, presumably out of 1437's hands here, and then really just, I guess, one final hero with an aggressive sort of focus as, well, they banned the Lina. Not really sure if anybody's still considering that hero at this stage based on what we've seen before, but they are going to just take away some of those pause 4 options.
Yeah, and I guess the Cut are making a little bit of a different read than I am, because, yeah, they are going to pick up that win. We'll see what position, again, once everything is locked in stone, then we will get a little bit of a better idea, because I do think this is just going to be a 5-position Snapfire, pause 3 Bloodseeker for a DK, and that makes that mid-wind sort of make some more sense. And
Out here, as we get this series underway, we're going to be hopping into that Game 1 draft. I am joined once again by ET, and ET for the Cut, outside of maybe personal pride and the chance to play spoiler, there's not too much for them to really work with here wise, or stakes wise. That could be maybe a little bit freeing for them. They know that they don't really have much to lose.
Yeah, and really, again, they've got Red 2, they've got Giant, they've got 2 stand-ins, they've had 2 stand-ins their entire run. Try to give SMD and Tingle King the real core of the Cut, sort of the best game as possible. They've got that second pick. I would not be surprised if we saw sort of them just immediately slam down, possibly that Timbersaw, immediately slam down. We could be seeing the Void, we could be seeing the Naga, something wild. If those 2 players can get off to a good start, off to a good game, that's how the Cut have won their sort of few games here. But it really, I don't think things can go business as usual for them. Don't get too smart with yourselves, just try to have a good time. And yeah, everything sort of relies on D2 Hustlers here. They need to get that 1-1. If they get the 1-1, then you're sort of feel good about yourself. If you get the 2-0, even better, because then, you know, Infamous might cry a little bit if you get that 1-1. That means they are going to get sort of put down. But still, the Cut, we haven't seen him perform yet. I want to see him perform. I want to see him do well. I want to see him get something on the board.
Yeah, we've just been almost sort of waiting to this point in the group stage, hoping to see that sort of breakthrough moment, see them turn that corner, really sort of feel like they've sort of gotten their feet on solid ground, and so far haven't quite been able to reach that point. But this series will offer them a bit of an opportunity, and right away we see that Timber come out for them, so you said they needed to sort of get something good for Tingle King. The Timbersaw has really been his best hero to this point in the event.
Yeah, and arguably is his best hero. It's really something that, again, it takes out that pull. It makes you think, hey, D2 Hustlers, we have a very similar player. What do we do? Do we want to maybe pick up the Mars? Do we want to have to deal with that matchup? Tingle King, even in the games that they're losing, getting those kills, getting that damage out, doing pretty much whatever they want. And D2 Hustlers now responding with sort of their tried and true send-off. They've got the Snapfire Void, something that we've continued to see them play versus better teams arguably than the cut. And if Yuma is able to greed out for that position, sort of stall out the game, again, they can sort of waltz into a position where they just kind of win. That's what we saw them do versus pretty much everyone. Of course, they tried that versus Undying, but Undying is Undying, so they're going to pressure you, they're going to force their way into your lanes, they're going to get more out of their lanes than you. So versus a team like the cut, it's worked versus everyone else except for Undying, so maybe D2 Hustlers, they can find something here with the Void.
Yeah, and I mean, if you needed an indication of maybe the fact that D2 Hustlers are feeling the pressure here, needing at least one win from this series, that's gonna be kind of your sort of clear sign. The Snapfire Void in phase 1, no messing around here. They know they need the win. They weren't really able to sort of get it done earlier on against Undying, so it comes down to this, and they're not going to take too many chances. So the tried and true for them. Don't want to get too cute with this. The cut have struggled to this point in the event, but they're still a team that you have to show that respect to. So I like that D2 Hustlers are coming in here with a strategy that they feel is going to be one that they can rely upon and one that's going to be consistent for them with those first 2 picks. But with that being said, we are moving into the second phase of the bans here. D2 Hustlers spreading out the bans a little bit. Razor, Oracle, and now the Wraith King being removed. Meanwhile, for the cut, really sort of keying in on those other core positions with the Invoker and now the Bat Rider being taken away.
Yeah, and both of them, again, the G2 Hustlers, when you don't see that Papa 2D hero, you do get to focus it down. We might be seeing the Void Spirit ban next. They don't really have the best lockdown with the Hoodwinked and the Timbersaw. We'll see if Pingu is going to end up picking up something that's going to allow them to get in on those very mobile heroes, because I can only assume that's what D2 Hustlers are going to be thinking about. Not saying Papa 2D only has 4 heroes he can play, but he really only has played, I think, 4 heroes at this tournament. Instead, going for the ban out on one of the Devi Llama Classics, and we see this Mars picked up pretty consistently versus that Timbersaw, just because even though you are a strength hero, you don't feel too great. You that easy rotation level 6, punish that Timbersaw when he might be still killable before that Hood of Defiance. But now swapping the script a little bit, gonna be that red 2 puck. I can only assume it's gonna be red 2's puck, and stealing away that Papa 2D hero. Again, Puck, one of his best heroes, and now you're sort of deny picking it, giving it to red 2. Plays really well versus that Void. We very rarely get to see the Puck played versus the Void, and when we have, the Puck definitely does still need to be careful. If you ever get chronoed, if you ever get caught out of position, we also see in this Puck versus the Snapfire, if you get cookied, you are dead. This is going to be up to red 2. You have to play sort of on the fringe at all times to get the most out of that hero, but really, he can't get caught. He's got to play this hero perfectly.
Yeah, we'll see if red 2 brought his dancing shoes for this one, because as you said, the second you get touched, the second you get locked down, you are just straight up gone. And now D2 Hustlers getting sort of even more for themselves in the way of both durability and lockdown with that DK selection. So I think the couple of times we've seen the DK recently in this event, it has been shifted into that off lane position. So the kind of mid variant of the DK feels like it's a little bit less popular here. So I would assume D2 Hustlers would sort of be looking for that and put Devi Llama on that hero. It is going to give him that sort of potential playmaker as well once he picks up that Blink Dagger. So something that the cut will have to be very, very careful of. Damage wise, maybe it's not that threatening, but you are going to have that sort of initiation power, although now you are running DK against a Timber.
Yeah, you end up running DK versus the Timber, and perfect pick coming out. That Abaddon now going to be the hero that's really going to be able to save that puck. You see the DK picked up so consistently versus that puck because you have that incredibly long disable. If you do, again, ever get that disable onto the puck, he's going to be under fire. You're going to need to be able to save him. And we actually have seen D2 Hustlers run it as a 4. We've seen 1437 shifted around, and I don't know if they were versus a Timbersaw in that game as well, but it never feels the most fantastic. It doesn't feel really great. And I can only imagine that the cut are going to ban out some more Divine Llama heroes here, just because there is that slight threat that maybe you do end up going there. Well, actually, it's hard to say, because with that Bloodseeker pickup, I can't imagine Papa Tootie is going to want to play Bloodseeker versus the Puck, so we might already be seeing Divine Llama's hero in that Bloodseeker, and stylistically, it does play pretty well versus that Timbersaw, but Abaddon does not really care. Puck does not really care, so this is really just sort of directly trying to affect this Tingle King Timber, and I don't know if I'm exactly buying what they're selling, especially because Scourge is going to have that last overall pick, so this Bloodseeker can definitely sort of get pushed out of the lane, especially versus Abaddon. If you get that curse in an Oov, it feels like walking up to that wave is going to be pretty difficult for Divine Llama if he is on this BS.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it several days ago, actually, when we saw Parker put on this Bloodseeker for Infamous. I mentioned at the time, position 3 role just really does not feel as strong. You don't really get the same degree of farming priority, and your damage does suffer because of it. So sure, it can bug the Timbersaw a little bit, right? With the Rupture, with the Blood Right, you're going to be able to sort of harass him to that degree, but it just feels very strange for them. And as you said, you take the Bloodseeker now, it's not really a hero that we think Papa Tootie is really going to care about in the middle lane, and mid Bloodseeker is, at this point, even less popular than running it in the off lane. So it's a strange play for D2 Hustler's side. I have to assume there's some sort of grander plan in store for this Bloodseeker, but right now it just feels a little bit funky. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve here in terms of a positional swap or some sort of laning scenario that really gets more out of this Bloodseeker than what we're seeing right now. But in the meantime, we are moving through those final bans here. D2 Hustler is going to remove both the Bristle and the Medusa, trying to take away some of those Scourge McDuck heroes, while the cut are just going to key in on that final support position, taking the Lion presumably out of 1437's hands here, and then really just, I guess, one final hero with an aggressive sort of focus as, well, they banned the Lina. Not really sure if anybody's still considering that hero at this stage based on what we've seen before, but they are going to just take away some of those pause 4 options.
Yeah, and I guess the cut are making a little bit of a different read than I am, because, yeah, they are going to pick up that wind. We'll see what position, again, once everything is locked in stone, then we will get a little bit of a better idea, because I do think this is just going to be a 5-position Snapfire, pos 3 Bloodseeker for a DK, and that makes that mid-wind sort of make some more sense. And again, for the 3rd day in a row, this Windrunner has been able to get so much done. Even in that previous game where D2 Hustlers picked it up, tried to play it versus Undying, it was being able to make moves. It was sort of playing a little bit off of the speed that Yuma was getting underneath that gyrocopter, but you can still rotate to these sidelines. You're always able to make something happen on the map, and we'll have to see whenever Red 2 uses his coil, it will just be free range for Papa Tootie to make plays on those wind. So ganking that Timbersaw's lane is probably going to be the easiest target for him to hit. But now Scourge, you have that Luna, and it is a Divine Llama Bloodseeker. That is gonna be pretty easy for him. Whenever that Bloodseeker tries to go up to the wave, while you are able to secure those range creeps with the Blood Right, you are gonna eat a lot of damage. So Scourge is gonna be able to get to off to a good start. And you've got Tingle King on a signature Timbersaw, so the cut have definitely got a lineup that they're very, very comfortable with.
Yeah, I think this looks honestly pretty solid for them. If there was, well, yeah, ever sort of a situation where it feels like the cut have finally sort of drafted themselves into a strong point, I would say that it's here, especially with D2 Hustlers, I don't know, being a little bit weird with those picks. That 1437 DK is something we've seen before, but not entirely sure if we would call it proven just yet. Meanwhile, with the Bloodseeker in the offlane, we've already talked about the issues with that hero in that position, so we'll see. The cut have to feel comfortable here. They know that they're sort of playing with house money. Their position for the playoffs is really already locked in, outside of maybe an extra win or two for seeding purposes, but they are really just looking to kind of stick it to D2 Hustlers here and maybe prevent their regional rival from claiming that playoff spot, or upper bracket spot, excuse me.
And really, D2 Hustlers, if this isn't the game that you win, the next one has to be it. You need to at least go 1-1 versus the cut. Whereas, you know, the cut, they're free. they really don't care about the outcome of this match. Again, while there are some seeding purposes, it really feels like they're just playing Dota to play Dota, and we have seen the cut before get those fantastic individual performances, specifically Tingle King, Scourge McDuck, able to make those plays, able to keep their head above water in some pretty dire situations, and they really are the heroes that you need to focus on the cut, on whether or not they're able to get those easy victories. And at the same time, Hustlers, you've got that Yuma Void. If you are able to stall out the game, if you are able to bide your time, you have that Snapfire this time around as well, so you have that guaranteed play with the kisses that's always going to be able to sort of propel that Void into an easier mid to late game. You definitely have some plays to be made on both sides, but again, it's sort of do or die for Hustlers. They've got to win the series.
Yeah, if they can't, then well, life gets a little difficult for them. So we'll see what exactly they can pull off here. There's an early maneuver into the south side jungle that was originally a 5-man smoke. 1437, I believe, got close enough to Red 2 to pop, but as we see from the vision here, neither side actually currently sees the other. So I don't think Red 2 is in trouble here. He's just going to be able to fall back to the tower, and 1437 doesn't really have the speed he would need to get that, even with the boots. So it's a bit of a bust there initially, but you still have about 5 heroes hanging out in the jungle, so maybe they wait and see. They've got this ward up on the sort of south side of the river to scout if anybody moves in, and it could still work for them, but it looks like they're already starting to back themselves away. They realize we're spending a little bit too much time in here. We got to get back to try and grab those bounties.
Yeah, and with the smoke up play, we do see them not really place up that ward. Whenever we see that smoke up, sometimes we see the ward placed up on the eye, just giving that high ground vision, maybe seeing that position 5 rotating out. Of course, that is just going to be an Abaddon, so not the scariest rotation that could possibly happen, but something that the Abaddon does facilitate are those deep dives where maybe Red 2 does go a little bit ham and needs that sort of escape plan, and Pingu is just going to yeah, right click up this 1437 DK.
Just
interesting.
Running right at him. Aphotic shield active, so this isn't exactly a fight the DK wants. And I don't think he's actually in range for the shield pop to hit him. Yeah, he's well far. So he's going to be just fine. No damage taken there outside of just the right clicks being traded away. But this is always going to be a bit of an interesting one. 1437, what does he do in the lane? The last time we saw him on this sort of position 4 hero, he did stuff like this, just jumping in right away with that stun. Divine Llama sort of set up for the follow-up with the Blood Ride, and it worked out well for them last time, right? 1437 was able to just sort of constantly push in and try to set up opportunities. Don't know, though, if they're going to have the same sort of scenario here. Scourge doesn't have the highest health pool, but with Pingu there to really bail him out with the Aphotic Shield, I don't think they're going to be able to really too much actually threaten his life.
Yeah, he's just going to stun. Yeah, every single time they see Pingu commit this Aphotic Shield, they are just going to go for the damage onto SMD. But at the same time, you're both melee heroes. You take a lot of damage just going for the approach. So once they get a few more levels up here, it is really going to be a lot more difficult for them. And while you are getting a lot of CS on this Bloodseeker, this is pretty much all you can do. I don't think they'll ever really have that substantial amount of damage where SMD's life will really be under dire straits. It really feels like now, yeah, with the curse, you have to be so careful on this Bloodseeker. You don't have boots, you're just gonna get run up.
Already forced to back away. 1437, though, was at least able to sort of rotate out and get that courier snipe, so Pingu's gonna be denied some resources here, so he's gonna get stunned up and hit by the Blood Rite, but I don't really know how effective this play is actually going to be. Maybe when they have further levels, maybe when Divine Llama is sort of a bit more secure in his damage output, then this is going to hit a little bit harder. But for right now, it just feels like just kind of casual harassment, not really a setup play for them at any point. As Pingu, okay, he's ramping in, but that's an ABBA. He's not really going to be able to do that much. Scourge doesn't even really want to push that far forward, so they're going to back themselves away on that front, or maybe they won't. They go in for the Lucent Beam. Scourge is going to be able to sidestep out that Blood Rite. However, Pingu is sort of stuck in the middle of it, and they're going to keep on going. Devi hit up by a second Lucent Beam, but they're not quite going to have the damage to finish that one off. But they're really starting to bully Bloodseeker up now.
Yeah, and it's just the solid fact that this Luna, we'll see if Scourge decides to get that second point in the Lucent Beam. We saw Lumiere pretty much setting it. Yeah, you just do it just because it does doubles the damage. It is a pretty hard spell, And while Devi, ooh, mistimed the blood right, so he isn't getting that range creep. He takes so much damage just walking up to the wave, and that's where once this Luna gets a few more levels, it's just going to continue to get harder and harder, especially already having that band of Elven skin. Devi is going to eat a lot of harassment, and 1437 doesn't want to be here. He wants to make those rotations, but he's a DK. He might be able to stack a little bit for his teammates, but really D2 Hustlers have drafted their lineup around the fact that they are not the best early game. They are going to need to wait a little bit. Maybe it's that 7-minute timing where you get that level 6 on your mid laner, or it's just waiting for that blink dagger on 1437 where his hero really starts to feel useful. But this sort of cute play where you just get that Dragon Tail into the stun, it doesn't really do much anymore, especially with Pingu getting level 3.
Yeah, and that time the Aphotic Shield was actually on to Scourge rather than the Abba himself, so you don't even really get the damage that you wanted from that play. The Luna just sort of stands tall and eats it up. So not a whole lot going for them at this point. Meanwhile, mid, Red 2 able to grab himself a bottle, or excuse me, a water rune in the bottle, as he does take that away from Papa Tootie, but the Wind Ranger still pushing forward. 1437 rotates in. They do get the Dragon Tail. They don't get the Shackle, but I think they've still got the kill.
Yeah, he should have jaunted. He should have gotten out of there. And ooh, Papa Tootie walked into the tower for a second there, got body blocked by the creeps. But again, perfect timing in from 1437. You did leave Devi Llama alone, so he is going to have to watch and sort of bide his time a little bit in this bottom lane. But you get the kill onto Red 2. Gets a little bit greedy. We usually see the pucks get punished when they go for that orb into the small camp. And again, it's not their fault. They're just trying to be efficient. They're trying to get as much last hits as possible. But it's something you can almost count on pretty much every single time. Meanwhile, Papa Tootie gets the bounty rune. He's just got the full reset. Everything's back to normal.
Yeah, so middle lane looking okay for him. The only real concern right now, though, is the discrepancy in terms of the last hit count. 16 of the last hits on the board for Red 2, but that death does sort of serve to ever so slightly even things out. So it's a nice play for the Wind Ranger to get up and into a better position. Meanwhile, haven't really looked top so far. There hasn't really been too much to talk about. Yuma has just been sitting back, farming up, and doing his best to avoid some of the damage from Tingle here. Tingle, not really a massively offensive-oriented skill build. The 1-1-2 for him at level 4, so he's just been looking to be tanky, sit in this lane, and maybe not force Yuma away, but at least put himself in a position where if Yuma does want to come forward, Tingle doesn't have to worry himself. So both heroes in this top lane just focusing on the last hit counts, while the supports are really just occasionally trading damage. And to be honest, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we see either one of these supports actually start rotating, as we see Pandago making his way into the west side jungle, dropped the ward as he went. He is going to be able to snag up a bounty here, but I don't know if he's actually going to make a rotation off of this, or if this was just a play for the money.
Yeah, and Red 2 does get a little bit lucky if the haste rune spawned bottom. Papa Tootie had already used the wind run to try and get there just that little bit faster, and actually he's making a play top. He's coming.
Pandago's going to spot him, but at this point there's nothing he can do. Yuma's going to get the heads up, and he'll try and back off, but he has no spells. Hiding in the tree line, if they can catch him, they've got him. Yuma is just going to get absolutely blown up here, as they will bring him down. So Pandago was sort of supposed to be the early alert system, and technically speaking, he does spot that rotation, but Yuma had already used both the dilation and the time walk earlier on with Tingle pushing in, so there's just nothing he can do there. It's a big kill for the side of the cut, their first of the game, and now they're trying to put damage into this tier 1 tower. That glyph is going to slow them down, but they've still got Tingle to tank it up, and they've got a siege creep, so I think they can just straight up get this.
And that is something that the cut really don't have in spade. They do need to play around these cards pretty efficiently. They need them to push down these early towers. We'll probably see Tingle King, with how early they've gotten this tower, make that rotation mid around that 10-minute mark. But really, Yuma, he's vacated the lane. He's hitting jungle creeps right now. He needs to wait for that Mask of Madness, and this is just giving all the space over to Tingle, and just a very free rotation for Red 2 after that haste rune. And now it's up to Papa Tootie with his javelin to make the same rotation happen on the other side of the map.
We'll see what they can do here. 1437 is going to link up with him. 2 points up in that Dragon Tail, so the stun duration is that little bit longer. And they will make their move. They're in onto Pingu first, hit them up with a shackle, so they should get this kill, but value-wise, that's not quite what you were looking for. You do still get some money into Papa Tootie's hands, but you kill Pingu, they killed your character. So, I mean, it's money for the Wind Ranger, and right now I think that's what D2 Hustlers have to be focused on the most. They need to be able to build Papa Tootie up, as Yuma was able to time walk himself away from the chasing Tingle, but he does at least snipe out a courier. Pandago's going to lose his, and now Pandago's going to run into Giant here, but there's no actual fight. They're just going to sort of pass each other by.
Yup, and now Red 2, Perfect Orb, gets the Arcane Rune, stealing it out from underneath Papa Tootie, and Papa Tootie probably just going to have to go back to base here. Yeah, doesn't have enough mana to make any plays out on the map, and really, Red 2, I think, has been doing his job perfectly fine. He's been farming up, he hasn't really missed a beat. He wasn't able, or rather didn't need to use that coil top, so he does have that available to them. Now Giant's taking over the mid wave, trying to get that sharpshooter, and we'll see, I think, yeah, TPing bottom. Making a play onto the Bloodseeker would be huge for them right now because he has that level 6, he has that Rupture, and that's why Scourge is sort of afraid of showing in the wave, and yeah.
Scourge doesn't have Eclipse though, so they're a little bit short on their usual damage, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to matter. Divide.
And here comes Papa Tootie.
Trouble, but yeah, Papa Tootie rotates in, Shackle into Power Shot. Scourge is still hit by the Rupture though, so he can't run. Oh, Husso's able to get that kill. Scourge will go down. Oh, Yuma tried to get in there, but the Bushwhack locks him down. The Silence comes in as well, but he does still deploy the Chrono, and now by 2, he's dead. Puck will be taken down. Pingu, I don't think he gets himself out of here. He's got the Aphotic Shield, but he's still going to get silenced up. Power Shot comes in. He will be taken down, but now here comes Tingle into the fight, taking down by Llama first. They get Yuma as well. So,
whoa, Giant.
What a snipe. Giant with the double, taking out 1437. So that goes from good to terrible, back to good, back to terrible again, and then relatively even at the end of it, as both sides will lose 3 in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and you do lose the Luna at the beginning there. That's what made it so hairy, because the Llama just had the movement speed to run away. And I think the cut not really calculating how much they needed, how many heroes they needed to bring. Giant was very calmly just sitting in the midway, finishing off his sharpshooter. If they have that Bushwhack, I think they're able to kill the Bloodseeker that little bit faster, and maybe you don't lose Scourge. He doesn't get ruptured. The rotation still coming in from Papa Tootie doesn't matter. But still, they get the return kills at the end of the day, and they're setting up behind here.
Oh.
I think they're a little bit too far from Tingle, though.
Yeah.
Here comes the boys.
Tingle not dead yet, though. There's going to be the Dream Coil. Papa Tootie dropping low. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can. So, Papa Tootie's dead. Tingle's still alive. No mana to work with here, but the Arcane Boots, that is very well timed. By the time he gets them, it's actually not quite close enough to go in, but to be honest, I don't think they care. They keep Tingle alive, and they found a big kill onto Papa Tootie.
And that's something they did do very well, is just spreading the XP that little bit more efficient, where Yuma TP bottom, he did have that nice chrono that resulted in the Puck's death, but Pandago was sort of stuck running around. He wasn't able to get the same amount of XP, and he's struggling to find a 6 right now. And whenever you don't have that 6 on the Snapfire and Faceless Void's chrono is on cooldown, you can't really make those easy plays that you otherwise would be able to make.
Stun in onto Giant, but the Bushwhack is there. Giant just wants the kill. He's got it. Okay, point blank sharpshooter will get him the kill. Now he has to get away from the blood right. 12 HP. Trying to make it out. By Llama closing in. Cue the Jaws theme. He wants this kill so badly, but the Chakram slows him down. He's not actually going to get it. Now Tingle is chasing it onto him. Okay, there we go. The Rupture into the blood right. That will secure it, but now if you're Divine Llama, you immediately have to run. You used everything you had left to secure that kill, and you're not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Tingle now. So he gets his kill. I mean, you got to admire the persistence, but that's a long way to go and a lot committed to bring down your position 4 here on the other side.
And similar to the last time we saw D2 Hustlers running this Faceless Void, if they use their abilities on these sort of supplemental heroes and they're not getting things done on the cores, I say that they're going for a chrono onto SMD. Papa Tootie should be able to get the follow-up Shackle.
Eclipse, though, coming out. That's not going to be enough. He will be taking... Oh, Pingu. Good save. In with the shield into the Mist Coil. I don't think it's enough, though. Papa Tootie still comes in for the kill with the Power Shot, but now Red 2 joining the fight. The Sharpshooter will miss, but they've still got the Waiting Grip down for the Silence, and Papa Tootie will be taken out. Meanwhile, Giant got the Bushwhack down onto 1437. Tingle King's coming in here, so this DK's got to be careful. Can they lock him down? Yes, they can. Chakram comes in for the slow. 1437 just going to turn around and fight, but he's not going to win that one. Red 2 picks up both of those kills, and they're able to sacrifice, well, their Luna for 2. So it's unfortunate to lose that Luna again. Oh, Yuma, please. He's going to get hit up by the Dream Coil. Can they actually finish him off here? They need the Bushwhack, and they've got it. Triple kill for Red, and Pandago in too late. Nice try with the cookie stun, but you can't save Yuma's life, as Red 2 just really starting to get himself going here.
Yeah, and ooh, Scourge did give away the ward there. Pandago will just be warded in just a few moments here, but they're swinging these kills into tower pushes, and Devi does have the Rupture. He's going to TP in here, but which target do you want? You'd love to get the Luna again, but no, they're going to have to settle.
He's just going to TP. There's the stun. 1437 able to lock it down. So Pingu, he will fall, but that isn't really worthwhile. I mean, the Rupture's committed to get the Elder Dragon form, but yeah, maybe if they can get the tier 1, that's going to sort of even this one out as they will claim it. Now, oh god, Giant. Okay, Dragon Tail into Bloodright, into Shackle, locks him down, and yeah, Giant with the my bad there in the chat, realizing he was still just maybe a step or two too far forward.
Yeah, and that's the little punishment there. If they only got Pingu, it wouldn't have felt the best. But really, Pandago, he's been sort of sitting on his hands here waiting for someone to use those kisses on, so at least they get one of those abilities on cooldown. Now it's probably going to wait to sync it up with that Chronosphere. But losing Yuma in his own jungle, just using his mom and having really good vision on the cut side. And that was a triple kill going towards Red 2. Now he's working towards that Witchblade. And you have to be careful because while you were able to kill Scourge really at the beginning of that entire fight, all the way back when, you need to really prioritize the farm, especially on this wind. And once you get that BKB, you aren't going to need to worry about that puck. But until then, it's pretty far away. And Papa Tootie, if they see a mid, they're just going to pull the trigger. Instead, they're making their way towards Devi.
That was a big scan, though, out from D2 Hustlers. They actually get the scan onto Red 2 and Giant, so they have a ward there. They don't see a hero, but the scan pops, so they knew that they were there. But Devi, well, Devi didn't back off. He thought he was going to be safe, and well, he wasn't. He just gets completely blown up. Giant finds the kill, and now this follow-up play from Hustlers, it's going to take on maybe a little bit more importance. As you said, they've got the chrono, they need the kisses, maybe they can find something, but we already see the cut starting to sort of break up a little bit here. So at this point, if you're D2 Hustlers, you're going to have to pick a target and really just sort of stick it, as Tingle King is sort of the closest one to them. He's still hanging out down bot. He might be a little bit more difficult to bring down with that Hood of Defiance up, but it doesn't look like they want to go in for it just yet. Yuma's actually just going to break the smoke and return to the jungle to farm.
Yeah, and again, all of this time is time that Scourge is spending in his own triangle. I'd love to see D2 Hustlers maybe give 1437 this bottom lane. They need to kill this tower. It only has 200 HP, so I think might be committing the Dragon form just to make sure it's a guaranteed tower death. But 1437 needs the space to finish off this Blink Dagger. Otherwise, while you are able to get some of these tower pushes going, you haven't really been able to claim these towers in the most expedient fashion. It is 15 minutes into this game. The carts are coming in, so we'll see if Giant's able to get the deny on the tower. Yep, and 1437 should just take over this lane away from Devi, and Devi's hunting actually for this Hoodwink. Ooh.
Giant has a TP though, so he could just try and get himself out of here. Although, okay, he could go for the kill instead. Not quite able to get it, but this is actually a fantastic distraction. The rest of the team is into the Roach Pit, so D2 Hustlers are looking to the south, but over in the pit, they're just going to be able to take Roche, well, effectively for free. This isn't really the fastest we've ever seen. In fact, it's incredibly slow, but no one's here to stop.
They're coming. They scouted it out, but it's just a bit too late.
Power shot.
Pingu? Pingu? Okay.
All right. Sacrifices have to be made there. Pingu probably could have just backed away, but his death does get the Aegis into the hands of his teammate. So Scourge has that second life up now, but the D2 Hustlers, they're looking. Oh, they found it. Red 2 in trouble. He's going to get up at the chrono into the Mortimer Kisses, and that's unfortunate for the puck. We did say if he gets hit up by any of that lockdown, he's just straight up dead and wasn't able to survive that. But now Papa Tootie, I don't know. Tingle's going to get, he's going to be hard to kill here. They've got multiple heroes, but he's so tanky at this point in the game. He's got that Hood, as we mentioned earlier. Now he's got a Eul's to go along with it. So they decide it's not going to be worth that risk. They will simply back off at this point. They got the kill onto the puck. That's going to be good enough for now.
Yeah, and it really kills pretty much all of the aggression. Now they use, what, 3 ultimates, while they will have the Elder Dragon form pretty soon. 37 didn't stay in that bottom lane. He wasn't able to finish it off. He's not really prioritizing his own farm. At the same time, Devi Llama has a Blade Mail, has an Urn, going for the Spirit Vessel. We haven't really seen them get aggressive on that Luna, aside from really just that one kill top in Scourge. Now that he has an Aegis, it feels like this Luna's going to be able to get that sort of free farm space to do whatever she wants. You have the Lance, you have the Manta coming out now. You probably want that BKB before you ever make a play towards that high ground, but they're really just making these easy pushes, easy objectives with that Curse of Avernus, leveraging the fact that this Abaddon's in the game. And really, if you're D2 Hustlers, you have to give them a lot of this space. And I can't imagine the cut give up this bottom tower. They're going to see, yeah, they're going to TP down now. They are going to Steve Giant, though.
already starting to back away, sort of anticipating that there's other heroes coming, and that would be a correct assumption. Tingle's in, and now the Luna's going to TP forward as well, so the T2 Hustlers should be sort of fading back from this tower. They're not going to get themselves caught out. The problem is, they don't get the tower. They failed to get that tier 2, while the Cut did claim the tier 2 up in that top lane, so it is a bit of an empty trip for D2 Hustlers, and that's something that they can ill afford right now. They're down by 4,000 net worth, so really they were just hoping for that trade-off. Instead, they're pushed back, and at least they don't get caught in that fight, but that's not really worthwhile for them considering what they lose elsewhere on the map.
And now you just see he's going to go bottom on this Luna. He knows they don't have glyphs, so this bottom tower will more or less be forfeit. And D2 Hustlers are respecting the fact that this Luna is in the game. She has the vision, she has the knowledge. Tingle King is a little bit wild walking up here, but he sort of knows how much power, how much damage they have, and unless they commit absolutely everything, there really is no easy way to take out this Timbersaw. So the Cut, they're just going from lane to lane, doing whatever they want. I can't imagine D2 Hustlers are going to give up this bottom tower very easily. But at the same time, unless Yuma's able to find that initiation, while they do have a blink dagger on 1437, yeah, they need to smoke to find this play.
Trying to group up, but they got to deal with that Luna illusion first. There we go. They are going to be able to burn through it. Now they'll go for the smoke play, but Pink immediately pings that out, so they kind of see it coming, and I don't know, Tingle, he's very close, but D2 Hustlers, they're just going to pass right by him here, so they're not really aware of where their opponents are. They do pop the scan now, though, so they are going to get some sort of idea of where the Cut are sort of hanging out, but at this point it's a little bit too late. That tier 2 tower is still going to fall, and their smoke is already kind of dissipating.
Yeah, and you don't have that split push play. You're not putting any pressure on the lanes right now. You do recap that outpost, but with the heroes you show to do it, I mean, they could just prod at this tier 3 tower. There's not really anything else you could do. Scourge is going to cut the mid wave now because that wave isn't all the way in, and really, this is just by the books play.
Divide up, pushing forward. They get the blood right down into the shackle. Does he commit? No, he does not. So, to be honest, I don't know. You kind of want to save as much as you can for the second life on Scourge, but if you don't get through the first life first, then what are you really saving for there? But they decide that's not quite worth the risk, and to be honest, with the Cut having about 4 heroes standing behind the Luna, that was probably the smarter play, but you just get the feeling like D2 Hustlers are just getting sort of jerked across. They're playing a very reactionary style, and not really being able to find much in the way of sort of taking initiative for themselves.
And they really are getting pushed back into their base now, even though this Aegis will tick out in just 15 seconds here. So I'm guessing Scourge is just going to dodge up. It's up to D2 Hustlers now to make that aggressive smoke again. They already airballed before, but they need to do something. And okay, Tingle King might get ruptured up here. Okay.
You'll have to buy him some time. Honestly, he could just eat the damage and try to chain away, but instead he's going to stand his ground, throwing out the chakram, and, well, he will be taken down. Hustlers finally able to find that kill. It does take them about 3 or 4 of their heroes, but that's the kind of play they need. They need to really take the initiative for themselves, push out, and find these sorts of kills. So at this stage, the resources required, it's not really something that I think they care about. They need these kills, and really whatever it takes at this point has to be the mantra for them.
Yeah, and it is relatively free. You didn't have to commit too many spells, but this is still time that your Void is showing, having to push out these waves. You don't have the most, or really the best wave push or split push coming in from the Hustler side. They really have to work to get out on the map. And you have the BKB being built up by that Void, so it doesn't have to be afraid of the puck. I think one thing that Red 2 could be a little bit better about is playing in these side lanes, finding these heroes that are pushing out, like this Bloodseeker. You have the vision, you have sort of that infrastructure, and I think if they were posted up a little bit further, then you'd be able to find those easy pickoffs. But he's got his Blink Dagger now. He's going to be able to play a lot more confidently, doesn't need to necessarily worry about being too far from the fight at any point. So we should just see the Cut making strides, especially with this BKB on the Luna. There isn't too much she should be afraid of at this point, except for Yuma just getting a fantastic Chronosphere. And that's sort of assured, or you can sort of assume that that's not going to happen, but they're TPing in here.
Well,
Okay.
The Dragon Tail down, the Shackle doesn't latch. Scourge is able to pop the BKB, turns around now with the Eclipse, but Papa Tootie, he's got his BKB going as well, so the damage from that Eclipse really isn't all that great, but
Yeah,
Giant able to get sniped down on the 1437, but here comes the Chrono, catching him out. Scourge, he's not dead just yet. There we go. They do manage to finish that one off. Pandego, meanwhile, in with a stun, but Tingle just flying into the middle of that fight with the Timber Chain, locking down Yuma, as they will find that kill. Divide Llama now going to get hit up by the Bushwhack, taking down as well. And
he's got Yules.
D2 Hustlers in some trouble. Papa Tootie trying to fall back. Red 2 wants to get in onto him. He's going to be able to with the Waning Rift, and I don't know if Wind Ranger gets out. He's dead. Okay. The cut with a huge win. They get everyone.
And they had to use everything on the Scourge. They used the Dragon Tail, they used the Rupture, they had no vision on that high ground. They placed the ward a little bit after the fact, after that Chrono was already there, and they just got completely pulled apart. It felt like that was the perfect timing. Papa Tootie had his own BKB to counter out Scourges, so you weren't afraid of that Eclipse, but it took a little bit too long there, and Yuma, not having a BKB of his own, he hasn't had that much time to farm, just gets coiled, and there's nothing he can do about it, and that's where Tingle King comes in. He's so good at hitting those multi-hero whirling deaths. He always gets so much damage out, and while you are losing Scourge at the tail end of that fight, I don't think you care too much, because you're taking out the speed that D2 Hustlers really have to work to get. You don't have those flash farmers on their team. For Scourge, sure, you die, your team gets a 4-man wipe, their game gets to go off a little bit better, and you're just gonna hit these creeps for a few more minutes, and I really feel pretty bad about that fight if I'm D2 Hustlers.
And the only, I guess we'll call it a downside for the cut about that fight, is the fact that Scourge dying means they weren't really able to immediately push for objectives on the back of it. The Luna is still kind of your battering ram in terms of that building damage, but it still gives them a pretty substantial amount of control across the map. You saw them sort of drop down some wards in that north side jungle, and now they're pushing their way into the Roche Pit. Aegis Cheese and the Aghanim Shard all available, and D2 Hustlers, they're not in a position right now to immediately push forward. They're going to have to regroup first, but we do see Papa Tootie
power shot it,
making his way over.
Ooh.
Power shot comes in, so they know it's happening now, but yeah, they can't stop it. Aegis picked up by Scourge. He gets the cheese over to, actually, Pingu. Okay. So he's going to be holding on to that for somebody. Meanwhile, who took that shard? The Luna did.
and it's just going to be more obnoxious. And during nighttime, now Pandego needs to be so careful. You always are going to get disabled, more or less. And at the same time, it's going to be sort of that chain stun where you throw out that Lucent Beam, it stuns for just a little bit longer than you expect, and maybe you get that Bushwhack into a hero dying before they get that BKB off. And while Yuma was able to finish up a BKB of his own, you're just going to sit behind this Timbersaw. Cool. Okay. Already finished off in Opportunity.
Didn't pop the BKB in time. He's just straight up dead. He doesn't have buyback. I don't know if they can do this. Yuma, though. Okay, onto the back line. Chronosphere deployed. They take down Red 2. Good play there, but they're still going to deal with Scourge and Tingle King on the front line. Scourge is dropping low, though, so maybe they can bring him down. They do burn through that first life, but now Red 2, he bought back. He TP'd onto that outpost, so he should rejoining his teammates momentarily. And at this point, you still got a BKB up on the Luna, and you do have the puck coming back in for that Dream Coil. Connecting onto 2. They've hit up Pandego first. They're going to be able to take down Yuma, and oh my god, they just got destroyed.
And now they're just onto the towers. Do you have buybacks on their squad? Wait a second. No, you don't. No. Aside from what 1437 is going to be able to do, I feel like this is just going to be 2 racks. They have to walk all the way bottom, which does feel a little bit weird, but this is a pretty big opportunity. They could also just look for the reset. Yeah, okay. They're not going to be too crazy here. But still, that was a pretty big swing for them. While you did get the Aegis out of the hands of Scourge, you found, again, Red 2 getting a little bit greedy there. He gets a little bit too close to that fight, does eat the Chronosphere. Scourge is now working towards that Satanic, and once he has it, he's going to have 2 lives, and you're going to continue to be aggressive on your side of the map. They didn't use the cheese either, so knowing that there isn't a Chronosphere, they're just going to be incredibly confident. Pingu should just be able to shield off everybody on his...
Look at Tingle go. He's just going to push his way in. They're trying to bring down Pandego. They get the snipe down onto the Divine Llama Bloodseeker, but Tingle wasn't able to get himself out just yet, so he could be in some trouble. Dropping low. Can he eat the cheese? Time?
Yep.
Yes, he does. Oh my god. That was so close for him, but the Aphotic Shield, I believe, comes through to give him that little bit of extra time, and he is able to pop it. Now Red 2. Okay, that was a very far jump forward. He is going to be able to push back, though, in time, as that orb was sort of acting as the safety valve. And now, 1437, okay. That's a very bold move. Jumping in onto Scourge, they will throw down the Rupture as well, but the Luna's just going to hold her ground while 1437 himself gets picked off. So they're going to go. Yuma wants it, okay. Scourge popped the BKB, however, and he is just going to try and hold his ground, but the bashes are coming through, so gotta show a little bit of respect to that. But once the BKB wears off, Yuma's got nothing left to fight with. The bushwhack locks him down. The feet from Pandago can't save the day. Yuma is dead with no buyback,
Yeah,
and I think this one's over. Yeah, GG will be called. D2 Hudlers, just some big mistakes in the last couple of fights there, massively costing them.
And Scourge McDuck Luna, this is why most teams banded on second phase versus him. It felt like he just did whatever he wanted. And at the end of the fight there, they really just focused on the wrong targets. They tried to kill the Timbersaw, they tried to kill the Luna, but Pingu perfectly played.
Dire team pick.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Shadow Demon.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Ripper.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Void incarnate. Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Mars!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Templar Assassin. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero, my good friend. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
guys gonna play the game?
Hey! Hey!
That went swimmingly. You're in deep now.
Hey!
Thanks.
First blood.
30 seconds to battle.
Is this on?
Nope. A little bit scary.
Papatuti not quite able to get in onto that, but he's going to cut a couple more trees just to make sure that the hoodwink isn't sticking around. But looks like everything's going to be clear. Bounties, though, may end up going slightly towards Hustlers. Yeah, they get first blood and 3 of the 4. So that is not a crazy amount of gold with the extra bounty, but it's going to sort of further amplify that strong start off the first blood attempt. Oh,
yeah, no, Papatuti, one creep away from getting his bottle, so it feels pretty good. At the same time, of course, not the worst case scenario. Tingle King's going to be able to get a pretty sick block off as there's no bounty runes for him to get, so they're just chilling. And really, if Yuma is able to have a very good time starting off bottom, it is a little bit difficult because the Bushwhack does just hit everything. It does a lot of damage. If they are able to get a lot out of bottom and then rotate around that 5-10 minute mark, try to take the enemy safe laner's tower, then it is going to feel like there's free reign for this Naga Siren. And that's where we do kind of have to wait. The cut really hit a timing and they hit it hard. But up until that point, again, D2 Hustlers, they have the lineup where if they just don't make that many mistakes, they will be able to get that sort of guaranteed late game. That's where the cut really need to get those Roshans, get those stacks, get those item timings. Once you have that Deso, Dragonlance will really start seeing this TA cooking with gas. But up until that point, it's probably going to be more or less passive from D2 Hustlers. Nothing they can't make plays, but saying they don't want to risk anything.
Very much a situation where if an opportunity arises, they'll take it, but they're not going to go looking for it too heavily, and as you said, potentially put themselves at risk. So going to be more methodical, just try and sort of get what they want out of these lanes and not get too cute with things. So we'll see if the cut can disrupt that to any significant degree here. Tingle and Giant down in the bottom lane do maybe have a little bit of potential here if you can get down maybe the Bushwhack to set up for a follow-up spear stun. they can afford to get a little bit aggressive. But as of right now, they're going to need, you know, at least another level or two before they can even go for that attempt in the first place. So Yuma should be safe for now, and honestly, even if he gets jumped in on, I feel like Pandago is going to be close enough to have his back in just about every scenario.
Yep, the only issue with this lane is just that they are sort of pulled down on the physical damage, so Pandago can really only save him from one of those stuns, so either the bushwhack or the spear. He can't save him from both if he does decide to get that early Fate's Edict. Otherwise, though, they're just going to try and mess with the pulls, keep Yuma's lane as far back as possible, even though it is pushing just ever so slightly. But again, that's going to be completely fine for him.
A little bit of a pathing mistake there with the courier. It just walks in on the south side of this tree line, and 1437 is easily able to bring it down. So Scourge loses his courier for a bit. It had the stick on it as well, so he's going to be a little bit short on regen, but I say a little bit short. He's got 5 tangos and 2 mangoes, so in reality, he should be just fine. As 1437 in for the disruption, they're going to connect with the hoof stomp as well into the double edge, but I don't know if Pingu still goes down here. Never mind. Divine Llama in for a second double edge. That puts him incredibly
so much damage,
low.
And Divine,
oh, he got
barely. Yup.
5 HP on that Centaur. He lives life on the edge, and Scourge wasn't quite able to bring him down. Double edge comes through, and I mean, D2 Hustlers will win that fight. That felt so risky, but they're able to pull it off. 2-for-1 trade, and in that situation, if you're 1437, you are absolutely 100% okay with that sacrifice.
Yeah, and you lose all of your mana. Maybe if Scourge did have that stick, that would actually have been the difference maker. Because if you do not kill him instantly with that double edge, I think that would have been lethal damage for the Centaur. And it is slightly unfortunate because now the Vailama will get those levels just a little bit faster. Scourge not having that Bristleback just yet because he wants to get aggressive with the goo, with his Viper. So sort of an unfortunate turn of events, but now you do have those boots up on that Bristleback, so you do need to be so careful, especially on this SD. If you use this disruption to try and get aggressive, one of the sideliners could definitely turn on you.
Yeah, very much going to have to be aware of that sort of increased speed. As 1437, I mean, he's been making some plays here so far. He's contributed to every single kill, but he's got to just sort of maybe not play it safe, but at least be sort of careful of
bottom.
What he goes for is, yeah, Giant's in some trouble here. Yuma and Pandago going to try to track him down. Can Pandago get the Purifying Flames in? Yes, but it's level 1, so he really just kind of ends up healing up Giant a little bit there, but it's a close call. They very nearly get it. If Yuma had maybe had a point up in the ensnare, but he's only level 3, so I think normally the earliest we ever see the ensnare is around that sort of level 4 mark, and even that is sometimes rare. As 1437 picked off, we mentioned he needed to be careful of his positioning. He was not, as he will fall. Now Devi's in some trouble as well. They are just seriously getting in on him between the poison attack and that nasal goo. Divine Llama just could not move.
And I'm not sure if they aggressively disrupted. They didn't have the hoof stomp, so the punishment just immediately happened. They tried to go onto Scourge, even though the wave was pushing in, so there were creeps hitting both 1437 and Divine Llama pretty much that entire time. So an uncharacteristic mistake, I think, coming out of both of them, and yeah, they immediately get punished for it.
Just a sort of weird play there. You would think that they would have been safe from that, as, oh god, Papa 2D? One last hit in from the TA wasn't enough to get him down. He is going to use that final ball charge to heal up a bit, but this is a very rough situation for him. I mean, there's no runes for him to immediately pick up. His courier's not really coming out right now to him either, so he's just going to have to back off the lane for a bit. Farming up in the jungle will at least give him something to do, but you do surrender a bit of control to the lane to a TA who is already sort of at the top there in terms of the last hit count.
Well, and after that death, again, we see 1437 move over, going to make those stacks. Fortunately enough, Divine Llama didn't get pressured too hard, but now giving stacks or giving stick charges over to that Bristleback, you have to be a little bit careful with 1437, as it just gives that Bristleback so much mana to work with. You also have the stick on Pingu, so these are both heroes that really rely on their mana to get aggressive and get in your face. So at least they were able to make that pull happen, and Pandago's actually rotated up here thinking they might need one more hero to get something done. Immediately dewarded. But yeah, here they come.
Here they go. in onto Pingu. They're going to be able to hit him up with the disruption into that hoof stomp, into the double edge, into the Fortune's End, and Pingu will be taken down. But now Divine Llama low himself. Scourge is going to be able to run him down there with the Quill Spray. So that is going to turn into a 1-for-1. And I mean, if you're the cut, you get the core hero out of that trade, and that required the rotation in from the Oracle. So that was not going to feel too great if you're D2 Hustlers. It's not a massive difference in terms of gold, but I don't know. That rotation really sort of felt like it needed to be more than that as Red 2. Okay. Beat to the Haster, and now with multiple heroes around him, they could turn this into a fight. The refraction charges have already been burned through. Now the disruption comes in. TP. Is it enough? Oh,
he died in the fountain.
Ooh, 1437 having the last laugh there as, yeah, the TP completes, but that little bit of extra damage in the fountain comes in before that sort of fountain healing can really save him. And that is a big kill for D2 Hustlers, but now Divine Llama, he's without his support in that lane. They rotated mid, so Pingu and Scourge just go straight in for the kill.
Yeah, and it's sort of becoming a little bit unfortunate for the Hustlers because it feels like you really do need a hero down bottom to play with Yuma just to sort of get those waves pushed in, and Papa Tootie might find a freebie on one of these heroes. He has to decide pretty soon here, and okay, this feels a little bit awkward because they've just been chain pulling and Yuma has not been getting that many CS.
Yeah, this isn't really the free lane, as you sort of mentioned. They do kind of need someone down here to maybe not babysit, but at least help out. Yuma being left alone is not going to get you quite as much as I think they want right now. Yuma's still sitting second in terms of net worth. Fantastic for him, but you see that massive discrepancy already forming. He's about 700-800 gold behind the Bristleback on the other side, so you might need to invest a little bit more in trying to make sure Yuma is going to be safe, but at the same time, Scourge on the other side of the map, he's just enjoying life right now. He's got the backup he needs. He's been able to find a couple of kills, and there's really not a whole lot that D2 Hustlers are currently capable of doing to really pressure him up or slow him down.
And now you have level 7, you have that max quill, you have the warpath. It feels like Divine Llama needs to be so careful if he doesn't want to show his face. They've really sacrificed his game to try and get really just the play onto the Viper before. And while you are stacking up heavily, again, we see this time and time again with 1437. He likes to play around the fact that these stacks do exist, and Yuma will be able to accelerate at least a little bit faster because of them. Oh, 1437 is just going to farm this one for him. Okay. He says this is mine. It is going to take a 4-stack, but I mean, it feels a little bit bad. I feel like you would have wanted to give this over to Yuma because, again, you're sacrificing a lot of lanes to get these advantages that I feel like from the draft you get these heroes for a certain reason, but now bottom's been vacated. Scourge, again, is just so far ahead of the Centaur that, yeah, Divine Llama is going to TP bottom. This feels a little bit weird as we see pretty much all of the cores on the cut side pull ahead, and 1437 pull ahead of his entire team in terms of net worth.
Oh my god, yeah. But this is kind of strange, as you said. I mean, 1437 takes that entire stack. It gets him enough money here, I guess, for the point booster, but the item he's got queued up is an Aghanim Scepter. Taking that stack is not going to really secure you much in the way of the Ags outside of just one piece. So it feels a little bit strange as opposed to giving that money over to someone like Yuma and really getting him towards that first major item. I guess if 1437 can get this Ags relatively quickly, he is going to be quite a bit more...
He wants it for the bristle, right?
Yeah.
He wants to get rid of the bristleback. He wants to have those 3 charges, but if Tingle King starts to get active on the map, I feel like there's a very good chance that you just kind of get run over. As Yuma, 9 minutes into the game, previously we would see these really just have 2 components. They'd have the Blade of Alacrity, they would have the Band of Elven Skin. It really feels like this is going to be a much more different game. This definitely does feel like Hustlers are trying something a little bit atypical. Even takes all those last hits from Papa Tootie. He really is prioritizing himself this time around.
I mean, we'll have to see. If he is all in on this, then I guess it makes a little bit more sense. I thought that was just him stealing sort of 1 stack and then that was it. But if they're gonna prioritize his farm over everyone else continuously, then the Aghanim Scepter could be the difference maker. But the question is, he'll have the Ags for the Purge, but will his teammates have the damage to really follow it up? You see it right here. Scourge hit up by the Purge, hit up by the Soul Catcher, but Papa Tootie can't really take that fight. He has very much like nothing to work with. He's got boots and a Null Talisman, so that's going to be sort of the maybe double-edged sword here. If 1437 can get up that Purge upgrade, sure, it's going to be pretty fantastic for him, but I don't know how much easier it actually makes kills onto that Bristle for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and we'll have to see, because we really don't know if they can get over that hump. We saw almost similar in that for Zoomer's game. You pick these heroes where you do need those big item timings like the Morphling. Of course, SD, Morphling, very, very different heroes, but that's the way this farm is being prioritized. And I feel like you could have just done that bottom maybe. Of course, it wouldn't have been nearly as fast, but 1437 could have just stuck him in an open lane, try to get some plays made, whereas I feel like your Void Spirit is really just gonna sort of suffer. We're not seeing that fast timing coming out on that Yule Scepter, which really would be effective versus the Bristleback, as the Aether Remnant does force you to face him. And we'll have to see if they decide to defend this top tower with the Stampede, but this is an all-hands-on-deck situation. This tower might just be dead.
Yeah, that tier 1 is going down, as they will be able to finish it off. Pingu gets the credit for it. Papa Tootie, meanwhile, on the retreat, while Divine Llama is looking for a fight over in that bottom lane. They do hit up Tingle King, but interesting. That spear, I think, hit an illusion, but Devi can't really take advantage of that. He's going to fall back. Pingu still pushing forward, though, but this feels like maybe a little bit too much. Pingu may want to back off, but Papa Tootie's into the fight. He's actually going to bypass the Viper, go straight in onto the Mars, and we'll have the damage for it with the Astral. The problem is, Scourge is now going to take it down. Devi, though, into the fight. Okay.
Pandago didn't get the ult. Oh, no.
Scourge picks up the double, and yeah, that hoof stomp just didn't really connect. Take Pingu out at least, but now they got to deal with the Bristle, and here comes Red 2 in as well. Okay, maybe not. No Blink, no Deso, so he's just looking for damage on the tower, while Scourge will just sort of make sure this lane is clear. Pandago has to run, and 1437 is really not going to be in a position to do much here either. So they clear out while the TA is able to hit up the tower, and they should be able to finish it off. Glyph, it'll delay this, but it can't actually prevent it.
And again, you see the Naga pinging out that top tower. They should have taken this a long time ago. They have center, they have sort of the 2-2 build going, so you don't have that max level retaliate. You don't even have your Vanguard yet, but Defi Llama, man, his game is bad. He is not having a good one. He's really been sacked, and it feels like you've been sacked for the Shadow Demon. And while you do have two components, you are making a pretty fast pace towards that Aghanim Scepter. It feels like your cores are not having a good time.
Yeah, they're just not really enjoying the game much right now, as Papa Tootie is actually going to get sort of pushed out of the middle lane. And the cut, they're going to go after a tier 1 here. Their creep wave is not super healthy, but with the heroes to take the shots, yeah, they've got it anyway. Oh, okay, maybe not yet. Stampede, they're going in for the kill. Can they get Pingu? This is looking pretty good for them so far, but the Viper, honestly, even if he dies, I don't think that matters.
In mid.
Yeah, they're pushing in mid. They get in onto 1437. He'll... But it's really not going to be enough. He's still dead. Oh god, they got Pandago as well. Okay, didn't think they were going to be able to lock that one.
Dive in. They got the sharpshooter on him, so he was just a little bit too slow, and you don't even get that top tower really yet. And this is your ancient stack that isn't the biggest, albeit, but I mean, your centaur can't show up. He has a Vanguard. He's got nothing towards his Blink Dagger. And I'm just watching these cores continue to accelerate on the cut side. And this was another tier 1 that you just gave up for free. You have been trying to make these passes. You've been trying to make the plays, but your Void Spirit's not nearly high enough level for you to really finish off a lot of these heroes. And I don't know. This is starting to become a very, very strange game.
4K net worth lead for the side of the cut here, just about 14 minutes in. So they are accelerating at a pretty rapid pace, far faster than anything we're seeing out of Yuma. I mean, the Naga, she's doing her best. There's really only so fast you can farm on a Naga Siren, but it's really not going to be enough. The Manta is being worked towards, but it's still about 1,500 gold away. Meanwhile, Devi gonna get caught out in the jungle. He's stunned up by the bushwhack. He could try to TP home, but it looks like Pandago is going to be there to sort of help him out, and Scourge is going to be forced to fall back as 1437 hit him up with the disruption. So they're going to be able to save their teammate, but they really can't reliably find farm for anyone outside of Yuma at this point in time.
And I keep on seeing 1437. He's walking bottom. He's taking this farm off the map. It's the safest farm that he could possibly be getting. And once he gets this Aghanim Scepter, man, I got to see something coming out from him. This has got to be the real turning point for their team. Because look at where Scourge is farming. He's farming in front of arguably 3 heroes right now. He's outside of your triangle, just sort of running at you, becoming this obnoxious bristleback. And sure, once you get the Aghanim Scepter up on Shadow Demon, that's great and all. But where are you finding this Blink Dagger on Devi? I've seen him farm 2 neutral camps and then have to sit there and wait, because everything else is getting slurped up by the Shadow Demon, where the cut, they're starting to make these big team rotations.
Cool. Yuma He's going to get caught. They drop down the arena into the spear stun. Giant comes in with the bushwhack to follow it up into the sharpshooter. He was there, but he wasn't even really necessary. He actually goes straight in for the Ancients while his teammates secured that kill. So this is the point we're at right now for the cut. They are worried about sort of efficiently farming their opponent's Ancients as opposed to the fights as Papatootie. Okay, able to sort of dodge that out for now. Stampede is available for Divide. Will they go in? Yes, they will. He's going to push his way forward, but well, he's immediately turned back. Doesn't want to go up that ramp, but he may not have a choice. Oh, locks him down. False promise, though, from Fandango. He's going to save the day. So Divide will fall back, but that's your false promise on cooldown for about 2 minutes, and really it doesn't get you much other than just sparing the Centaur his death. So the cut continue to push their way forward right now. Axe check on Shadow Demon. He's getting closer. He's got himself the axe. He's just looking for that Blade of Alacrity now. And as you said, this better be some sort of like god tier play. Otherwise, it's going to feel so bad for Hustlers to have given up this much farm to him and not have it be enough.
But the bigger issue, I think, is that now you do have a DD on the TA, you've got the Deso coming as well, and that just might be enough for them to force the Roche. And okay, what do you do now? You've got this Aghanims on the Shadow Demon, but there's going to be an Aegis on the Bristleback, and he has an Aghanims coming up as well from that Bristleback, meaning that if the Stampede is, again, ever misused, it's going to mean you can't fight. You have to run away. You have to be patient. And this is all at the cost, again, of sort of Yuma's farm, because he has only been able to farm in maybe 1 or 2 spots. He's been able to make this breakneck towards the bottom lane. But of course, the only reason he's able to make this play is because I think they're just going to brute force down this Roche.
I'm sorry, I got a point. Papatootie in the middle lane got jumped in on. If you want an indication of how this game sort of fares right now, he dug up a bounty rune with the shovel, got jumped in on, and had to leave bounty behind for Tingle King to take from him. That is where we're at right now. You can't secure your own trusty shovel bounties, and now, yeah, they've got Aegis. They're looking for the fight. They're jumping in. Pandago's already down, as Tingle's going to be able to find the kill, and if you're D2 Hustlers, you can't fight now. It's pretty much done for this engagement. You didn't have heroes in position. Pandago at that point didn't even have the false promise up, but
I don't mean to be alarmist.
I mean, how did you now respond? That Aghanim Scepter is pretty much done. It's on its way out to the Bristleback now, and even with the Purge, as you said, you're going to have to get through 2 lives on it, and they're having difficulties getting through 1 life, let alone 2.
And let's see, if Red 2 decides to stay bottom, he is definitely going to be under risk, but with this trap, if he catches wind of any of these heroes, the green light is for the top lane to be just absolutely pushed in. Aghanims is now delivered up onto that Bristleback, and more towers, more pushing, everything is happening, and
ooh, hold on. Bringing reinforcements to the fight. Giant's going to make his way over, dropping the bushwhack onto 2 into the sharpshooter, as well, they're not actually going to be able to. Does get taken down, so Hustlers were able to find the kill that they wanted, but now they've got to get out. Papatootie will be able to fall back, so they do get him out of there. Meanwhile, they went onto an illusion there. It's not actually the real hero, as Yuma was able to get away. Papatootie, though, still on the run. Pingo's going to try to track him down. 1437, though. Good disruption there. That's going to
blink
push
on Tingle.
Here we go. Back. Tingle doesn't go forward. He gets the spear. No, he doesn't. Clutch play from Papatootie to dodge it out, but that still leaves 1437 in a bit of a bad way. He's using out those purge charges just to create that separation, but Scourge, the man does not care. He continues to charge forward. 1437's now in trouble. Disruption does come back up, but Tingle, he's in there for the rebuke into the spear, and 1437 will be taken down.
Yeah, and now it feels, yeah, Yuma's got the game plan. Time to split push. I can't fight. We need to wait a little bit longer, and okay, Papatootie is getting a little bit of speed, and now there is a Blink Dagger on the Centaur. D2 Hustlers, this is going to be their moment. They've got the Yule Scepter, they've got the Blink Dagger, they've got the Aghanim Scepter on the SD. If there was ever a moment for them to do something, this is going to be their big timing, where if you can kill every single hero besides the Bristleback, save one of those charges, then you're going to feel good. But this is that no Stampede timing where, yep, everybody is getting dude.
Sharpshooter coming in there as well, so Divide takes even more damage. Pandago, though, bailing him out a little bit with the false promise, and now this may be slightly too far forward for Scourge, and by slightly I mean, wow, he might just die. The break is going to be applied to him, so
one more
get through that first life. Where are the charges? He's got one up, so Scourge, no BKB to save him. He's in some serious trouble here, but there's single in with the arena into the Spirit Stone, locking down Yuma. Stampede, though, was used by Divine Lava, trying to get back into the fight, but this is not for them. There's so many heroes on low HP. Divine is going to go down, and that's going to force out the song. Yuma has to pop it defensively, as Hustlers will simply try to regroup in their base, but okay, they've proven that they can get through the Bristleback once, so in theory, 1437's play on the Aghanim Scepter here is going to be useful, but I feel like to a certain extent, Scourge is only in that position because he has the Aegis in the first place. If he's only working with one life next time, I don't think you're really going to be able to catch him that far forward.
Oh, and no glyph. We see the teams really try to get those punishments whenever they know that the glyph is unavailable. And again, there is SD. Whoa, Papatuti.
That's too far.
He's got
He's got 20 charges and Dissimulate, so he is going to be able to fall back, but that is a pretty big risk to take there. He was supremely confident that he was going to be able to fall back in time.
And they will wait for this next arena before they really make another play. At the same time, I think D2 Hustlers, yeah, you just smoke up. If you can get onto that backline, if you can even start onto Scourge again, make him face you, have all Dog Illusions hitting him, that's the play that they need to make. If they find anyone, this would be huge.
Let's see what they can do here. Pushing their way
out
forward.
Different targets.
And don't
Scourge,
split up. You gotta just try and stay in. Oh, he missed. They're still onto Pingu though, so they're at least going to be able to hit the Viper. No, they're not. They're split up again. And here comes Tingle into the fight, dropping down the arena, into the Rebuke. Spear stun still being held. He will throw it out now. That stuns up Divine. Divine's dead. But we do see a buyback coming through from Pandego. He's going to try and rejoin this engagement, but at this point, this one's already too broken up. 1437 will be taken down. Scourge picks up the double, and anyone still alive on D2 Hustlers needs to just get back to the base as quickly as they can.
And again, we haven't really felt this SD work out. To be honest, they just don't have enough damage, and if Divine just makes his initiation a little bit cleaner, they have the vision, they placed up the ward, he jumped the gun just a little bit, and they play into the arena. They really thought that those heroes were much more split, and this is the timing. There's no glyph, there's nothing to defend your tower, and this might just be your first set of racks. Yuma's not even here. He's sort of given up the fact of they can't defend this. They have to wait now.
Yeah, they have to wait, but while they wait, that's a full lane of racks taken at the 22-minute mark. So the cut, to be honest, I mean, they're playing fantastically, and that sort of where has this level of play been all tournament long? They're really turning it on here. Don't know if it's maybe just the extra motivation of trying to keep D2 Hustlers out of that upper bracket, but this is fantastic. This is exactly the way that they had been hoping to play this so far, and everything's sort of coming up for them. Papatuti, that may have been a bit too far forward, but he does have the heals in the Astral, so he should be able to fall back. Tingle, yeah, misses with the spear. Dissimulate gets him out of trouble, so Papatuti will survive, but that's a bit of a close call as he pushed in.
Yeah, and that's the only issue with his build. If you aren't able to get that Evo Scepter, you don't have that guaranteed disable pretty much ever on Papatuti, but he is having to Astral Step in to get all of the damage he can onto these heroes, and they're still not dying. You don't even have the most defensive items. You've got a Solar Crest up on the Viper, you only have a Cloak on the Bristleback. It feels like D2 Hustlers are just struggling to really get those clean initiations and get all that burst damage out. And oh, Papatuti, ooh, nice double stun. Good stomp, but follow-up really isn't there. That was more of a defensive measure, get Papatuti out before he gets caught, so Hustlers will be able to sort of pull back once again. But Scourge at this point, I mean, he really doesn't care. The only thing that's limiting him in any way is his own mana pool. There's not enough of a threat to really slow him down. And meanwhile, Red 2 setting up for the push, looking for the tier 2 tower down bot. So they're going to be able to sort of burn their way through that. And now this could be another high ground attempt for the cut. They don't really have the Aegis to fall back on, but based on the relative strength of their lineup compared to their opponents, they could try for it anyway, just to see if D2 Hustlers are willing to sort of contest them. And they're trying to catch D2 Hustlers in a mistake. If they can find a hero that's getting a little bit too greedy, if they can force Divine Lama to use that Stampede, if they can force out that False Promises, I don't think he's level 12. Yeah, no. It's still that 2-minute cooldown where that is a massive opening for them. Something they could be doing a little bit better is maybe looking for Yuma, trying to get him in the base, but he's actually just going to TP back on his own volition, not going to greed out at all. Spawns up all the illusions, going to cut all of your waves. So to that extent, the cut really are just waiting for that next Aegis to break the high ground, but they killed Roche 17 minutes in. It is going to be respawning really, really quickly here. And then you've got even bigger items. You've got those tier 3, tier 4 items. You've got the AC coming out on Scourge McDuck. You've got probably the BKB or the Blink Dagger coming out on this TA. Oh, both the Blink Dagger and the BKB on the TA now. And oh my goodness, Red 2 is so farmed.
He's got So much gold right now, 15,000 net worth at that 24-minute mark. And I mean, the thing about this is he's got an insane amount of net worth. The Bristol's only about 1,000 gold behind, so we're 25 minutes in. You have 2 cores out farming a Naga Siren. That is not the way that this was supposed to go if you're D2 Hustlers, but I mean, what can you really do here? They're just sort of holding on the high ground, waiting to see if the Cut are willing to challenge them, but the Cut aren't going in until they have that Aegis, and Roshan is about 2 minutes away still, so they're just going to sit back, keep the lanes pushed in, farm up as best as they can, and once they've got Aegis, Cheese, a Shard, then they'll just sort of look for that final play. So if you're D2 Hustlers, they're going to try and do something.
They see the TA in BKB.
They're in,
Nice
no
one.
BKB activation. Yep, they should have this. Oh, no. Red 2 pops the BKB after he's already jumped in on that. That's a bit of a waste. That's your 9-second charge. It wasn't going to get you out of there at that point.
Fortunately, Roche not going to respawn for another minute 15. Unlucky for the Hustlers in that regard. You didn't have buyback on that TA, so you wouldn't have been able to defend, even though D2 Hustlers do not have the best lineup at killing it. And now that is where the map is really going to sort of converge. They're getting in their Megas wave. They're playing there with the Naga Siren. And if Yuma can get the Scotty, then Scourge can 100% die, especially with that Aghanim Scepter. Again, not seeing the value of it show up just yet on the Shadow Demon, but it's definitely there. You just need that 1 or 2 more items, and then maybe you can make a real attempt onto Scourge's life. But at the same time, if D2 Hustlers aren't ready for that fight around the pit, this next Aegis is going to be make or break for them. If D2 Hustlers give it up, then they've got another really intense high ground defense. If they lose it, it's just over. The margin for error is 0 at this point, and you do not want to be going to that lower bracket. They really ideally need another 10 minutes, and then it's going to feel a little bit better. Then maybe they're going to have those items that are going to make their heroes feel like they're heroes, but to that degree, they just don't have it in the tank right now. And Roche respawned in 4 seconds, so here we go.
Scourge already sort of scouting it out. He doesn't see us respawning now, but they just need to get back in there, and they will see it, but they're not actually going to be able to scout that out right now. That's very unfortunate, but we do see a bit of a 3-man smoke coming into play here,
up.
So they could
want
look
the
for
fight.
Yeah. Fight into Roche would be the best possible scenario for them. Yeah, assuming that they win that fight, and that is the assumption that the Cut are going to operate with based on the fact that they're about 10,000 net worth ahead. So Scourge is going to push his way forward. Devi's going to get hit up here by the Goo. He blinks himself out initially, but he's still being chased, and they may need the Stampede, but now they're trapped up inside of the arena. The Spear comes in, the Shadow Demon taken away immediately, so now they don't even have the Purges to throw out against Scourge. There's no buyback on that Shadow Demon either, and
they killed Papa Tootie. They somehow got him with the 2. They don't have the shard on the TA. They don't have anything. I didn't even see the tail end of it. They just completely bursted Papa Tootie and a Bushwhacker, something. That is incredibly unfortunate, and while you are able to cut these waves now on Yuma, Scourge is already making moves. You don't need him for the Roshan at all. He might come and take the Aegis, but there's an AC. Your buildings are going to die so quickly, and you saw they didn't use the False Promise, they didn't use the Stampede, they don't have to worry about that, but man, this is becoming worse and worse for D2 Hustlers. They are absolutely crumbling.
Yeah, the hole just keeps on getting dug deeper and deeper for them, and now the TA's got the you have the silence coming out from those traps. It just makes life so incredibly difficult, and if you're D2 Hustlers, I mean, now you need to stand tall. You got to hold your high ground, and they're gonna have to do so with somewhat limited buybacks. The Oracles is back up in about 35, but 1437 doesn't have his, so he's got to sit in the back. He's got to try and get these Purges out as best as he can, but he cannot afford to be far enough forward when he gets picked off. Otherwise, they just don't have the means of really dealing with the Bristle.
And really, no hero is a threat. Tingo King's always able to jump in on that SD, and it feels like it really doesn't matter if you use an arena on him. If you get another hero sort of trapped up in there, they don't have any tools to get out of it. They don't have any BKBs. They really are just stuck.
Oh, Devi. He's caught out. They're going to push their way forward. Can Pandego save him? He's trying to, but right now he's getting pushed back himself, trying to get into position. The False Promise does come through. Meanwhile, Scourge, very low on HP. He's be able to pop the cheese though, but he's still stuck in it. Okay. Big kill. Yuma finds it. Now they're going to turn their attention on the TA, locking her down with the Yules. Giant maybe could have gotten the kill there with the Sharpshooter, but it's not quite on the mark to hit up Devi, and now Red 2. He's hit by the Purge. He can't move. He's just stuck in here, and he is going to be taken down, and the worst part is he used his BKB on the first life So now it's not available for the second. He's going to get locked in place, and Hustlers should be able to find this kill. Divide blinks forward, gets the stun down. That's a nice bushwhack from Giant, but it's already too late. Red 2 falls, and Hustlers hold the line.
Yeah, that was terrible from the cut. That really, the big mistake was not having the Aegis on the Bristleback. I don't know why he didn't take it on Scourge. You have that 9 streak. You have, you know, to still contend with the Shadow Demon Ags. You didn't even get any building damage there or force the glyph. Your push was a complete failure. That was really terrible. And now Scotty finished on Yuma, 2.3k gold in his pocket. This is the sort of troublesome nature of the D2 Hustlers lineup, where if you do hold those sort of paramount pushes, then now you still have to play this game versus this Naga Siren. The Cut are definitely not out of the woods. They still have to polish up their execution. That was terrible. That could definitely be a turning point in this game.
Yeah, is that the sort of pivot point here for D2 Hustlers? Yuma's going to start to build up pretty rapidly now, and if that's how they sort of miss their window, it is going to feel so frustrating for the Cut. But there's still hope for them. Or not hope, but still sort of an advantage for them. If they can regroup and take the next fight up, they'll be sort of right back in business. But now you have to sort of wonder about the decision-making process for the Cut to a certain extent. As you said, that was a terrible fight for them, and one that they pushed into. That was not a fight that was forced upon them. They tried to get onto the high ground, and they are obviously regretting that choice now. But the fact that they sort of made that decision to push in initially is maybe indicative of a little bit of overconfidence, a little bit of maybe underestimating their opponents, and you can't really afford to do that too many more times, otherwise D2 Hustlers are pretty rapidly going to get themselves back into this game.
And really, the Cut, they do have a very strong item timing coming up. They will have double BKBs on both the Mars and the Bristleback. Then they can just march forward, don't need to worry about getting disrupted. They can immediately get onto 1437 and Pandago, and Defy Llama still does not have a game. He's trying to get a BKB of himself. If he ends up in that arena, you're still sort of SOL on that Centaur War Runner. But Eagle Song fully built up on Yuma. The biggest mistake Yuma can make right now is getting caught without buyback. I think he's maybe a few hundred gold short, or maybe he has it now. But that's really the only thing he can do wrong here. Yeah, he's going to be 500 out, and he's actually just buying out. He does not think that they can kill him, and that's where maybe there is going to be a little ace in the hole. But 12k gold lead turned into a 7k gold lead, and the Aegis out of your hands, the Cut really can't get that much more aggressive. So really, after these item times, that is going to be it. And I think they just hit it. Yeah, double BKB. Red 2 doesn't have his butterfly yet, but he's going to have it in 1 or 2 more creep camps. So they're trying to find someone out of the base, getting greedy on the D2 Hustlers side.
D2 Hustlers very wisely now just backing it up, get back into the base. I'm not sure if that's smoke or if they just sort of generally suspect it, but they're not going to allow themselves to get caught out. This is where the discipline really has to kick in for them. They cannot afford to play greedily. They do still have a shot getting back into this game if they can take advantage and maybe force their opponents into a position where the Cut get. That's part of what happened in that bottom lane. They thought, we have the Aegis, let's go in now, let's just get this done and claim a second lane, and it backfired on them pretty horribly. So if you're D2 Hustlers, no guarantees your opponents make that same mental mistake, but you don't really have too many alternatives right now other than just trying to stall this one out and wait for as long as you can. So they're going to stay in the base for now. Yuma's the only one really at the moment, and he's got the song to save himself if he does get jumped in on. So they're going to be very sort of cautious, very defensive, very methodical about their style of play right now, as that butterfly does get completed up on Yuma.
Yeah, and while we are waiting for a few items, I can't imagine that the Cut want to wait for that third Roche, but at this point they kind of have to. They lost their big timing, and now they should choke out D2 Hustlers, keep all of the lanes in. Yuma will be able to really hard focus one, probably farm up the entire side of that corner, and that's where we see Yuma playing right now and getting the spider legs. It's actually so annoying for them to actually ever deal with it. And we see the traps, we see the minefield looking for these illusions, looking for this hero trying to get out, but really, unless they hit the tier 3 tower, there's no reason for Yuma to come back, and they're too afraid to cut. They don't want to lose, even though really all the pressure is on Hustlers, but it feels like they're starting to take it. And Pandago, he has a blink now, so he's going to be that much harder for them to really get on. And even though Giant hasn't died yet, I don't feel like we've had the same hoodwink as we did in that previous game. It already feels like something is very different in the cut this time around.
Yeah, Giant has still played well. 2-0-7, incredible stat line, 35 minutes in, 0 deaths on any support is the feat. But part of the reason why he hasn't died that much is because we haven't seen Giant quite as active as he was in that first game. So, and we'll see if he can sort of change it up now. They're pushing in. The Bushwhack, though, won't connect. Tingle tried again, but they're not going to be able to connect. He does throw the spear out, though, to deal with those illusions, while his teammates are going to start to fall back. But as they fall back, here comes D2 Hustlers, inching their way forward bit by bit. And I think they realize we could be getting down to Roach timings. So they want to sort of not push out too far, but at least be in a position where they could try to contest Roach if it is coming up quickly. So they want that west side jungle control, and Tingle and the rest of the cut really aren't in a position to immediately deny them that position. As, oh god, Papa Tootie. That seems a little bit risky, and the Bushwhack is going to pull him back, but he should get out. That upgraded Dissimulate really gives him much more room to operate in terms of movement.
And now we're going to need to see Red 2 specifically sort of go towards that MKB, because now you have the butterfly fully completed on the Naga. Again, doesn't have buyback. If he goes down, that's going to be terrible. Pendago is wild with his positioning, but isn't getting punished for it. And we see D2 Hustlers venture out, just sitting on the high ground, feeling that confidence sort of being regained here, as it was a dire game before, and now it feels like they're continuing to get further and further out of their base. Scourge
pops a BKB. Good play. Divine Llama not with that stun, but now Yuma's in onto the hook link. They're going to be able to take down Giant right away, but he doesn't actually hit onto Yuma with the spear, though, so the Naga is still up and running. The song is available, so really they could try to reset this fight, as they will commit the Stampede, but that's more of a defensive play. No, it's not. Devi wants back in, connecting with the hoof stomp onto 2, but where's the rest of the team? The rest of them kind of on the low ground as Tingle pushing forward, getting the spear onto the Oracle, but that's when the song comes through. Devi, though, still gets sniped out by that sharpshooter, but he is immediately going to commit the buyback and rejoin his teammates.
Yeah, and buybacks are available specifically for that Oracle. Nobody else on the D2 Hustlers has it, but that was a forcing play. That was a situation where it felt like D2 Hustlers really didn't need to do it, and actually, Pingu might go down, but...
And onto the Viper, Pingu dropping, but he's holding for now. Meanwhile, Papa Tootie has to be saved by the False Promise, but they are going to keep him alive. Pingu will be taken down. The Purge, meanwhile, gets blown off the Bristleback. They're going to hit him up with the Dissimulate as well, and Scourge is dead. Scourge goes down. Divine 1437 pushing forward. Can they catch up to Giant? They will be able to blink in onto him, getting the hoof stomp down into the double edge. Tinkle coming in, throwing out the spear, trying to create a little bit of separation, but it really doesn't push back enough. Devi's just still standing there, and Papa Tootie jumps in with the Astral to finish off the kill. Giant's now gone in the cut. They've sort of lost control, and Roche is quite literally respawning now. So here's D2 Hustlers' moment. Do they scout it out?
Yeah, Devi's going to walk in, and while there is a trap there, yeah, this is going to feel absolutely terrible. Yuma's got a nice pretty slot there as well with the Windlace, and now tier 4 is going to respawn as well. So will they try for this at all? Really, only Tingle King can afford to do that really wild play, and they've got to know. Where's Pendago with the sentry? They should know there is going to be a trap in there. Yeah, they see it now. They're going to get it down. They could probably calculate when this Roach is dying. It's dying at a pretty consistent rate. And actually, Papa Tootie
jumping in onto Tingle King. Okay, this is going to force out the BKB, but there's going to be that Purge. Once again, Tingle turning around, though, dropping down the spear. What is going on with this fight? Yuma? Okay, he stays in the pit. We'll be able to finish it off. He gets pretty much everything. Aegis Cheese and Refresher Shard all into his hands. The cut were able to get everyone away. So I suppose they didn't lose out on too much, but that felt a little bit weird. It kind of seemed like D2 Hustlers were going to push in for the fight, and then they just sort of back off, but Yuma could have just taken that by him. The lineup could have kept pushing forward to try and secure those kills.
And Red 2, I mean, come on, dude. You short blink. He was on the ledge here trying to blink into the pit from the high ground, and he misclicked with his cursor. He literally just misplayed and had to sort of shamefully BKB TP out. And now that these T4s are up, we're continuing to see D2 Hustlers get more and more time and more space, and Yuma's been in this exact position time and time again. Now he's got an Aegis, he's got a Minotaur Horn, he's got level 20, and the cut, Tingle, you've got to find an initiation. You've got to not miss your spear. You've got to get onto this backline. Giant, you've got to be able to hit these bushwhacks. There's not been any chain disabled killing anyone, and they keep on trying to get onto Pandago, trying to get onto 1437, but most of that now has resulted in Scourge just suiciding because he gets broken up. He doesn't have his BKB and he gets punished. He bought a Blink Dagger to try and fix that problem, but man, oh man, the misplays from the cut have really sort of punished them and gotten them into this game where now, even though they want to put this pressure, they want to keep it up, they want to keep running at your high ground, they don't have a really good way to do it anymore unless we want to wait for a 4th Roche here. But again, we're going to be 45 minutes into this game versus a Naga Siren. I don't think the heroes on the cut are really going to get that much more useful.
Yeah, this is the thing that's sort of really gonna just bite them a little bit. You don't have a line scales much further than this. It feels kind of rough to say that, but to a certain extent it is true. They're not quite at the height of their power, but they're pretty close, and just drawing out the match isn't going to do them much good inherently compared to their opponents. But you see Hustlers, they recognize, I mean, we have the advantage. We're still down by 5k, but who cares? We got Aegis, we got Cheese, we got Refresher, we have our opponents on the back foot. Is Scourge gonna pop the horn? So holding on to the BKB for now, as he is going to be able to regroup with his teammates, but that is a very low cost play for D2 Hustlers. It puts the horn on cooldown for about 30 seconds, and now they are continuing to look forward. They scan out there, so they know they've got someone. It's going to be Pingu, so of all the heroes to go down there for the cut, that's probably the one that they could have afforded to lose, but he's still dead for 60 with no buyback. So he's going to have to wait out the full minute here at this point if he wants back into the fight, and D2 Hustlers at this stage, they can keep going. That was not really that big of a deal for them. They found the kill, and they're just going to keep on marching forward.
Yeah, and it's been a very patient D2 Hustlers. Red 2, yeah, is just going to completely back out. They have these traps, even though Pandago, with the gem, they have really started getting this control. And I feel like I have not said, oh, Pandago's dead, oh, they're jumping on Pandago in probably 25 minutes. Really, all of the aggression from the cut has sort of been misplaced, and they haven't been able to get really much of anything. And now with this Aegis, I think we're going to start to see D2 Hustlers start to transform the map in their favor. They've got Yuma with this Minotaur horn, so he can really be very non-committal. If they ever do go for that initiation, he's just going to be able to BKB off. And while this top racks is sort of an aching pain for them, you just send your Centaur back. You still have the Stampede if a fight actually breaks out, and the cut are scared. They are terrified. They're about to lose their 1k gold lead, and really, it just feels like their opportunity was thrown a very, very long time ago. And now, really, the game just feels so awkward going forward. Like, they can't just GG out. They can't just give up, especially with all the tier 2s they still have. But at the same time, this is really just D2 Hustlers ball field at this point.
Yeah, they have taken away any semblance of momentum from the cut, and we can sort of see that from the fact that the cut do anything. They're not going after any objectives. They can't push into the base. Roshan obviously got taken away from them a few moments ago, and they're not even able to really find any sort of solo picks in this scenario where D2 Hustlers are sort of hanging out alone because no one on their side is alone. They're grouped up. They're pushing their way forward as a team, and if the cut want anything, it's going to have to come via sort of the medium of a team fight, and last couple of team fights have not been fantastic for them. So they're really in a position here where they're just kind of stuck. There's nothing they can do. They can't go forward, and they can't really fall back.
And we're gonna continue to see them struggle. I really don't know what the game plan is. I don't think they have a game plan. Part of the issue. And now, immediately as that just expires, you saw in the heart, pretty even, if you ask me, as now you have this SD Naga that has never really gotten to do this on the cut side of the map, but they're making the smoke play again. This is their, what feels like the third smoke in a row where they're trying to find these heroes, and I think if you're D2 Hustlers, you make the call. This is pretty obvious, and ooh, they found the real one.
They get Yuma. They will hit him up, but where's the follow-up? No one else is in. Red 2 actually is going to go for Pandago on the backline, but the Ghost Scepter will keep him alive. 1437 comes in with a disruptor as well. Tingle King meanwhile taken down, but Sharpshooter will come through. So Pandago does die. He'll buy back immediately though, so too will Tingle. So they're bringing reinforcements into the fight. Yuma though, he's just not taking any damage. With that heart, he is incredibly tanky. Red 2 is actually the one who'll be taken down, and now this is just falling apart. False Promise will be used. They're going to save up Divide. The song comes in now as well, and those BKBs have turn off. So the cut are in some serious trouble. Giant taken out. Scourge will fall. Tingle is... I mean, no, he's dead as well. I mean, he gets off the spear, but once this invis was off, never mind. He's able to blink himself away, so he is at least going to get out. But the cut lose so much there. They are burning through what little buyback that they have remaining. And Hustlers... they're just going to keep going. They push in. Tingle's going to get rooted up. Can they bring him down? Not just yet. As Scourge will push forward. Pingu's in. Giant's making his way back into the fight as well, but they can't deal with Yuma. This Naga Siren is absolutely massive. There's so much ADP, and I don't think that they can do this. I think this might just be it. D2 Hustlers may have very well closed this one out.
Yeah, there's no buyback on the TA. He's 120 gold short. Should have known better. Opportunity is under fire, but it really doesn't matter at this point. Yep, you lost. I don't think the cut can actually win anymore. They might not be able to kill Scourge McDuck really that easily. They really just need that Aether Remnant, and then maybe they can get aggressive onto him again. And of course, this isn't Megas. To that point, I honestly wouldn't mind to see D2 Hustlers just hit the tier 4s, but yeah, there's not much to say because the cut sort of threw away their chance bottom 20 minutes ago, and now we're just kind of stuck in this awful game.
Oh, Scourge gonna get hit up by that initial stun into the Purge, and he's just gonna try to TP out. Okay, able to get back to the Fountain. Tingle though, yeah, I don't think he's making it here. He tries for that play again with the cloak, but it's not going to be enough. Tabai will bring him down. Red 2 though will respawn, so at this point the cut, they're not giving up. They're going to keep on pushing forward. Devi's dropping low, but Pandago saves him up with that false promise, and they're just getting pushed further and further back towards their own fountain, and at this point they still can't deal with Yuma. This Naga Siren is absolutely huge. She's going to be able to pop the song, and well, Hustlers will actually... No, they won't fall back. Yuma was trying to TP out. He will cancel it as Hunters realize we can probably still just get these racks. There's really no reason to back off right now.
Yeah, if Yuma TP'd out, they really don't need to be afraid, it feels like now. Even though he was taking a lot of damage there, he did have 5 gold packs up. That's just because Pandago is sort of out of man. We'll probably see them back off now as they do run out of objectives to take. But man, oh man, this game has really divulged into being quite bad. Yuma has 10k gold. He's going to get that Aghanim Scepter now. Probably just get the Ag Synth immediately after. He's got buyback and then some. There's no buys now on the side of the cut. And even if they smoke out, even if they kill 2 or 3 heroes on the D2 Hustlers side, that doesn't fix their big issue, which is just Yuma is absolutely unkillable with Pandago behind him. If they kill Pandago again, okay, maybe I can see a situation where this Naga Siren does die, but only if his face hits his keyboard and uses the mirror image and the Mantis style without thinking. Otherwise, really, Yuma is under no threat. There's nothing that can sort of kill him at this point, aside from 5 heroes beating up on him and having no teammates. This Naga Siren has just hit that 45-minute point where now it's just critical mass. There's not much that they can do on the side of the cut. Even split push doesn't really matter at this point. You're trying to get an Abyssal Blade up on the Bristleback. I'm looking at other items down the pipeline, but there really isn't a good solution. You do have buyback on that TA. Maybe Red 2 is able to sort of tank a few of these spells, trying to do really anything, but at the same time, D2 Hustlers could also do that same strat where they just try to tank as many of your spells with long cooldowns, maybe Suicide to take that arena, take the Viper Strike, take the Sharpshooter, immediately buy back, and they're going to be patient on Hustlers. They're just looking to wait for the Roshan. Wouldn't be surprised if Pandago took the Aegis, to be honest, at this point, as he really is that critical playmaking hero, but honestly, it feels like D2 Hustlers are just going to walk towards a victory.
And the cut starting to feel desperation setting in here. We see the 4-man smoke come out of them, so they know sit back and let this happen, then they're going to be in some serious trouble. So they'll push forward for the fight. 1437. He's going to drop low. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can. So take the Shadow Demon out. Scourge is going to have a bit of an easier time now without the Purge to lock him in place, but they're not actually going to be able to find any additional targets there. But Shadow Demon's still dead for about 90 seconds. His buyback is still on cooldown for about 3 or 4, so I mean, it's a nice play for the cut, but they're going to need more than this. One pickoff onto the Shadow Demon, even with buyback on cooldown, is not enough, but Roshan's going to be back up in about 20 seconds, so maybe they could make a play for the pit, try and control that up, and see if they can get the Aegis into their hands.
Yeah, trying to chase around these heroes just a little bit. There isn't a TP actually on Divine Llama. If Scourge kills his courier, okay, Divine Llama is stuck bottom. They click on him, they're going to know that fact as well, so I wonder what this Centaur is really going to do here. He has been cutting the creep wave, and again, Yuma has also been cutting the creep waves. You've got a very lonely melee creep walking in here, and Roshan did respawn. It is the refresher, it is the Ags synth, so we'll have to see. I can only assume that D2 Hustlers would maybe think about sending an illusion here, getting a little bit of an idea, but nope.
Wow, it's already too late. That was fast. Scourge will take the Aegis. Red 2 will grab himself the Ags upgrade. Gets the cheese into his hands as well, while Pingu is, at least for now, gonna hold on to that shard. I don't really think he's gonna be the one keeping it long term, but yeah, there we go. Passes it off to Tingle King almost immediately. So they've got Aegis, they've got cheese, they've got a refresher shard and refresher shard. Got it right the first time. But is it enough, really, at this point? Can they fully reclaim control? They're going to need to win another fight, but still not really sure if that's a possibility for them.
And I guess if we are really going to get to that 60-minute mark, the only thing I dislike about D2 Hustlers is I feel like when we see them get into these situations, they really just lie in their own bed. They really aren't interested in making their own plays. I liked whenever before they were still 11k behind and they felt confident enough to get this ward up on their own high ground, get that Ob Sentry, and try to get a little bit of control back, because they felt like they were turning the game at that point. But now Yuma's sitting on his own side of the map, getting the illusions out. I think he's being a little bit too scared, and I understand you don't want to throw, but I also feel like now you're giving a little bit too much respect to the cut. They're going to farm on 5 heroes. And does the matchup loop? Will there be a situation where 5 heroes with complete farm control of the map are able to kill this Naga? Definitely. So why do you give them the space? I don't really know, because once buybacks are up, the match will sort of even out again for both sides, whereas the cut, they no longer have that aggressive play where maybe you try to kill Pandago or 1437 where they don't have buyback for another minute, but that minute is going to be up pretty soon here, and as well as cuts buybacks, they're all going to have buys pretty soon as well. So this game is we're back to this sort of weirdness. Kind of sucks.
It's one of those things where the cut, one of the reasons why they sort of blew this lead is because they didn't take it a decisive team fight, and then they waited sort of too long, right? So D2 Hustlers are able to slowly but surely push their way back in, but now the shoe's on the other foot. D2 Hustlers are the team with the lead, and yeah, it was the sort of cautious wait and see kind of play that got them into this position, but now you're the team that has the lead. You can't play like the squad trying to mount a comeback when you're the ones in charge, as TP's himself.
He was testing to see if anybody on the cut was paying attention, maybe trying to TP in there to force a knee-jerk reaction TP back from the cut side, but didn't end up happening. The bait was unsuccessful, but now looking at the buyback tab, I'm just watching everything go green, and we are back to stagnation as nothing is happening.
Well, yeah, 1 buyback left. 1437 needs all of 10 gold to get that back up. So as you said, green across the board. No, TA just bought a TP and that knocked her out of it. But the point stands. We have effectively reset the game here, 53 minutes in, and I mean, if we don't see the decisive fight in the next couple of minutes, then we're going to be hitting that hour mark, and we might as well just wait for tier 5s at that point. So I don't
think it can get pretty wacky. We might see some pirate hats. We might see the ballista, the book, one of the most important items in the game. It really has become quite broken when they changed that cooldown from 15 to 8 seconds. But there really isn't a situation either where both teams aren't going to get it. We had another 60+ minute game where one team was forced in their base and the other team isn't. Really, they can leave whenever they want, and Giant is just going to die here. Yeah.
Opportunity will find the kill. So they've got that pick, but yeah, Scourgeon on the backline trying to go for 1437, but they're going to be able to save him with that false promise. And now Giant is buying back, but Yuma's in there with the song. He's going to try to reset this fight.
the rem play onto the TA maybe?
They are going after the TA. This fight is broken up though, and they're actually not really getting this. Those extra refraction charges hoping to keep the Templar assassin alive, but it looks like eventually they will be able to burn Red 2 down. Red 2 will fall, buying back immediately though, but now Scourge in some trouble. That Purge really just sort of saps away his strength as he is going to lose the Aegis, but Red 2 back into the fight, able to find the kill. 1437 taken down. Scourge now back up as well, but they're just really not concentrating their fire right now. Yuma is just sort of marching his way through. He's taking down heroes over and over again, but Scourge, he's play happen. Oh god,
nice
Red.
spill.
Wow. Gets the spill down. Pandego will fall. Papatuti's now gone as well. All of a sudden, Yuma, he's alone in this fight. The reinforcements aren't going to get time, or maybe they will. Yuma able to hold the line. Red 2 now dropping low. As you said, they've got to try and protect him, but he's rooted in place. He was trying to get out with the projection, but he's only going to fall. Can't get away. Scourge dead as well. His buyback is available, but I think that they may have just blown it on the side of the cut. They've lost so much here. There is going to be a buyback in from that Bristle, but the rest of the lineup is just getting tracked down. Giant will fall, and it's going to come down to Bristleback and Tingle to hold up everything.
But no, Roche, it might respawn in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They can't push, but no, the game is probably over. Yeah, D2 Hustlers, I think, have blown this one wide open, even though I think the dieback on the TA is really the nail in the coffin there. We see 2 gems on the ground, back over in the base, but even though they have Glyph, there's not much they can do here.
What is this?
Scourge.
Going in with Scourge. They're going to try and give it a go. 1437 saved up once again by Pandego, but Pandego himself actually starting to drop. We'll be able to bring him down. What else can they get though? Scourge is dropping low. They've got to be able to hold the line here, but they can't. Scourge will fall.
That is it.
And yeah, that's got to be it. Tingle's dead, and there's the GG. So the cut, they glow it.
FTC. FTC. Yeah, exactly. I love the cut. I thought they really had that one in the bag. D2 Hustlers really weren't playing up to snuff for those first 20 minutes. It felt like they were really losing for no reason, and then the cut proved why they aren't doing so hot this tournament. We saw some not the best performances.
I'm going to prove that.
It's a two-base game. We're gonna hear the voice lines. The cut, Scourge is trying to hit it back, but Monkey's laugh is just justice for Little Nick. No, that's not what happened. So many questions.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Dire team, pick. Clockwork! Radiant team, pick.
Dusk.
Dire team, pick. Dark Seer. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Praise King.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Second back.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Huck!
Felt weird. He just sort of walked into the lane, kind of like he's doing now, but this time they do have more to work. Trico will be deployed. Can they get the time?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Templar assassin.
Go ahead. Select your heroes.
Stack. He's got that max. And yeah, I was gonna say he had the Deso queued up to see sort of the Dragonlets come out first. Now you just farm that a little bit faster.
Two-legged abomination. Back to hell
You
with
really
you.
should prepare for battle.
Still not dead yet. As this one comes in, they didn't need two nice last time.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
30
Are you guys gonna
seconds
play the
to
game?
It's simply
Is this on?
too based, my friend.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
This is it. The battle begins.
Denied.
Denied.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Stop dying, I'm out of tips.
Radiant's courier has been slain. There is certain to be unimaginable retaliation.
The first of many bloods.
Stop dying, I'm out of tips.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I saw that ending from miles away.
Like nobody's business. In a stunning
development, are you guys gonna play the game?
Top tower has fallen. I feel like a broken record. Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
Double damage.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Flare.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Fortified. There appears to be some sort of magic at work. And it's up. In a stroke of passion, perhaps in desperation, Dire tower structure. Courier has been slain. Bad tidings, I'm afraid. Radiant's courier has been slain. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm just gonna buy back soon now.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
For the treasury! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Seems to be the day for it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower has fallen. Let's see what hit them.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I am required to point out that Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been slain.
There it goes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been slain. Let us hope it left no little ones behind. Dire's middle tower has fallen, as any fool could see.
Stop dying, I'm out of tips.
Should be able to get this if they realize that they don't have the rate.
Unlucky find.
Another attempt. There we go.
Radiant's courier has been slain. This is no sort of place for a peaceable beast.
Is the war over already?
I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are cunningly fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Himself out in time. The ice blast last, I believe. But Warriors is not. Warriors is gonna lose that ult. Wow, Monkey's dropping a little bit low as well. Can they finish any of these games out? He's trying to get later. He'll live. Now, Sturgeon's dropping low as well. On that home zone.
And it's off.
Stop dying, I'm out of tips.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Titus. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration?
Deleted from this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. What surge is this? Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in Radiant's top tower has fallen. Surely that was intentional?
My thanks.
I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so fortified.
They rot
I have no reason to lie about such things. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing. A little advice.
A taste of immortality and a questionable cheese. Structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Radiant's bottom tower is Dire's middle barracks has fallen. That seems like it might be a significant development.
A wise man always has an army in the wings.
Illusion.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
For the temple.
It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. I don't mean to be a lot, but it would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. In a world in the dire, bottom tower has fallen. And it's up. Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in a good way. Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in a good way. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been slain. A moment of silence, please.
Blessings.
If you're just tuning in, Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
This tier 3 tower continues to pop up, so it's going to be able to bring it down. So based on the two she has this it's just
Radiant have slain him, Roshan.
That's going to be his first life taken away. But he's there. They've got the ice trap. Now Scourge is going to push forward. BKB active. He's looking to sort of lead the charge on this one, but not actually going to be able to make that one happen. In fact, it's Annihilate getting a kill on the Pingu there with that last little bit of damage. But that wasn't continue to TSG and stay silent. The two guys go down that fight and just sort of die all the way.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Blessings.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Ladies and gentlemen, Dire's commander has been slain. In a struggle of cunning, perhaps of desperation, Dire's structures have been fortified.
The Hidden Ones have blessed me.
posting 2-0 for them. As I welcome back in ET once again. And ET, it was a bit of a long game, but it was one that the cut really had control of all throughout. So what do you think we see from TOOBASED to try and really put themselves in a stronger position for this final match?
Well, coming in here with the puck, with the Room Mother Band, as well as seeing the TOOBASED in the priority, this is the first time we've seen this prefer the Gradient over being the Dire team, so they're ending up with second pick for the second time in this series, and I like this. In that previous game, Monkeys was sort of stomped. He ended up not getting nearly as much as he wanted to versus that last track. Called an outstanding performance from Scourge, called an unfortunate circumstance with Flea rotating out of the lane just that a little bit too soon, where Monkeys really just ended up suffering on that Centaur. And we saw with that lineup that the AA was very adept at punishing the sort of lineup where Flash is going to be out in front pushing with that Abaddon. And now, if you're the cut, pick up the left right this time out that pink Abaddon save. You can imagine TOOBASED are going to be in and out of this match since we can get the here, but the AA was the one solid factor in that previous game. It really felt like that was the reason anything worked for TOOBASED. So, taking the flesh again, this is a bold play coming into the cut, but getting it around this we've seen so many players in this group stage get on Timber Song, no matter what, they push down to the same level and be able to get something done. Whereas if you see like Centaurs, missing so many off-players that are fantastic players. Hopefully, TOOBASED gets something on the board.
Yeah, that Timbersaw very rarely in this event has been a hero that we have sort of said doesn't really come through. It's not always enough to win, but it has been incredibly consistent in the hands of those offlaners who have picked it up. So looks pretty good for TOOBASED here so far with the Timber and the Ancient Apparition. As we move through the second phase of the bans, the cut going to be spreading it out a little bit here. We see the Lion taken away first, that Faceless Void now banned away as well. With the Ancient Apparition sort of in the lineup for TOOBASED, you just don't want to allow that combo to come through. And now the ban on the Tiny as well. Another hero that sort of could give you some issues, can get in onto your heroes, sort of sets up for the Ancient Apparition with the Ice Blast as well with that Avalanche Toss combo. So really trying to prevent TOOBASED from getting any further heroes now that just immediately would put them in danger in terms of some of those combinations. So trying to defend themselves a little bit more. Meanwhile, for TOOBASED, the objective is don't let Tinkle play a hero. Bristleback taken away, Viper taken away, Mars and Darkseer all being banned out. So anything that the cut were even thinking about, really, in terms of trying to put him on that sort of playmaker, TOOBASED are going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the cut, not having, they did the last pick last time, but not having that hero picked up this early, we might see them decide to rely on that flash right in the offlane. Now, until we see it picked up, that's why this flash right feels so good. We already talked about why it feels so good, but this time around, even though you are banning you have to see before you didn't have that first damage coming in from the Timber, so we could very well, I was gonna say see that Ion get puck again, but instead you need him on a hero that can complement the Timber, hold them down a little bit, like Truck versus Mix can do. That's where it's been so long and now it's all you need to get now this Timber's all the way in now maybe second before that you can fight that A as well and this one is this round maybe you can punish again with this left right the assured aggression that's going to come out on your early tier 1 towers, or if you're able to make those turnaround plays, kill this Slash when he's sitting in the trees by himself pushing down your tier 1, you have that hero to finally catch him out.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what that move will be from the TOOBASED side. Right now, though, going in for the third pick, and they're looking for that second support. So they do get the Earthshaker online. That's a hero that, honestly, we were kind of only seeing out from the D2 Hustlers squad, but TOOBASED will grab it for themselves here, and they are going to be able to make, I'd say, pretty solid use of it. You've got some extra lockdown, and there's always the threat if Fleet can sort of get that quick blink dagger, or maybe not even quick, but at least sort of on time blink dagger. That Echo Slam is going to do a lot of damage to the cut heroes if they sort of move up too heavily in the middle of these engagements.
And he will need to be slightly careful. Earthshaker versus Nyx is a little bit annoying because if you do blink in, maybe you go for the Fisher into the Echo Sign, but that Nyx Assassin's position is just a little bit too good. You do sort of get outplayed. But again, for the second time today, actually, you're going to see that Shaker AA. So again, damage, not the problem. Two-base, you just need to find some heroes that they can sort of rely on. I like seeing the TA ban as well. Using so many teams fall prey to that hero. It does really feel fair, especially with how much speed you can get on your stack for it. Even just stack for himself in that previous game. It's such fast item timings. There's nobody on the map who can do what she does. And then you can just better two-base. Game the heroes they want, the game the heroes they need. More damage, just damage. And now, again, we saw it pick up versus the earlier today.
Certainly will be, you are going to have him sort of focus on his own game to at least a certain extent, but you will have that empower as well for whatever the play will be on Scourge if they are in fact looking for that sort of melee carry, which there's really not too much right now in the way of non-melee carries that I think they'd really consider looking at. So you are going to have that increased farming rate for Scourge that is going to help him sort of keep up with Boris on that Luna. So the mag pick is always an interesting one, right? You buff up your teammates, you've got a little bit of sort of play yourself with that Shockwave Skewer combo, and there's always that threat from the big RP play. The RP with Blink Dagger sort of setup just completely devastates lineups if they're not paying attention to that max location really at all times. So we'll see what Tingle King can get from it, but I feel like it is going to be pretty threatening at this point. So the cut sort of bringing it back with the mag, and we'll have to wait and see just how much they get out of it. The potential, at least, is going to be something that TOOBASED will be maybe a little bit scared of.
Yeah, and it's hard to say what you're going to want from SMD. Like we see Younger Spirit banned out, like we see Wraith King banned out, because I'm trying to think of heroes that you're not going to go against, because really TOOBASED have a fantastic all-around lineup, and the cut need a very specific hero to get them in. Big versus Luna doesn't need to necessarily worry about that A blast or that burst in Lane versus Timbersaw, and really not too many heroes take that box, especially the SMD play. Trying to figure this one out, and assuming that SMD isn't going to end up winning this series, we've seen it this series, can't really see the Juggernaut, or at least I can't see the Juggernaut. Aside from that, it really doesn't feel like anything feels fantastic. For the first time, maybe ever against the PA, possibly. That's a classic Scourge McDuck hero, and again, pairs up well with the Magnus, but really, TOOBASED have an incredibly strong base coming from their drafts.
Yeah, I think you were sort of outlining maybe 3 sort of different things that you needed from that carry pick. At best, I think the cut are only going to be able to really get 2. The Ursa would have been one of those heroes that sort of ticks 2 of the 3 boxes there, but it has already been banned away, and now the Juggernaut, you weren't quite feeling it, but it was probably another one of those heroes that sort of gets you close-ish to what you want. So
TOOBASED are going to take it away, and now if you're the cut, you have a rather tough decision to make. A lot of the obvious options have been just straight up removed from the pool. We're talking about the PA play that would feel incredibly risky, but as of right now, it doesn't feel like you have too many spectacular options anyway, so maybe they take a risk here and pull the trigger on that PA, maybe they bring back, I was going to say maybe something like a lifesteal, but that doesn't even feel right. You really aren't going to get someone who fits all of your needs for this scenario. You just have to go with maybe what feels most comfortable for someone at this point.
Dire team ban.
And we are just going to see
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Just got seemingly an edge.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Earth Shaker. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Radiant team, pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Anyway, Boris turns around there with the Lucent with that. The target is just a little awkward there. They get damage on both Juve and Boris, but if all of the damage they used on
10 seconds remaining.
one, they would have been able to just get that kill and potentially walk away instead.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick.
Imba Spirit.
Instead,
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Choose your hero, my good friend.
Plays he can and cannot. Just very easily TPs to the lane, is able to
Have a
Are you guys gonna play the game?
You really should prepare for battle.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Scourge taken down, Undying with another double kill, and that one's actually going to take himself mid. They're going to try to hit up red too, but at this point, Juve actually can't keep the position. Now we just fall back to a bit. So, yeah, Fleet is still sort of on the mark. Kingu is not in a great spot. He does have the carapace this time around, but he might still take too much damage. Undying's going to block it down from the snap to the bird, but the side of from red 2 does bring down Fleet, so you can skip that kill. Also, Nova picking up the note. That's his second kill of the game, just 9 minutes. He's really intimidating, actually. He's too frustrated.
30 seconds to battle. Is this on? The battle begins.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Careful.
Got the right one.
Okay, puts up the fissure. Undying should be able to
Incubatory.
be honest, that was
techniques on that. Earthshaker first.
Brace yourself for sad tidings. Radiant's courier has been slain.
You have been denied.
Bad tidings, I'm afraid. Radiant's courier has been slain.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Never refuse good.
Yeah, nah, don't get ahead of yourself.
Yes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Back to the impurities.
Stop dying out of tips.
Very nice. Dire's structures are fortified.
Out of fuel. This now game. What made you think you stood You have been denied.
extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been slain. There is something
The lesson was never refuse good given.
away. He's able to TP himself back mid, so that's just going to be really good for him. Just gonna let the ogres from get caught out.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Ladies and gentlemen, Dire's courier has been slain. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been called for?
Sort of prowling around and tried to get himself back up and spot him out as okay, across the river, but
Damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Radiant's structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Someone must be very pleased with themselves. Or must I repeat myself? Singular antecedent, singular pronoun. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Oh, look. Radiant's bottom tower has
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself?
Proper skunks.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
Gets away. That's it. They bring down Juve, and they've got Boris hit up by Potion. Down right now, got two stress and that. Taking hits, pulls them all back, but they have the damn stress to stop this to do for us. Do a lot of good now.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Thanks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Seems to be the day for it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
Yes.
is under attack.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
Your elements.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a
starting a lot of these off, and he has been sort of in a lot of circumstances where TOOBASED maybe could find a kill, but to do so they have to put their lives in jeopardy, and the risk so far has not really been
Speedy rune of haste. A tithe to the impurity.
slain Roshan. I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Get up, fight. Get up, fight, please. Tingle King will go down. Skirt is gonna fall as well. Annihilate does end up dying a second time though, but Red.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in a good way. Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in a good way. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I would like to point out that Radiant's middle tower has fallen. It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
forward. They want to try and lay siege to that last lane of Rex. Okay, the Spirits are not giving some losses.
Blessings of a loyal warrior.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. In a stunning development, Dire's top tower has fallen.
Ready for battle once more.
It's not going
To Inferno.
Radiant's structures are fortified. There appears to be some sort of magic at work. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
No, it's not for me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The bounty which my matriarch deprived of haste.
Gold!
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. It seems to be going around. Wouldn't you just know it? Dire's top barracks are under attack. I spy with my little eye that Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Someone might want to inform the Dire that their top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Leaving nothing but fond memories, a taste of immortality, and a questionable cheese. There appears to be cheese in the lava.
Haste.
No, please not to be at least not yet. I think this should be key, so we should just
Well-gotten gains.
and now they're back to front. I annihilate, taken down. Two things up, let's go, take it up. Let's get dropped. This board, see what Kai's been doing. Now, help get it up. Red's caught out by Lee.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
second that he sort of gets caught out, if he doesn't have the BKB, if he doesn't have Reynolds to jump to,
Still farming, still trying to get those 2 fights up in his own.
he tries to go in. Now from Boris burns through Giant, but he's the one hero who did have buyback, so he's back in the fight, taking pushing forward. Put down Boris for now. Can they get him a second time? Yes, they can. So let's drop the rapier just yet. He's going to be back to the that right click damage. It's actually not Boris is dead. Ranger on the deck. That's who's going to pick it up and.
Are you guys gonna play the game? Are you guys gonna play the game?
Launch back in. That he's going to be running out of time. He has to get away. The Mortos is there into the Spirit. Okay. That's an interesting play. He drops down the ultimate. He can bring down Tingle. Tingle now dead as well. But this losing Flea. He tries to go for the refresher, but he really takes down some others. Still by himself. There is a buyback though. Yeah, the buyback goes back into the fight. Annihilate is up here as well, and every buyback is going to be committed. Flea and Junpei using the carrots as well. So really, Monkeys is the last man to have buyback available, but he's going to be able to hold the line long enough for his teammates to return, and they will take them back to the team. I'm going to
dying out of tips.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Regeneration.
We hardly knew ye.
Are you guys gonna play the game?
I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. That's the proper Radiant victory!